What's good, everybody? What is good? Welcome to an episode of Opinionated. Yours truly. For those who don't recognize the actual theme song, that's pretty much how we started out the entire show. This used to be the main theme song for the actual Opinionated show. I haven't heard that theme song in so long, but it made me think about how we started out. It made me think about a lot of things that we did and how we got to this point that we're at today. For those you don't know, officially we are back. We are on this thing. We have been moving forward. And for those who have been rocking with me for a while, just like that actual theme song and knowing that it was how we started out as being the theme song for Opinionated, I also think about the very first episode that we did, which was actually today, 1 year ago, starting with an episode that I called Humble Beginnings. Looking at how far we've come, how far even I've come as a content creator, how far we've come as a community, and just kind of looking back as to all of the different directions that we've taken to this moment today. And then also, where do we go from here? I want to start this episode off, of course, by saying hello. Welcome, everybody, to the show. I am your host, Resla. And wow, just what a day that it is. You know, seeing that it marks a year since my very first upload of this actual show, Opinionated, the very first video, the very first show. I'm not gonna lie, there there were some moments when I wasn't even sure if this journey was even gonna be worth it. But here we are. A little older, a little wiser in terms of how to do things when it comes to this. And of course, maybe just a little bit more opinionated. But it makes me think about a lot about how we got here, and then also what we're going to be doing for the future. I think about the awesome people that I've run across. I think about the haters I came across. I've thought about the conversations that I really got stuck on because I didn't have the answers to it. Not that I was supposed to have the answers to everything, but it really made me sit back in silence and go, damn, I really got a mull over on that one because I never thought about that. There has been a lot of enlightening to a lot of different subjects and topics that I was never interested in that a lot of people have opened my eyes to. But I'll also be honest with you in saying that I don't have a real set specific topic for you guys today. I've been thinking about what was I going to be doing throughout the week, and I've been really going through a whole bunch of content to try to finish out the year, especially because we're trying to finish out season two on episode 100. So I've been really thinking about a lot of different stuff. But when it came to actually today, the day what that pretty much marks a whole year around the bend for the show, it's funny I didn't have enough in me to really think about what I'm going to talk about. So I think this episode is not necessarily about any real specific topic in general, but really a reflection on where we've been up until now and what exactly does this mean for the show going into the future. Uh yes, we can open up the panel. If you haven't already seen, I've got the link already in the chat already. Pinned to the top of the chat. I will also post it in there again for you guys who are coming in a little bit on the back end for some reason if you didn't actually see it. But I do want to talk about a couple of things before we start really getting ramping up and start having a conversation in the panel. And I think about how we got started in this when we were talking about the deep dives, the panel debates, and instead when I was taking this step back to try to make sure that this was all great for all of us, for not just me, but also for you. I think about the people who were what's good, LA. Just give me a quick moment. But I was thinking about the people who were, who've been riding with me for a long time, riding this wave with me. LA being one of them. No Chaser was definitely. I think No Chaser was the first person who was actually in my chat. If I go back to think about humble beginnings, but most of all, I think about when I was trying to watch that episode, and I just thought about myself and how I rambled, and I wasn't really too sure. I knew where we wanted to go, but I wasn't too sure how we were going to get there. I'm happy to know that throughout the year, we've pretty much been on message. We've been doing the same thing. We've been asking tough questions. We've been really trying to have a lot of good conversations when it comes to people, and we've had a plethora of good characters who have come up in here who are very knowledgeable and have challenged not just each other, but I'm not gonna lie, made your boy think a lot as well. And I'm hoping that they've done the same thing for you guys. I got my phone going off and shit. I don't know where the fuck all my phone's over here. But this episode is really gonna be more of a Q&A, which I call not questions and answers, but a questions and actions, because I would like to know what we're gonna be doing for the future, because it's not a me thing as much as it's a we thing. And I think that this is a great episode for people to check in, to reflect, to give people opinions on where have they seen the show, what do they think they've liked or disliked about the show, maybe even what was your favorite thing about the show, and how can we do more to make this a more engaging show, because it's a very difficult show compared to what we're normally seeing on the internet. What can we do to make this more engaging, to bring more people into the fold? LA, what's good, my guy?
Hey, what's up, man? The fuck did I go out? Oh, that's you. Cause my stuff been acting up all day. Yep, that's me. Hold on. Resla, you
God,
muted, sir.
myself. I said that whole shit and I muted myself.
Sir, I would thought it was me. I'm over here hitting shit.
I fucking muted myself. And the moment I saw it is the moment True Key said it. I just looked down and saw the red light, and I said, "God damn it! Oh man."
You was cooking over there. It sounded like you was into what you was saying.
I would just say, like, literally, like, it's been crazy. Like, my mixer got an update, so that's been acting up, and then my system got an update, so it started rerouting browser shit. So I'm like fixing shit from my mixer, and I'm like, why am I still not hearing shit? Because the browser had to be recalibrated. It was a lot going on. That's how we're a little bit late today. But yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
How's everything with you, man?
Uh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm finally redoing timers and stuff on one of my shows on the Thin Black Line show. I
Okay,
gotta get
all right.
I gotta finally take these on records off there. I've been too lazy to do it. So I said, let me go ahead and get it together because I
Did
want to
they
revamp the show.
did they get the notification for that?
Oh yeah. I listen. I thank them. They helped me start the show off, but not everything's for everybody.
I hear that. I hear that.
So I like doing solo shows either. See, my idea was for everybody to do their own thing, and then like once in a while we all get together and have like a big show. Like, cause sometimes it's better to do stuff on your own because you can go in a direction you want to go with, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
No, it does. It's kind of the reason why I do my little monologue. I like to set the stage. Um, so that also when you have new people coming in, if they've seen you enough, they know what to expect, and they know how to engage with your stuff. They're not, this is what I thought it was. Like, no, motherfucker, I've been doing this for a while. This is what it's always been. You got your
Yeah.
base. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. So, sometimes things work, sometimes things don't. But like I said, I appreciate them dudes because they helped me out without having to. They could have easily told me to F off, but they didn't. They gave me the chance. And we all doing our own thing now.
I mean, and it's like that. Sometimes you get with people and it's good for the short term, but sometimes we just have different visions. That's all it
Yeah.
is. But
I
I,
mean,
I think it's awesome. I mean, not for nothing. That's why I really always enjoy the locker room. Regardless
mhm.
of what else we're doing, we all get together and we all kick the shit from what's going on there.
Yeah. I don't know how much longer the locker room gonna last, but let's go. We'll get with that one. I don't know how much longer that show gonna last. To be honest with you,
I mean, we used to think the same thing for on the Portrait of the Blacks, but even that's kind of changed.
yeah, it changed hands a couple times, which I don't mind. Which I don't mind.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, this whole social media game is a chore, man. I don't think people realize how tough it is.
they don't. I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about that, but then I paused just when I was thinking about it because I didn't want it to come off as complaining, especially to those who are not willing to take up the mantle. Because there's plenty of people like you chose to do this. You're absolutely right, but there's also this big misconception like just because we start out as YouTubers, like we're all just getting money. No, you got to work towards seeing anything. If you get to see anything, for some reason they just think that the moment you cut on the camera, regardless of how long you've been on, you be getting paid. Like, no, we spend our
No.
personal time. It's not a matter of just picking up whatever comes out. Some of us really have to spend time editing. For anyone who's ever had to edit a video, who's in whoop, fuck it, just edit a short. You know it takes time. So imagine what an entire video looks like. Imagine what it's like to sit there and try to entertain people, by the way. You got your own regular life and you got to entertain people and be engaged with a whole topic that you're hoping that everybody else will also join. So that's the thing. You're making things that you want other people to also be a part of. It's not easy, but
No.
over time, you do find like minded people who rock with you, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that, and I know that literally. I hope that with the kind of community that we have, that the day that ever comes and where I feel like I'm not really enjoying it, that I can say that honestly to the community and that they'll give support. I'm not saying monetary support, just they'll give support and understanding and trying to even help out with that, whether it's provide content themselves. I know some of us, we have people that we rock with who try to help us out by giving us content. They send us some emails or DMs or whatever. But I think for the most part, a lot of people just sit back and they just think we got this, and it's not always that easy. Sometimes I don't even come up with content until literally the last hour to 30 minutes.
Oh, so true, bro. God damn. You know, I think it's all YouTubers at this point.
You're a little low.
They might.
What were you saying? You're a little bit low.
Hold on a second. I told you my shit been acting up. How is that now? Let me feel now. You still
Oh
there?
shit. Uh, wait. Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, I don't know why it's fucking now. Hold on a second.
All right.
Back up. Fuck.
Oh, well, whatever you did there,
It's better.
much better.
I don't know what the hell going on with my system for some odd reason. I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. I completely lost it. I'll get it back.
Just talking about basically how it is. It's like all the work that we really have to put in that people don't really understand.
Oh yeah. And then you gotta hope people want to hear it. And then I used to love doing it. Now we just have a friendly relationship. This is not. I don't know. Like I can. I used to be able to sit in those things for hours and talk. Now, after a few hours, I just be like, I don't give a damn.
I don't think a lot of people really understand that as content creators, we get our days where we really just sit down. I know you and I have sat through this plenty of times. We're just like, it ain't worth it. We tell ourselves it's not fucking worth it, and yet we still turn around and do it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what I
And
was about to say with the content for half an hour. Oh my god, I think that's all YouTubers at this point. It gotta be because it seemed like it's everything for you to see, but in actuality, it's really nothing for you to see at the same damn time. It's so weird. Go looking for something to talk about and watch how you come up blank 99% of the time. You would think that it's everywhere, but once
yep,
you start learning the YouTube game, you're like, people don't care about this. That's stuff. It's a game. I'm telling you, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I had a person that was coming that sent me an email. It's some random person. Never. I don't even think I've ever seen him in the chat, but tried to give me advice. I'm looking at their page. They got no content, no nothing. I'm like, why are you giving me advice? But I'm listening to what they're writing. I'm thinking about it in my head when they're like, oh, all you got to do is just look at your YouTube feed. You should have all the information that you need to make create a show. You have no idea what the fuck my YouTube feed looks like.
Not one bit.
Honestly, like if it was like I just joined a whole bunch of panels and that's all I really got, and I could maybe just even look at something that they got and they can tune me into something I might want to do. It's not like that. The majority of my content, ladies and gentlemen, is food. Because I like to cook. It's food. It's like nice places to do the vacation and stuff. It's really not any of that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most people really don't even provide you good advice.
No,
They
no.
really just provide you with what they would like as an individual, or or what they have seen been done by other people that they can't even relate to, but expect you to relate to. That's why when like somebody comes to me and then said, "You know what will make your stuff better, wrestler? If you be like more like Lex Friedman or Mr. Beast." I'm like, "Do you even know what kind of network they have? You know how long
Mm-hmm.
they've been doing this shit? What are we doing here?"
Not the
And you can
money.
just say that blatantly out your mouth, like, "Oh, that's all I had to do. Thanks."
Imagine how much the editing costs. Holy cannoli.
I mean, let's just be honest, LA. They're at a point where all they got to do is turn on the camera and do whatever.
That's
They
it.
really don't have to do anything else. They have
Mm-mm.
teams that help them with everything else. They got to worry about their lighting. They ain't got to worry about their mic, their audio. They just sit there, get the guest. They probably don't even have to get the guest. Somebody else books the guest for them, and they just sit there and they have to have the questions. Oh, who am I supposed to be talking to today? Or I'm talking to Angry Snowman. What would I like to ask Angry Snowman? Write a whole bunch of shit down. Show up for the day of who we got today. Oh, Angry Snowman's coming out. Oh, no problem. I'm gonna flip to my page. Guys said I wrote stuff about Angry Snowman because you mentioned he might be showing up last week, and that's it.
You know, it is a freedom to that.
There
It
is.
is. It's a hell. Imagine you can come in and not worry about anything and just talk.
Dude, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That is a fucking freedom.
But it takes
Yeah.
time to get there.
Yeah.
Well, if
I
you
mean, not
think about it, have you ever went back and did you go back and look at your very first stream from
I
a year ago
did. I did.
compare it with last night's stream and how much it's evolved since the beginning?
So much different. So much. Oh my god.
Dude, I had to pull up just a piece of one of my very first videos I did 5 years ago and show you how poor the actual stream quality was and the
I felt
production quality. I mean,
so.
dude, it was so horrible.
I felt so bad because I'm sitting there thinking about so many times where like the audio was bad. Yeah, that was way back when I didn't even have this mic or my last mic before it broke down, and that was a Shure mic too. Where or I was going through all that stuff. I didn't have a mixer. I didn't have any of this shit. Like my mic was like USB, but I didn't have a mixer or anything. It was a lot I was going through.
Now, see,
Um, I was
I was
I was
fortunate enough. I
just
had
learning
audio.
OBS.
I had plenty of audio, dude, because I was a musician. So I just took a lot of my equipment that I had and transitioned it into the podcast thing. The
So
thing
you
I
got
didn't have,
lucky.
the thing I didn't have was at the time was a computer that could actually keep up with what I was trying to do.
Yeah, you
I
got lucky.
remember I
I
was
had the
using it.
computer,
I
and
was
because
using
I worked in production, I knew lighting. I knew lighting. I knew video. I didn't know sound that well. So you were already ahead of me because I learned that people will take a shitty video. They won't take shitty sound.
right. Well, dude, my first computer that I was using was one of those Dell Inspiron 3-in-1 touchscreens. Had like maybe 15 gig of RAM on it. You know, it was running on a Pentium 3 or 4 or something. And dude,
Whew.
I'm sitting here trying to run OBS, run my mixer through it, go and open up tabs to share video links and shit, dude, and couldn't figure out why my stuff kept crashing. You know, it was crashing on me all the time. And then finally, somebody asked me what my specs were on my computer, and they said, "Well, that's your problem, man. You're overloading your computer, man. It can't keep up." You know, so after doing it for a few years, I finally broke down and first I went out and bought a low priced gaming computer,
Yep.
and then after I got the handle of what was going on, I gave that one to my son and bought one for about $5,000. That's got like I got dude, it's ridiculous. I got what is it, a 32 gig of RAM on my computer. Plus, I got it's got that intercooler on it. Where it's running a coolant fluid through the computer to keep it cooled down.
See, I'm fucking hard headed because the only computer I have bought literally since I want to say the late 90s has been my laptop. Every system I have, I built. I just refuse to buy shit already constructed because I really feel like they're jipping me. So I painstakingly build every system I have, understanding that it's taking me longer than just forking over the extra dollars. That's just me being stubborn.
And actually, Con Shonery, my CAD mic croaked out on me, and that was a great mic. Just so you know, that was a $200 fucking studio mic, and it crapped out on me. So right now I'm using one of my old gig mics that I used to use until I can get the money up to get another condenser mic. Because
Yeah,
I don't like
I'm one of those assholes.
I'm one of them assholes that I ain't going to go out and buy shit unless it's quality shit.
Exactly. Actually, you know what? What's so weird is that I took the risk of getting this mic. I took a risk because the entire beacon system was new. The only thing I really had to go on with the mic, with the mixer, was that it's made by the same people who made the Go XLR. That's the only thing I went off of. And since everybody had the Go XLR and I didn't want to deal with that big ass pad, I said, let me try it.
Dude,
And
I
it's
use a
been
little
really good with me.
I use a little 2-channel Mackie. That's what my mixer is just a little 2-channel Mackie. Because that's all you really need on here. But 2 channels. Unless you're planning on doing actual IRL streams and have people in a studio on mics with you. Now, before I had this 2-channel Mackie, I had a 22-channel Behringer that had
Pause on that. Can you explain to me what you think an IRL stream is?
Because in real life.
No, I know what it stands for. But what the fuck do they actually do? I see motherfuckers in cars. I see motherfuckers at parties. I see motherfuckers in front of their own setup.
That's not an IRL, man. To me, an IRL is when you're sitting down like you're at a news studio and having a discussion with someone.
So there's people people who won like the streamer awards. Like one guy named he's all over my stream feed right now. MMP Nick. He's an IRL streamer. He's a multi-millionaire, but his content is really just around pretty much low-key harassing women that's on his team. And that's it. That's all. He's in his car. He's at home. They're cooking shit together, whatever. There's no real topics. There's no real subject. There's no real nothing. And he's got too many subscribers for me to think about. And he's a multi-millionaire. He literally has people orbiting. They come just to be around him, to live in his house and everything, just to be able to boost up their fan base. And he's considered to be an IRL streamer. And I'm like, what do you do? Because I'm learning, like, people say it's a niche, but it's just fucking random, and I don't get it.
I mean, I guess
if this was really like a podcast studio, I would literally call it a podcast, but it's not a podcast.
Right. I mean, I guess that to a certain degree, if you're one of those guys that like to go out and walk the streets when there's any kind of political, event going on or something like that, then I would kind of consider that, IRL to a degree, because you're, interviewing people in real time at these events.
Yeah, I think of them the same way as I would look at basically the auditors. They go out looking for people to do. Actually, I would give more credence to the people who are interviewing than the auditors. I'll be honest with you, because the auditors are out there basically going into areas where most likely they're gonna find trouble, versus people who do interviews are really up for the people themselves to actually engage. That's how we got the Hawk Tour girl. And to answer your question, No Chaser, no, I don't need orbiters. I don't want orbiters. I like viewers. I like supporters. I don't want orbiters. Because here's the truth about orbiters is that there are people who come to you so that they can use you and springboard forward. I don't need people to feel like they need to be around me to springboard forward. If you want help and I got it, why wouldn't I lend you a hand? That's the way
Hey,
how I look at it.
real quick, hey, Con Shonery, does that sound better? Is my top end down a little bit more? Does that sound more natural? Does it sound better to you, Rez?
Sounds good to me.
Well, Con was saying that the top end sounds a little more pronounced than what it should.
Over the better part of a year, I've had Conscionery trash talk me on my mics for a while.
Well, that's all he does, man. Look, but see, the thing is the way we hear it through our headphones and the way the audience hears it after it
Not the
goes
same.
through goes through, the network and everything, it is not the same.
It's not the same.
So
I
you literally got to rely on your.
like, y'all saying my shit is fucked up. It sounds good to me. It sounds good to me.
Well, that's why you got to rely on your audience, man. Like me, I'll do a test stream once or twice a year.
Yep.
Especially if if I get a new mixer or something. That way, I can get my audience to help me with getting my adjustments right to where everything sounds, nice and professional. I like to have that FM radio sound when I'm talking.
Yeah, I'm still like I'm kicking myself for not being more involved in the audio game. Like I got away from audio real quick when I was in production. Like I started working on audio, so I know how to connect everything up. But as far as calibrating, worrying about monitor speakers, running snake cables, going into a board, I said I'm not. Nope. I went straight over to lighting. I got into video, and that's been my thing ever since. I really wish I stayed more time in audio.
I'll be honest with you, man, because I'm a musician, audio, the way things sound, I'm anal about. Like, I'll go back. Let me ask you this. How often, when you first started doing this, did you go back and actually rewatch your streams just to listen and critique yourself?
In the beginning, a lot. I want to say somewhere in the second quarter, not as much because I was going live a lot more frequent, so I didn't have as much time to critique myself as much as I would like.
Right.
But
Like
even
me,
when I took time off, like when I was off a couple of days, one of the things I did was I went back to go take a look at my shit, and I was just like, "Holy shit, that was cringe!" Like,
right.
that was really
Bro,
bad.
one of my biggest habits when I first started doing this was I'd drop the F bomb like normal people say the word the. You know what I'm saying? And I would go back and I would read or listen to it, and it would cause me to like cringe listening to myself talk, dropping F bombs and you know motherfuckers and this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? And it forced me to make a collective, concerted effort to try and change up the way I speak to people and be a little bit more professional about it.
You know what's crazy? Me watching myself, even when I go back to the first episode of Humble Beginnings, me watching myself, you would never think I would have been working in any form of communications. I was just like, that's how I sound. Jesus Christ! Like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I'm like, there's no way you would have believed I talk to people. I talk to people for a living. You would have never thought it.
Yeah,
It was bad. It was
anybody
bad.
anybody that live streams knows exactly what you're saying. Anybody that's had to deal with StreamYard or any of these apps that you use as a streaming platform to be able to do all this, they know exactly what you're talking about because there is a learning curve to all this shit. Big learning curve.
Big learning curve. Yep.
And like you said, man, it isn't like you just get on here, and you come up with an idea and you start talking about it, man. I mean, there's a lot of production effort that is involved on the back end of this, that if you ain't got a lot of us, we don't have a production team.
Just
Like
you.
it's just you. So it might take you, half the day just to get everything edited and put together right before you can even stream.
So so the funny part is like before I started going live, well not before I got but before I started going more live on a consistent basis, people would end up with shorts from me. People would get maybe once or twice, if lucky, in a week, a live stream. But people would mainly get shorts from me almost 4 times a fucking week. People would get a video from me. But once I started going live a lot more, I'm like, plus my regular life, I got no team. It's just me and spending, and I'm not like an editing pro. So I'm like, I don't got time for all that shit. And I would love to do videos. I would still love to do shorts. I don't got that kind of fucking time. And to do a live stream, several live streams a week, I can't do it. I can't do it. I would love to,
Well, look,
but I
if you
just
want to generate a living off of this, you actually got to treat this as if it's actually a real, small business. You got to put
right.
everything into it, and your return is not going to be what you've invested for the first couple, 2 or 3, maybe 4 years. Like I said,
I agree.
I didn't start seeing any revenue, any at all, until about 2.5, 3 years of doing this.
So the funny part about it, like, I had a person talking about, oh, like, they said me, oh, congratulations being monetized. You gonna start seeing that dough yet? I just got monetized. I'm not seeing a goddamn thing yet. Do you know how long it normally takes people to before they get their first payment from YouTube if they receive that? Not to mention if they manage to get monetized. Just because you're monetized doesn't mean that you do everything to stay monetized. It's like
Dude, after I got monetized, it took me 1 month to see my first YouTube check.
it might take me a while.
It may, but a lot of it also depends on your audience.
That's also true.
Because you got to remember, we don't have, most of us, for one, we don't have the kind of sponsors that a lot of these big platforms have that are sponsoring and helping pay stuff in. We
True.
are solely dependent upon whether or not our viewers or the listeners of the show appreciate what we're doing and they want to throw us a donation. I mean, we operate kind of like fucking PBS does. We're completely sponsored from viewers like you.
Yeah. And I mean, for the most part, what's going on, Uncle Tom? For the most part,
Shit. This Negro here.
this Negro here. Yeah, for the most part, like I said, I do all this with I do this the same way how I left the corporate world, which is funny. I'm still kind of in the corporate world, but I'm not a full-time employee. I'm a contractor. But I do this the same way how I did that big changeover. At some point, I would just love to still just work for myself and with people who rock with me and not necessarily need to be worrying about being under the thumb of someone else. I'd rather be being someone who can negotiate from a position rather than being told what to do and I'm just wasting my time.
Right.
That's just the way how I look at it. I honestly, like, I'm 42. You're 42. Ellie, you're 40 or 41 now. I think you're
I'll,
41 now, right?
Yeah, Dick Gobbler.
I'll be 46 here in March.
So we're all in our 40s. Like, we all understand at this point that it's gonna sound nasty the way I'm gonna say it. You don't have to agree, but we see time a little bit as how many years we have left versus how many that we already had. Not now we're kind of counting down to when we're not gonna be here. It's a bad way to look at it.
Who counts down? Y'all niggas is crazy.
I wait, no, because here's my thing. When I say countdown, I'm not talking about countdown to your demise. Countdown to how much active you can actually be. There's no people sitting around in their fucking 70s being hyperly active.
Shit, you gonna watch me at motherfucking 70. I'm gonna do it, baby.
Everybody thinks they're fucking the exception to the rule.
Shit, I've always been the exception to the rule.
Look, dude, my grandpa, he was almost 90 when he died. And that motherfucker was the most active 90-year-old. He was out there in those streets. He was out. Dude, he was still out chasing tail at 90 years old like he was in his 20s. It was crazy.
That's not everybody. I ran into a guy who was 90 years old and he was actually still going to the gym. I'm like, okay, cool. But let's be honest, for the average individual, most people don't even, let's be honest, most people don't make it to 90.
Making to 130, dog.
No, all right. Guess what? I'm gonna live to see it.
Dude, if I make it past 70, I'm gonna be pissed off at God.
Yo, like, what are you doing?
Right, like I done lived my life. Let me check out. Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm
like,
okay with it. Have you noticed when you get older, you kind of start getting okay with your mortality?
yeah, it reminds me of when I was younger in my 20s and I was looking at one of my uncles and it went from he's cool, everything is fine, everything is fun, to older, he started having a lot more conversations about the fact that somebody that he knows had passed away. And I'm just like, damn.
Dude, that becomes
Hey,
a
how's everything going on today? Oh, so and so died, and I'm like, damn. Now you're sitting around just watching all the people that you've loved and you've grown up with just start fading away. And I'm like, that's the difference between, oh, we're living longer. Yeah, but we don't have the same amount of quality that we used to. It's not the same thing. Living longer does not mean the quality of health is still the same. It's not. We haven't made that trade-off. Drugs keep us longer, but not younger.
Well, see, I just don't want to. I'm not thrilled or excited at all to see the evolution of our culture in another 20 years.
20 years, shit.
To be honest with you, I mean, you look at what it is now, and give it another 20 years, and dude, I'm going to be. Look, people like us are going to be so out of touch with reality because of what we grew up with that it's going to be like a foreign world to me, and I don't want to be a part of it.
Interesting.
I mean, just think about it, Tom. I mean, look at how different things are from just the 90s and 2000s, the early 2000s to now.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, sir.
I mean, it's already like a different world.
I just said it's interesting.
I met a girl, I want to say about 2 months ago. When she looked at me, she was like, how old are you? And I'm just looked at her and I was like, I can't believe I'm going to play this game with you, but how old do you think I am? And she
37.
went 30. And I was like, okay, keep going. And she's like, 35. And I just started laughing. I said, okay, cool. She's like, I'm right? And I said, I was born 1980. She said, 80? Oh my God. The girl was like born in like 1990, like 1999 or something like that. I'm like, chick, I was just graduate. I was getting to graduate high school like when you were born. The fuck?
Dude, what kills me are these these kids that were born after 2000s, and you say you were born in like I was born in 1979.
19?
You were born in the 1900s? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, you is an old motherfucker, nigga. You was born in the 70s, wasn't you?
Last year of it.
Damn, you were old.
You hear this motherfucker like,
Dude,
I am right there.
I am getting old,
motherfucker.
I am getting old.
Hey, you need to send me your fucking you need to send me your address again.
I'll put it in the back for you.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Okay, I'll just put your email in the back.
No, you're good. You're good. Just put it in the back. I got you. I just didn't want you, this nigga, goddamn Resla, a serial killer, dog.
Dude, I think Resla's watched me enough to know that he'd be making a mistake coming to my house.
Ain't no one scared of you, white boy.
We'll see, but okay.
That's exactly how I want you guys to feel. Not afraid. Don't feel afraid to come here.
I ain't afraid of you, crackers.
Don't feel afraid to come here, please. All of you Negroes, come to my house.
Niggas. Say it with me. Niggas.
See, now you got me breaking my rule, dude. I only use that word when I can use it to piss someone off or hurt their feelings.
Oh, good luck.
I don't use it to be a term of endearment.
Listen, I'm like Tom over here. I'd be saying it to make white people uncomfortable. I'd be saying that shit
No,
around
you ain't
work.
gonna make me uncomfortable.
Well, not you.
Don't
I think
you say it. Don't you fucking say it, Resla. Don't you fucking say it. Don't fucking say it. I'm tired of you motherfuckers taking my whiteness away from me.
Well, you are a dirty white boy, so you technically a nigga.
Fuck you.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Fuck
All right.
you.
All right. Is that how you feel? It's okay. Hey, Yeah.
You fuck.
We know when you hit the proper age, your Negro card got sent to you in the mail.
Oh, motherfucker! Are you serious?
OG pick up his old head card.
That's a fact. I don't know what we're doing here,
in the mailbox.
Yeah.
What's crazy is that Negro card does me more justice than my white privilege card ever did. That's crazy.
Just saying.
I never thought when I was in my early.
I'd be getting those people around me. They'd be like, "Oh, Resla, can I I just got this card in the mail. Can I activate it? I said, give me that fucking card. Nope, you're not privileged to use that
We're
shit.
revoking that shit.
I don't give a fuck what your friend told you. You're not privileged to use that shit. You use that shit. Ooh. You gonna get your whole drawer revoked.
Oh yeah, we gonna get that bitch.
Dude, you can tell when some people try to force certain shit, like they've been saying things their whole life, and you can tell when it's forced.
Yep.
And you can tell when it's someone that's actually been a part of the culture and been saying the shit and talking. It's a part of their everyday lexicon.
Yeah,
Like, look,
my
dude,
homeboy, he white as fuck. That motherfucker been saying nigga since I know the motherfucker.
bro, you know how many times I stop myself on these streams from saying it because I'll be sitting here talking and it would just come right out of my mouth.
Oh, so racism was a thing. Was that what you're saying?
So keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, Tom. Yeah, I can. Keep in mind, Tom. The guy the white boy, who's been around all his life and is part of his culture, right? Did he ever have to come to you and say, "I got black friends"?
No, not one time.
Exactly my point.
Not one time.
Not one time.
I've never had to say that to anybody either.
Oh no, you definitely not ready to have that card.
Yeah.
Dude, I've never had to tell anybody that either. They've just automatically assumed, yeah, this dude hangs out with Negroes.
That's a fact.
He's a Negro.
Dude, one of my best friends, my best friend has always been, my best friend's a Negro, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've been my homie my whole fucking life.
He's been a Negro his whole life?
No, he's only been a Negro for the last 20 years of his life because he grew up with white parents. He was richer. He had privilege. He had white parents. He had privilege, and his white parents paid for him to go to the Ohio State University. So,
same place I went.
So he doesn't know what it's like.
Ohio
he doesn't know what it's like to be a
Ohio State. The Ohio State.
You got to put that D in front. If you say it wrong, motherfuckers come at your throat, boy. He come at your throat, nigga. For real.
But yeah, I've always had them in my family. And it was weird too because like half my family was racist as fuck, dude. You know what I'm saying? So it was almost like the girls that were dating black guys that and made them part of the family were doing it just to piss off their dads.
That's predominantly true too.
I still remember my uncle and my grandpa telling me, "Look, I know you hang out with them colored, and don't be bringing them around here."
Oh, I've never had that.
I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
I've actually been to rallies, so
Oh, I've been to a Klan rally.
Yeah, they're pretty fun.
Dude, they are fun, aren't they? Watching these old ignorant white dudes fucking crash out.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah, dude, you ain't never in your life. You ain't never did that shit or watched that shit. That shit's funny as fuck. You're like, nigga, you don't even make sense. Oh, stop it.
Dude, every summer in Ohio in Bell Fountain, they have a Klan rally at the courthouse. All right, every summer. There are more black people that show up to that thing than there are white people.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And you be like, if you just knew I was beating this dog shit out your wife, your girl pussy, boy. Sometimes you like a mold up in that bitch.
But the truth of the matter is, though, Uncle Thomas, if you listen to a lot of these, I guess these Klan members that are still trying to keep the Klan alive, and you listen to these pro blacks, they sound exactly the same.
They are the same, sir. They're both.
They sound exactly the same rhetoric and everything.
Absolutely.
So I've always been one that's tried to wrap my mind around why black pride and black power is okay in America, but white pride and white power is racist. I mean, that don't make sense to me.
Hey, hope y'all got y'all music ready for the night, dog. Hope y'all got y'all music ready for the night.
Why?
Your best songs that you want to hear. Come, you gotta be on the panel, get a free. Everyone else got to pay. Your best songs that you want to hear us break down and rate their bars. Oh yeah, see who has the best song. We should put a bracket together. Oh, that would be even better.
Best song for what? What are you rating in these songs?
They're judging rap artists' lyrics.
Yeah, lyrics, dog.
So how far back are we going then? Because
go any far as you want.
Because most of the lyrics today are garbage, trash.
Yeah, what you want? You still gotta pass the sniff test. We're gonna break that shit down, bro.
Listen, all I'm gonna hear is a whole bunch of probably South rappers I've never heard of ever in my life.
It don't matter. You get to rate them. I ain't gonna bring no South rappers personally. I'm telling you, though.
Dude, honestly, I don't even like a lot of today's rock and roll or rap music.
I don't.
You know, not any of the current. You know what's out in the ether being played. You know, there's a few rappers like I like Dax. He's a pretty cool dude. He actually looks like he puts effort into his shit. You know, but most of these conscious rappers are garbage. You know that they all stick by. It's like they all stick to the same, plan of attack and the same model on how they build their music and shit. They all sound identical. Like somebody took a cookie cutter and just stamped them all out.
I don't think so, sir.
I do. I mean, a lot of today's rappers don't even change up their cadence anymore. It's all the same fucking cadence, man.
No, you're insane, sir. You just listen to the wrong rappers.
The wrong rapper. They're like there's
Mhm.
not an abundance of them.
Well,
There's a new rapper every 5 minutes.
That's a fact. There's a new rapper every 2 seconds. Shit, every 1 second.
there's a new one getting famous every fucking 30 minutes too. And he ain't getting famous the way you think he is.
I can't take the rap game serious.
Well, look, what was it? Last year I was doing a stream about it, and did you know what was it in it was in I think 2020 or 2021. There was like 120 rappers that were murdered just in 1 year. That's crazy, dude. And none of them, nobody knew their names until they got killed. Then people went out and started looking them up.
Disgusting.
That's crazy. I mean, can't say much about metal. Metal's garbage too, man. You know, it's sitting and telling these kids to go out and shoot up schools and fucking churches and shit.
I got a question for the chat. Because we had a growing panel we've had a growing channel that's come up, right? But I know there are people who have been here for a long time. But I know there are people who came up sporadically, and I know there's people who come up in recent events. But I'm interested. I just want to know what you guys are gonna say in the chat. How exactly did you come about finding about the how exactly did you find my channel? Most people I don't even think found me doing normal shit. So I think it's all mainly linked to the Opinionated show. But how exactly could you let me know in the chat? How exactly did you come across the Resla channel?
I found you through Uncle Tom about a year ago.
Tom, I still think about it. And I always think it's still funny. You know what I wish? I really wish before, like, because we didn't know Fight Club was gonna be gone. I really wish I had clipped more Fight Club shit.
Oh, dude, I loved being one of the only white boys that would go on Fight Club. It was great.
I really wish I had more clips from Fight Club. Just never knew it was really gonna end. So like by the time they got rid of everything, I was like, fuck, there was some good moments.
Dude, there was a one point that every time I'd hop on there, they'd instantly fucking pay to get me kicked off. As soon as
This motherfucker here, of course the Fed would say this.
Love Dewey in the building.
When you were searching low standards, I may have popped up right next to it, but let's be honest, the majority of your searches were lady boys.
You know, that's a goddamn fact. That is a fucking fact right there. Fucking dudes with tits. So I've noticed, Resla, that a lot of the traffic has kind of died down quite a bit over the last couple weeks since you've kind of walked away from the drama that came with a certain group of people.
It was intentional. There, I had to literally have a lot of email correspondence and say a few things even on my stream to let people know that I wasn't about that.
That
Um,
this wasn't the beef sector.
yeah, it threatened where I want my channel to go later on. And I know there were a lot of people like, it could be this, it could be that. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what the show is about.
Isn't it
And
funny how other people come in and try and tell you what direction and what route you should take your own content?
the thing about people is that the thing about people is that they seek more of the same. They don't really seek things to be different. Most people are not the people who like to make their own path. They like to follow what everybody else has already done.
Right.
Just gonna be honest with it. It's the same way how I just said earlier in the stream where someone says, you can be like Mr. Beast. Okay, so before Mr. Beast, who was like Mr. Beast? They would get stuck. You can only cite things that you think that you've seen already are successful, but you can't tell me how they actually made their way to success.
That's
It's
true.
simply what it is. A lot of people get stuck with also just what they're interested in, not what actually works. There are
A lot
things
of
that work on so many areas.
a lot of people think that they want to go out and engage in thought-provoking discussions and conversations and think that they still want to learn and that they're not biased to their own beliefs and stuff. But then when you watch how they maneuver and you pay attention to the panels that they prefer to get on, they literally have themselves walking around in one of the biggest echo chambers they could be in. Me, I don't like having the same content and the same discussions over and over again. I want to be challenged. I want my beliefs to be challenged. I want my ideas and what I've learned to be challenged, because that's what forces you to actually learn. And it, you ain't if you ain't willing to learn and ain't willing to admit that you may be wrong or that you may have gotten something wrong, or that someone else may have a better idea or a better understanding of something, then you really ain't in this for learning and for the discussion. You're just in this to be a troll and be an asshole.
It looks like we got a mixed blend of people that's in here.
Yeah, your audience. I mean, I will say that your audience stays pretty, steady at the 20-30 mark now. Granted, you ain't hitting 200-300 numbers like you were at first.
I hate to say this, but that 20-30 mark, I'm getting shit for that too.
What?
Yeah, it's been very subtle, but there have been content creators who be like, he's under 1,000. I don't understand why he's holding at 20 and 30.
I'm
But
under
they're like
1,000.
they're over 1,000. They're like, I be getting like 7. I be getting like 10. I'm like, stop
Maybe
comparing.
that's because you don't have any content and you suck.
It's not for me to worry about. I just go, oh, it's interesting that someone's even talking about me. Cool.
Resla, do you ever go into the YouTube search and just type your name and see if any videos about you pop up?
I get tempted, but I don't.
Dude, you ought to do it sometime. It's great.
I get tempted. I'm not gonna lie. I get really tempted, but I'm like, no, I'm not ready. Because I know if I find someone and they're talking about me, I'm most likely I know me. I'm gonna want to do a deep dive.
You're
I'm
your
gonna go
feelings.
right. I'm gonna go right into my spreadsheet. I'm gonna start pulling up. I'm gonna pull up names. I'm gonna pull up dates. I'm gonna start what they talked about me. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of shit. Like I'm gonna start doing an investigation. I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Well, just remember, Rez, if people aren't talking about you and doing streams about you, you ain't shit. Seriously. It's when people start talking about you, doing hate streams about you, you got people coming and, hate watching you. That's when you're actually doing something of value, because they're trying to stop you from doing what you're doing.
What's interesting about the kind of content that I do as well is that it's hard. I don't know why, but it's very difficult for people to, well, let me not say I don't know why, but it's been very difficult for people to clip, because a lot of people who I notice are in a particular niche. And if I don't talk about topics that fall within their niche, they're watching, but they're like, I can't use this shit because it doesn't fall in their niche for the more. So they're always waiting for something to come up that fits within their niche that they can use. And let's be honest, I think anyone that even tries to clip it doesn't have a whole lot of material that they can turn around and disagree on. They normally end up taking the conversation somewhere else outside of what the actual clip intended. And it's intentional. Could you imagine? I mean, most of the people who know me from the beginning know that I come from that black relationship sphere kind of thing, nanosphere kind of shit. But if you notice, I don't really make content on that. But any other time I've made hints to that kind of content, it was clipped. It was clipped or it was reviewed or somebody made comments on it. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I tried to stay away from it so that I would not be tied to that area. It's intentional. I can easily talk about it. It's just I had to be very oddly specific about not being there.
So Resla, did you see the Jay Prince
Nope.
Cynthia G thing?
The moment I hear Jay Prince, the answer is automatically no.
You didn't watch the Jay Prince Cynthia G?
I don't follow. I don't listen to this man. Any news I hear from other content creators. If I don't hear from Tom, if I don't hear from OG, if I don't hear from LA, if I don't hear from Cellulite, I'm not really hearing it. I just refuse.
Dude, it sounded like two fucking retards having a fucking
First of all, you said Cynthia G. I didn't even know she was back.
I didn't either until I saw this shit. And look, dude, like I said, it sounded like two retards, you know, sitting and trying to, you know, build a house with one another.
Well, of course he was gonna go back there. I'm not for nothing. She kind of gave him notoriety. Her and Kendra G actually.
Really, I didn't know. I know Cynthia G just by the you know the interaction they had. They must have known each other on a personal level because she refers to him by his slave name.
Well, remember she personally called him a bandit,
right? But she calls him James. You know, he calls him by his.
Okay. Yeah, I would never want to be caught up in the likes of that.
But no, man, she made this. I had to clip it because I'm gonna find a way to use it, man. But she had made this statement that anytime a man, just because a woman she gives you access to her vagina, doesn't mean that she's saying that you can nut in her. Just because she says it's okay to fuck doesn't mean that she's saying it's okay to nut.
Yeah, that was the dumbest thing I ever heard when I heard her say that.
Real.
That fucked me up.
That fucked me up. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's crazy.
And then she said that she's actively trying to get legislation passed to have that considered rape.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go over to my stream. Y'all have a good one, brothers.
Hey, take it easy, you old white dude.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that was easily one of the most retarded conversations I've ever watched in my entire existence.
Yeah, good luck to that happening.
I mean,
look at her. Just start looking at that kid of hers.
Yeah, man, I just heard clips of it, and that one clip just fucked me up. I think
I got an edited clip of it if you want to see it real quick, because it's crazy. It's the wildest shit you'll ever hear.
I'll take a look at it, but any conversation that's being held with JP, I know it's not going to be a decent conversation. But yeah, go and pull it up. Take a look.
Give me a second.
I know whatever conversation he brings up is not going to be a smart one.
There it is. It's in the back.
Woman, and they just have sex. He don't really care, and that's why most men be asking y'all to get a self-deletion.
No, ain't nobody getting an abortion. Hold on. No one's getting an abortion because you want them to. If you don't have a child, what should you do as a man if you don't want a child?
Well, that conversation need to be with both of them.
No. If you don't want a child as a man, as a leader, because you're a leader. As
we only leaders when y'all want to shit on us.
As a man, as a leader,
right?
What do a man need to do if he don't want to have to produce a child? What does he need to do?
Get clipped, wear condoms, don't have sex at all.
Right, or keep his bodily fluids out of her body. A woman consenting, hold on. A woman consenting to having sex is not consenting to you putting your bodily fluids in her body.
Think about that. What she just said for a second.
That is the dumbest shit
That
I've
is
heard
the
in my life.
wildest shit ever. What
Crazy.
happens when you have sex? You both release bodily fluids. Why does she assume that the man's consenting if he's putting his penis in her, consenting to her putting her bodily fluids all over his dick?
Exactly, crazy mama. Exactly. That was
Yeah.
stupid.
But dude,
Right.
listen.
Keep your body. I'm gonna start a petition to make y'all get prosecuted for rape for doing it. I'm about to propose.
I want to see that
You
petition.
make it
Vic.
sound like all these
I
black
really
women
need
are
to see
rape
that
victims.
petition. I need to see that petition. I need to see it ASAP.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Dude. But it's just it's dumb shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Dumb shit. I mean, and it's people like her and him that have a following that follow them, you know, like soldiers.
Which is why I say people need to be very careful about who they follow, because even if they turn around and say, I just watched them because of entertainment. If you watch them long enough, at some point, you're going to start spouting the same bullshit that they say.
That's fact.
And you're doomed. You have officially been indoctrinated. You are officially one of their subjects. You're not going to be exercising critical thought. I just like them because I think that they're funny. All right, cool. People don't understand that you can. What do they do about medicine? Medicine is disgusting, right? But they're slipping in the candy. You're looking at entertainment, right? But you're also taking in their medicine. Sooner or later, you're gonna wind up being a degenerate the same way how they are degenerates. Just telling you what it is. I know people that think I'm smarter than the average bear. It will never happen to me. Yet people get held up by Stockholm syndrome.
It's like
smarter than the average bear, though.
It's like we were told when we were younger. You are the company you keep.
That's a fact. That still has not changed. But people like to believe that they're special. It won't happen to me. Other people, not me, though.
No,
Okay.
you know, Resla, you've been in the beef sector. I was in the beef sector for a while.
Yes, I have.
Dude, that's a prime example. That the beef sector, you go there and you start hanging around with certain, you know, specific characters or content creators, and then you find yourself repeating or parroting the same thing that they're doing, and it goes against everything you stand for and believe in. It really does. You know, that's why I had to pull out of the beef sector. I mean, it was fun going there and trolling like a motherfucker. Don't get me wrong. But then you start seeing yourself doing more than just trolling.
I can't tell you how many times, especially when Fight Club started splitting away, that there are so many people that started choosing sides, right? And then regardless of where you go, if you start moving in different areas, the shit that you would hear, I'm like, I've heard that on at least the same words uttered on 4 different platforms. Here's another one that got mentioned by so many people. I'm gonna say just from the startup of the Black House. I know I heard this on at least 4 to 5 different black channels referring to JP. That's my president, from more than one mouth. You don't think that shit gets catchy and other people start saying it as a slogan? Right. I can't believe you don't want to watch JP. Why? You're not sub to him? Absolutely not. You're not going to get on his platform? Absolutely not. Not happening. That motherfucker entertaining as a motherfucker. If you say so. Not for nothing. Get it if it's for you. I don't like watching train wrecks. I don't like watching bonfires. None of that shit.
No, it has to be a special
I got
train
my own
wreck.
life.
It has to be a special train wreck, you know, for me to watch it.
No,
I'm
good.
I like a good crash out, man, but JP crashes out every time he gets on the internet.
The reason why we have traffic, what's good, Brick? The reason why we have traffic is not because there's a huge car pile up. It's because people slow down to watch the accident that took place.
That's a fact.
It's one accident, but everybody slows down to watch it, which is what caused the backup.
One person, it's always one person who ends up slowing everyone else down.
I can't do it.
One person creates the bottleneck effect.
I refuse to be a part of that. I get it. Some people are, I love to, but then it happens to you. And then you
don't get me wrong, JP, there's times that JP is, you know, funny as fuck. Like I've got some clips that I pulled from him that I haven't shared that he doesn't know that I have. that I may end up releasing one day in some shorts, you know, but other than that, you know, all he does is repeat the same thing over and over and
But
over.
when you say funny as fuck, let's just be honest. It's because you're laughing at him, not
I
with
am
him.
laughing at him. I'm not laughing with him. I'm laughing right at him. I'll admit it, dude. That's the difference between me and everyone else, though. I'll admit that I'm doing it because I'm laughing at his dumb, ignorant ass.
Yeah, I think that's too much of attention in my book. I can't do it. I just need to be safe. I need to secure my mind. I'll listen third party. I'll listen from other people who want to be more engrossed in that. I can't do it. I don't, to be honest with you, as much as I hear second, third hand, I don't want to be in a situation where I even hear that remotely even came close to my name coming out of his mouth.
I've never heard him speak on you.
No, not saying that he has. I don't ever want to be in a situation where I need to ever hear it because I don't know what the future will hold.
Right.
I just hope to have myself curated in a particular way that I never have to worry about it. Ever have to worry about it. Because just by happenstance of me just saying, I don't want to fuck with the nigga, there are enough people in fuck spaces that'll turn around and say, I'm going to go to JP to let him know that you don't like him so that he can come fuck with you.
Yeah, because
I
he
said it
will.
right now, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out right now that probably had that thought in your mind.
And you know he's the type that he will come and hop on your panel just to ruin it.
Guess what? He won't show up. I will not invite him up. And he's the reason why I'm not going to invite him up. Because I know he has nothing smart to say.
Well, look, I'll be honest with you. He's the reason why I haven't went back to Hamp's channel and hopped on any of his panels after that.
And I get it. People say, oh, but if he comes over here, he's going to be funny. He'll bring you numbers. No, I've seen the people that follow him as well. The answer is a resounding fuck no.
There's nothing funny about someone that doesn't take anything serious. I mean, like I said, you saw that stream that Hamp did where it was me and him, the stay-at-home dads that were up there on that panel.
I did.
And look, dude, that I felt like I was set up. You know,
they were coming for your neck
on that one. And to be honest with you, trying to compare some degenerate to somebody who's actually, a real father,
to an actual stay-at-home father, exactly.
And it drove me nuts. And the fact that they just let that dude run roughshod over the whole panel, and turn it into a JP show. That's why I haven't went back. I'll sit in the chat and I'll listen to some of their streams, but I haven't been on the panel since.
Well, I'm rather the same way, but I'm kind of like, I kind of have a time limit. I can only absorb it so much before I have to leave and just get a break. You might get me to listen to like 15 minutes of it if I'm like, I don't know, I'm doing cooking or some shit like that, but I can't stay to do it. I get so tired of the same points. I'm so tired of hearing the same people. It's not even different people, it's the same people.
Right. With the same rhetoric and the same ideology being parroted over and over and over. It's like they actively push back and fight so hard to have any kind of differing opinion. For their brain to wrap around a differing opinion is beneath them.
Yeah, sometimes you catch me like this. Wait, who's that? I don't know that voice. Oh, I know who that is. And I just put my phone down and walk away. I'm not even interested anymore. I thought it might have been someone different. Nope, same motherfuckers. Nope, I'm done. We literally have a space where we can literally call it the usual suspects. I'm just calling it how I see it.
That's crazy.
And there's new people in the space all the time. All the time. And I'm going to tell you right now, of everybody who I've seen, when I actually have seen clips or seen reviews of other people, y'all probably know more than me, but the only newest face that I've seen that I recognize because he's the newest face is Brownsville. And that motherfucker annoys me.
Dude, that motherfucker, dude. I have no words to explain what he does when I listen to him open his mouth.
Oh, I can't say that long. I can't say that long.
Dude, just the fucking the gaslighting and the fucking simp fucking bullshit. As soon as he opens his mouth when he comes on a panel is enough for me to leave.
Yeah, he lie a lot.
Well, not for that in LA. They all lie a lot. they all lie a lot. I don't know any. I don't read. I'll be honest. I don't know anyone up there that's truthful. I'm gonna just say it. I don't know anyone up there that's truthful.
Well, I've never in my life before I've got on YouTube listened to people that will sit and basically excuse away everything that a female does, like a couple people we know do, Brownsville being one of them. Like, why the fuck are you going to tell me I'm supposed to respect someone like some fucking queen and goddess that acts like she's a fucking strag and a degenerate?
Honestly, like I don't even know how far to the extent that he lies. I just know I've heard him pretty much be on the female side and co-sign shit that we all know that's been proven through actual fact and studies. And I just go, yeah, that's enough for me not to say anything to you. Like, not for nothing, that he could be a very intelligent person, but if the ideal is, like a lot of people on the internet, it's not just them, it's a lot of people on the internet. If you're playing a character, I don't want to do theater. That's just me. I don't feel like doing theater. There's a time and a place. There's a place for everything and everything in this place. It's just not with me. I'm up here. I do my thing. I like to get a little boisterous. I like to try to make it entertaining. But for the most part, who you see now is who you see in real life. I just don't do theater. The most I get a little wild is when I freaking drink, which you see me do a lot of, but I just don't get drunk.
The devil knows his own.
Well, I was about the wildest you see me get drunk is when you see me go off on beans.
Well, I was going to say with the audience you've been entertaining the last few weeks, I can see why you've been drinking though.
Oh, I've been drinking so much.
I'm just saying.
The last couple of months have definitely been drinking a lot. And sometimes like I do it just so I'm not so serious. Because I can get serious really quick. Because I understand I overanalyze. That's just my flaw. I'm a workaholic, so I tend to overanalyze. So me drinking, I take down some of those barriers. So I'm just like, I'm gonna let you rock.
I think some people don't analyze enough.
I agree.
You know, I'd rather deal with someone who overanalyzes everything than someone who doesn't pay attention to nothing at all.
Well, not for nothing. This is why, like, not for like you see the chat. You're like, what the fuck is happening here? When we cut loose, like when we had Raw B up here, when we had Will up here, LA was up here, Tom was up there, like OG was up here. We were all just cooking, going crazy. I was up here too. They weren't used to that. That's what we're all used to coming from. Everybody else was like, what is happening over here? And I'm having fun. And I'm like,
this is the normal shit. This is what's happening.
Yeah, I'm like, you're not used to this. Like, this is where I'm from. Like,
this is Negro shit, man. Enjoy it.
I'm like, this is a homecoming right now. I'm enjoying myself. This is a family reunion to me right now. But I'm also like, damn, that's right. Like, they're not used to that. I'm sitting there just having fun. Like, you really ain't gonna say shit, Resla? I'm like, I'm not. I'm fucking having a good goddamn time.
Hey, you know, and that's what it's about, man. When look, you don't want to fuck it up when there's a good vibe going. Everybody's just clowning and and chopping it up. You know, get a little bit of clap back here and there. You know, that's what a good time is. That's what people that are comfortable with each other and have engaged, enough that they can do that. That you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it.
I love that shit. I'm with you. I love it, dude.
I loved it. I was having fun. But even afterwards, I was like, oh, I wonder, like, did that really just bother a lot of people because of the structure or how much structure I've held in my channel? They're not used to it. Even when the whole debauchery shit that happened in the last couple of months, like, it was new to my channel. I don't have a problem with arguments, but the whole clusterfuck shit that was going on.
Yeah, that was wild, dude.
They weren't used to it.
I wasn't used to it because you've always been a grounded place. You know what I'm saying? Where you have structured conversations and discussions about things that matter to you. and that you think might matter to other people. You know, this whole fuck shit thing. I was like, holy crap, Resla, is he bringing the beef sector back over to, you know, to Negro Tube?
And I can't tell you how many people were sitting there, they were writing, they were clipping, they're like, not for nothing, like, white people do this too. I'm like, yeah, white people do this too.
Oh yeah, dude,
That's just us.
Like, dude, and that's why look, dude, and that's initially why since I ended up in the black YouTube algorithm, why I started coming up and talking about it. Look, when I first got on here 5, almost 6 years ago, people were doing that comparison shit. You know, you don't see white people doing this shit, and I was the one. What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't see white people doing the same shit. Yeah. Obviously, you've never been to a baby factory or the freaking trailer park, because if you had, you wouldn't be saying that shit. Because the ghetto's the ghetto, no matter where the ghetto ends up lying itself.
You're not lying. You are not lying. It is such a it's a huge wall, and it's like that thin. It's a huge wall, and they see the wall, but it's that thin. And I just find it hilarious.
Now, don't get me wrong, Resla. I have noticed that there are some slight cultural differences when it comes to white and black America, but for the most part, we're not that different from each other. We really aren't. We have the same issues, the same problems, you know, the same family and marital and children and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We have the same fears and we have the same wants and desires. You know, I just don't understand why there's a certain group of people that are so adamant about wanting to lift white people up and make them seem as though they're better than everyone else when they're not.
People don't want to believe that we're more alike than we are different. And I say, I don't care if you're from the trailer park or you're from the hood. The first and foremost thing, the same way how I say it, before anything else, I'm American first. The same way I say, you know what's the first thing you experience, whether you're in the hood, you're in the trailer park? You're American culture.
100.
You're not getting away from that first.
No.
You can talk about all these little intricacies about where you went and what you do, when whether we got to worry about the uncle touching kids or whether we got to worry about sister fucking, whatever weird stereotypes you're going to put up or whatever. That culture part, from where the mainland is and what you have to subject yourself to as a national citizen, that takes priority over everything else. Everything else is background noise, in my mind. In my mind, that's what it is. Hey, if I go over to fucking Kentucky and I'm a city boy over here in New York, you know what's the first thing I understand about you? You're also pissed off about taxes the same way that I am.
And depending on where you are in Kentucky, they may be pissed off because they're in a dry county.
Facts.
You know, there's some places in America that are still pushing fucking you know, that prohibition shit.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, poor is poor regardless of where poor resides.
Agreed.
Now I will say that there's different levels of degeneracy. You know, there's certain things that you see in each ghetto, respectfully white and black, that you don't see in the other ones. You know, like in a white ghetto, you might accidentally walk past a trailer that might blow up on you.
I said this to somebody. I said, "Hey, Lindsay," I said this to somebody. I said, I said this when I was, where was I? Fuck, I can't remember where I met them. It was somewhere. It was in the airport. That's why I can't remember which airport it was. But we were talking about different cultures, and I said, "You guys might shovel up roadkill, but we eat chitlins."
You know, that's nasty shit.
Still nasty shit. It's still the worst thing to eat.
Dude, when I was driving cab, I picked some. I went down on the south end of Lima, picked up some brother down there it was the night before New Year's. All right. He was on his way to a New Year's party. This motherfucker got into my cab with this big ass crock pot full of these nasty shit smelling fucking chitlins, dude. It was the nastiest shit. Dude, it smelled like fucking deep fried dog shit in the back of my fucking cab. For real, dude. And I could not get that smell. I said, what the fuck did you get just bringing here? He's like, chitlins, man. It's chitlins. I said, why the fuck would you eat something that smells like a bowel movement? That is disgusting, dude. I said, no wonder you guys got to dump so much fucking hot sauce on that shit. It burns the taste buds off the end of your tongue.
Oh,
Why
you
would
going
you eat that shit?
up in LA now because he don't mind his chitlins and he surely don't mind the pig feet.
No, he's just showing that he's racist. That's all.
That's all right. You racist too, man. Embrace your racism. I ain't mad at you for it.
Showing you racist. I know one thing. You should have got your white ass up and just continue to drive that goddamn car for that good black man.
I did drive that goddamn car for that good black brother, but you know what I didn't do? Ever let anybody get in my car with chitlins again because it took 3 days to get that fucking smell out of there.
Yeah, right. He gave you a good tip. He left you. He gave.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Leave, you know damn well the smell was the only tip that man left me.
I know. They'll let you know. Get it together next time.
I mean, he didn't. Dude, he couldn't even drop a little fucking a nick bag or a dime bag of weed in the back of the cab for me or nothing.
No.
You think racism is on a continuum? Do you think everyone is racist from a 1 to a 10?
Yes.
I don't think that everyone is racist. I say at a 10, everybody's prejudiced.
I agree that everybody's prejudiced 100%. Yes.
Fuck. It is the American way to be prejudiced.
That's the human way to be prejudiced.
Not racist.
No, not racist.
Prejudice saves lives.
Prejudice.
But I think racism is also still another one of those. It's a human emotion that you aren't ever going to get rid of.
Yeah, there will always be the us versus them, even in the same area.
Dude, even in the same race. I mean, if you look at it, to be quite honest with you, if you look at racism itself, the most racist people are people that are racist to their own people. And seriously, those tend to be the most racist out of the racisms.
So is racist the idea that is supposed to be wrong? And then prejudice is the thing that's okay or acceptable or something that just happens as you grow up? Or is it opposite? Where
I say they're both wrong. They're both wrong.
But you can't stop them.
No, you can't stop somebody else from having a view.
Think about the programs you saw when you were little. I'm thinking about, little kid shows that I used to watch that I remember when I was 5 years old. And I remember which one of these things is not like the other things or something like that. And they're always coercing, whatever, encouraging you to identify something that is the minority or something that is not like the others. Whether it's a triangle or a person, it doesn't matter. So you grow up from the very start with that ideology, that division, that tribal lean. Like, you know what? This little kid has, just like Lord of the Flies, this little kid has red hair and he's fat, so we're going to pick on him because he's not like the rest of us. Lord of the Flies actually had a fat kid. It was about a bunch of Boy Scouts in the wilderness in survival. And again, I see that theme in real life. On here too, and on YouTube too.
Well, I agree. We do it across age. We do it across culture.
Yeah.
So I mean, like a great example is like when so I have to train a lot of people who are younger. Like most people who I train, well, I can't believe, like every time I say it, like I'm in the 40s, like I keep forgetting, like because everybody thinks I'm in the 30s. But I think the next oldest person to me in the current group that I'm training is 35. Outside of that, they're mainly young people or in their later to mid 20s. And if I mention shows like Rugrats or Doug, they're like, huh? But if I mention Hey Arnold, they understand.
Yeah.
Same concept, just different characters. The shows are basically the same.
Mm-hmm. We are encouraged, is a better word than forced. We are encouraged to pick out what is not alike and what is alike and to have kind of a tribal culture. And then you can notice this too. I don't know if you have or not, probably. When you get on a mixed panel with Black people and white people, this happens almost every time. It should be a statistical law. Racism always gets brought up. So if we can't control racism, if it exists, if it's part of a natural inclination, then what do we do next? Do we just accept it and say, well, now what? And how do we use it to our advantage? Or do we try to stop it, which is completely ridiculous because we know it's never going to stop.
Lindsay, beat. Let's keep it a little honest. Racism gets brought up by people that pretend that they're victims.
Yeah, I think
there it is.
I think it's a difference, man. I think, why do you care? I mean, not to be disrespectful, but the difference is when I say some shit to Snowman, it's because I've been knowing her for years,
right?
And we just have that relationship. I think this is the thing. When men usually do it to each other, it's because we just breaking each other balls. And I think when women do it to each other, it's because y'all probably actually feel that way. I don't think any on this panel really give a flying hell about racism. It's just funny to talk about when we just, that's what we do. We just add.
Oh, it's just something I noticed.
Yeah, I noticed. I get that.
But you asked.
Honestly, Lindsay, if I was in your state, if I saw you, I get a drink with you the same way how I would with Brick, the same way how I would with Snowman. Like, honestly, as much as Simon be talking about this black shit, but he ain't been raised around black people, I get a drink with Simon.
No, I'm not gonna. No, Simon touched pussy. I'm not drinking with him. Yeah, right. I'm not drinking nowhere near Simon. Keep that shit.
Well, we usually, if it's nothing, if no one cares, if it's really
I say
a misnomer,
trenches, nigga, you're gonna get a drink with me. Don't even play.
There we go.
I don't give a shit about racism. I just wanted to come up and say that.
That's fine with me.
Okay, but it's there like the pink elephant. Now I don't have to make an issue out of it. I can drop it right now. If you want to drop it right now, it's fine.
I don't.
It's just an observation, and I was noticing how we have these certain statistical laws that just, regardless of what we're doing or we're thinking, they just come about every damn time. And an example is Hitler. He's mentioned every so often. I forgot what the actual effect is called. There's a law.
Hitler effect.
Hitler is mentioned every such amount of seconds somewhere in America, something like that. And because people are often thinking,
because you pay attention to it. Everyone's mentioned 3
give me a
seconds
chance,
at a
please.
time. No. What you're talking about
wait a
is
minute.
is an
Wait a minute,
absolute.
I'm not complaining. I'm just talking and sharing an idea.
No, but you gotta realize what you're speaking about.
Simon's slurring harder than normal this early.
Shut the fuck up, Flo.
Wait. Simon,
Drink until you're dead, bitch.
Simon, what exactly do you think that she said that she's wrong about?
Look, anyone could pay attention to something. Like, if I didn't know, like,
I didn't get to finish my
color.
Hitler.
No, it's not like you're not gonna be able to finish your point, right? I'm not.
Simon, shut the fuck up.
This dude
wow,
is
that
weird.
worked.
Well, I'm just saying, look.
Simon, shut the fuck up. It's not your turn, you bitch.
You know I fucked you up in your state.
I'm not gonna let you finish if you don't let other people finish.
You know that. That's why you keep playing with me. Okay.
No, wait,
don't do that. I'm speaking to the lady.
No. Since it's already there, Lindsay, finish your point, please.
Okay.
Okay, look.
Oh, okay. His name is Lindsay.
Nah, she asked me a question. I was
all right.
about to answer.
All right. Let's just do talk. He's going to anyway. It's okay.
Right. So look, if you see the color blue, and
nope, I'm not going to.
Why is this nigga interrupting? What's wrong with you?
Because you interrupted. You interrupted.
No,
Lindsay.
no, wait, no, I didn't.
Yes, she actually did.
No,
she was right in the middle of a thought, and
no. We were talking.
You interrupted her.
No, we were talking. Flo interrupted.
No,
you did.
It wasn't even up yet. You interrupted.
No, she asked me a question.
No, she didn't.
She did not.
Oh, she didn't.
No, she didn't. No.
All right, rewind it.
Bitch, we all listening. What is wrong with you?
Oh, you didn't ask me a question, Lindsay?
No, I didn't.
Okay, cool. All right, there you go.
Maybe I'll ask you one later, but I just wanted to finish my
All
point.
right, cool. You're not that pretty anyway, but anyway.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's what somebody told me yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
All right, dude. We got it. You want
Yeah, I know. You want to play me like that? You literally asked me a question.
Lindsay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the point was there are certain anomalies that actually occur frequently. So that's the paradox of the situation. And one of them is the Hitler thing. People automatically think, what's the worst thing I can think of? And they automatically go to Hitler. There's so many places they could go, but they automatically go to Hitler, so much so that it's a statistical law. It has an actual name, a proper noun name, that says that Hitler's name will be brought up every such and such seconds in the United States. Now, I'm kind of thinking along the same lines with racism, but I'm trying to tie these two together. Why is it that we always go to things like this that are handy, but they're also very derisive, and we go nowhere with them? And see, this sounds like a complaint again. I got Flo echoing in my head saying, "You're just complaining." I want to know why. I want to know
Because people are
You're
psychotic.
black. You have never experienced what the black experience is.
Yeah, well,
That's
No.
why
neither
you
of you,
speak
Simon.
like
Neither
that.
of you. Neither of you,
I've
sir.
probably
You ain't
experienced a
never
blacker
fucking
experience than Simon has.
experienced it. Simon, are you serious? You're from the UK, you moron.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
a snowman by
me
project.
and Snowman are both blacker than you are. Shut the
What
fuck up
you
and have a
talking
crop there.
about, ho? God damn.
All right, it went
Yeah.
left. All
So
right.
what I
You're a
was gonna
snowman by definition.
so what I was gonna answer to you there, Lindsay, is that people are psychotic. And when I say that, what I mean is they get stuck on a thing that they believe is a
Now this
thing.
nigga gonna diagnose people all of a sudden.
So anyway, yeah, what I was trying to say is that there's this.
Keep going. Keep going.
So
Go
yeah,
on, run your mouth, nigga.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
so what I
Go.
so what I was saying. Well, before I get into that,
Mm-hmm. What you wake up and wake up to?
Jesus Christ, Simon, do you always have to act like a vagina?
Nah, this nigga's turning around and go, yo, people are psychotic. Like he knows what the
He hasn't even
program
finished
is.
his statement. He gave
Yeah,
the
because he
couple
can't
of
even
words,
fucking
and
say
you kept
shit.
going. Do you even know what he was going to say?
Nah, I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna pull
Oh,
back
you,
and
you
pull
sure you
back
can?
2
You
cows
can
and
do
a
that?
mule.
You sure you can hold back?
Yeah,
You get it all out?
yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm cool. I'm
He ain't
cool.
even
Kick him. Kick him.
I appreciate you, bro. I want to hear what this nigga's gonna say. Go on.
Go ahead, Brick.
What his N-word pass revoked last week?
No, he's still on a continuance.
Yeah, so when I come up on the panel, normally what I try to do is I try to give everybody the opportunity to speak if they're going to speak. But if someone has a direct contention with me, I have no problem with going at them as they would go at me. Simon, I'm calling you out on that. So if you want, we can do that. I don't know if Resla wants that here, especially considering Lindsay just asked a question and I was attempting to answer. But
I would like, I would like us to address what Lindsay was talking about. If we got to get into that, if that's what y'all two want to talk about, we can talk about it. We got the people for a jury and everything.
Yeah. So, well, psychology, right? There's a study of psychology. That's the ology part of it, and then there's the psyche. So, it's a reference to a person's mind, right? And the mind, what's going on in there? A lot of people say, that's a real thing. And the reality of it, it's not tangible, so it's not like a real thing. But it does affect us because it's part of us. What we say is part of us. It's the I, it's the it, it's the I am. And that's what isms are. That's the nationalism, the racism, the communism, and all of that, really. So when it comes to racism particularly, yeah, it is one of those quote unquote things that certain people try to drive as being a thing.
All right. So where did you learn?
So hold on, Simon, because really it's not a conversation you were included in because you just kind of spurred, and Lindsay probably wants to respond to that.
Nah, I'm asking you.
No, she doesn't. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were. I didn't realize that was a thing that you already knew about.
He's responding to what Lindsay was talking about. So if Lindsay wants to
I
capitalize on that,
all right, okay, we can hold that back.
I'm just here for discussion, and I don't mind whoever wants to talk. Just I don't like the ad homs.
Can we make a rule that Simon has to take a shot every 5 minutes or so until he dies?
Oh, shut the fuck up! I ain't in your place. Like your place is behind bars, nigga.
I'm just asking. It sounded like a good idea to me.
I ain't speaking to you, bro.
And your place is behind another man's ass.
No,
Oh
your
my
place is
goodness.
behind bars,
Wait,
bro.
hold. Okay, hold on. Josh, what's your thought on it? Due diligence. Welcome to the panel. Same thing for James. Welcome to the panel.
I think it's funny how we think that people hold these deep, inherent, meaningful beliefs in one moment, but they're complete idiots the rest of the time. I sincerely believe that the vast majority. I sincerely believe that the vast majority of people that use let's say for like the concept of using like race as a division point, right? You're doing it because it's the easy way. It's an easy marker. You can look at who's black,
Why?
who's
Because you're
white,
white. You're
who's
saying
brown,
that shit. Why do you think? Wait a sec. How do you think white?
Shut the fuck up and let
Black.
somebody finish a thought, you moronic fucking
You're
Brit.
being,
Dude, that's
being
why
totally
nobody
white
likes you
right now.
fucking British,
You're being
dude. You're
totally
fucking
right.
disrespectful,
You're being
arrogant,
totally white
interrupting
right
fucking
now.
pricks, dude.
No.
You guys have no fucking like Jesus fucking
No,
Christ.
this isn't all Brits. This is just drunks.
You're being wild because of the
This
fact
is,
that
you know,
I'm
this
just
is why
saying
the
as a
Brits
black
got kicked out.
person, You're
This
saying
is why you
like
got kicked
this-
out, Simon. from 1870, we'll say 5. I like to say say
Yeah,
75.
you need to lose some
Eight-
weight. You
17
fuck, nigga. Like, at the end of the
1775,
day, I
you
ain't
got
got time
kicked
for
out.
you.
Bye later.
You need to lose some weight. Run around the
Dude,
block.
Simon, didn't your mom
Look, we're talking.
teach you not to
Okay?
talk with your
We're
mouth
just
full,
having a
dude?
conversation. That's what we're
I wanted to
doing.
hear Josh out. Can we do that instead of like paying attention to your lush ass?
Yo, let's
Happy
go.
Christmas, bitches.
Right. Let's kind of move on, man.
Go ahead, Josh.
Run
It's
around the
just
block, bitch.
It's just an
Okay.
easy method. If you want to oppose a side, you're going to look for the easiest thing you can possibly point at to break yourself away from. Right? It's simple. It'd be the same thing if you had an argument against theism versus atheism. You just take your pick, but we're going to go for the most easiest thing. Within the concept of race, it's just easy to identify who's who based on skin tone. And so we're going to use it as a freaking tool.
Yep. Mob mentality.
Well, it isn't just that it's a tool, though, man. You gotta
Okay.
admit it.
I mean, so if that's it's that premise. It's that premise.
Yeah, that's the premise.
That is the
People are
premise.
generally lazy. They'd rather fucking do the easiest cop out they possibly can than spend 5 minutes thinking about the shit that comes out of their mouth.
Agreed.
Okay.
In my
Well,
opinion. Agreed.
how am I supposed to become your friend?
Oh my
That's a good
gosh.
point.
So, due diligence, you were from here. Give me your thoughts on the conversation so far from when we.
What am I buying into then? Look, everything I said was wrong, right? So what do you want me to buy into?
Well, I don't even know what you say to be wrong. All you've done is criticize what everybody else says. I don't know what the fuck your stance is.
I'm saying, you see this shit? Look above me, okay? There we go. Okay, so like, we giving up already, right? Now we're not even anything. We're not anything. Okay, we're buying into this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Who's
So
this
I'm just asking, like, what? Look, fuck it. Like, I've given up. What am I supposed to do to buy into your membership? Because you won, okay? Okay, to a point where, you know, us as black people now succumb to you, and
good,
we're
Joe?
going, okay, like, fuck this shit. We're just gonna join your clan, right?
Joe
All right,
Cool, what up, my guy?
What's
All
up,
right,
man?
you're gonna make me work early. All right, I ain't got enough booze in me today, but okay, we gonna make it work early. So do
Nigga.
if you're still
God
there.
damn.
Let me know what your thoughts are. Then we're gonna jump to James, and since Joe's on, Joe, you'll get the last one.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just listening, but thank you.
Oh, all right, and you can listen in and see what's going on from there.
Bullshit. You mean you just accidentally dropped into a talk on racism? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, thank you for that.
I'm not getting into that. Yeah,
Can you re-ask the question, please?
I don't got enough energy drinks. I got nothing but liquor. So you gotta
Is
make me
this
think.
race in general? What about race?
I know I couldn't. I don't remember the question. Everybody
This
took so
thing
long.
stopped me from like putting up
Lindsay,
my whole life. I'm
would
gonna
you
have to do it
mind?
tomorrow.
Would you mind repeating the original premise so that Dude can chime in?
One part of the question that hasn't been answered was, okay, racism exists. We've been inundated with it since we were little, just by virtue of picking out the thing that's different from the others. And in short, those things get bullied or ostracized or put in a hierarchy. Now,
All right. So if
I
race doesn't exist, are
No,
you
Simon, be
no,
nice.
no,
If you
no,
guys
no,
want me to
no,
do it, I'll do it.
no,
No, no, it's a
no,
simple
no,
question.
no, Simon. Like, why do not enter? I thought Brits knew etiquette and they were gentlemen. Like, why are we interrupting the woman?
Yeah,
Dude, have you
I
ever
didn't
watched
interrupt. I
Parliament
wait
when
until
it,
she
have you
finished.
ever watched
No,
Parliament
see
when it's
his
in session?
He's still
sentence,
drawing
bro.
breath.
Have you ever watched Parliament when it's in session, Resla? There
I'm
ain't
not gonna
nothing.
ask
There
a
ain't no
lady a
decorum about
question.
nothing they
God
do.
damn. What? I just
No,
asking. I was
let her finish.
asking.
Simon,
Let
you
Wait
her
get
till
a few
she's
minutes,
finish.
done.
not 2 hours.
All right.
All right,
All
please,
right.
Lens.
All right. I'm gonna pull back.
Lindsay, go ahead.
So I possibly made the incorrect, it depends on you, or correct assumption that racism is here to stay. We're not going to change it. It's built in. So do we accept it? Or, I mean, how is anyone expecting us to get rid of something that's ubiquitous throughout society and
I love it.
in every nation? Or do
It's a
we
good
accept
argument.
it and somehow make it into something that has utility or some type of respect? I
I
don't know,
dig it
something good.
100%, Lance. I dig it 100%. It's a very good line of logic. I don't know if it
Damn, can
holds
I
yet, but
answer the
it's
Yeah,
question?
Joku
beautiful.
don't even know.
Yes.
I mean, shut the.
And then wait, no. After if you have a point to that, you can state it, and then after that, James, and then after that, you can go, Joe.
I'm good.
Well,
The second part is the easiness with which we tend to label things and judge them. And Joshua was talking about how it's because we're lazy and we just pick what's easiest and quickest to do.
I like
Therefore,
that
we talk
too.
about racism and we mention Hitler as being the worst person in the world, and we just borrow these things that are trite and not very creative and
That's a
just
good
fall back
line
on
too.
them.
Yes. So it's easy. I like it.
so I want to start off by like defining racism. I believe that there's like
Oh
a
shit.
couple of different types, right? I believe that racism, like ultimately, is systematic. You know what I mean? Like, but then you can look at it in a general way, like on a general way, like neighbor to neighbor. People look at racism as just like hating the opposite race, quote unquote, race for no reason or whatever. You know what I mean? And then you got just
Can
like, then you got like xenophobia, where people just don't want to deal with others. And then you have another layer like nationalism, to where it's like it's beneficial. You know what I mean? So to answer the first question that you asked, I think it can be beneficial. I don't think it's going to go anywhere because you're calling it racism, but I would say like a nationalist perspective is
This
never
nigga
going.
just trying to define
Hold up.
racism.
No, wait, stop,
God
stop, stop,
damn,
stop, stop,
it's in the
stop, stop,
dictionary.
Simon, because I do have a clarifying question for you. Because we brought the part of racism into it, but there was a question that got brought up to before, and I would like your perspective on it, right?
Mm.
What would be in your mind the difference between racism and being prejudiced?
Just to be
I,
clear, are you asking me? Are you
No,
asking?
no.
I'm asking due diligence.
I
Okay.
believe I think you can be prejudiced for an array of reasons. Racism is based on race. Prejudice, I can be prejudiced against anything. Like prejudice is just being against people for whatever reason. But race is specifically about racism is specifically about race.
Will this work, do? And by the way, dude, you killed the other night. Proud of you.
I
You did good.
James, do you have anything to say before Joe goes?
It
Well,
was
I
just
kind of
clarification. It's not really. It's also clarification.
Okay, so you can make your
For
clarification. Go ahead.
for racism, can I insert people who think they're better than other people, and prejudice, your definition is great. But for racism, can I say people who think one race is above or below another?
Right. With
Yeah.
racism comes hierarchy. With
But
racism comes hierarchy with the belief that people are innately better than other people for whatever reason. And I'm talking about when I'm talking about racism, I'll go back to the beginning to where, where people was dealing with biological essentialism, saying that, okay, these people were first, and then these people over here was another type of people, and these people over here was a different type of people, and nobody is related. God said this person is above these people, and then and then there's this hierarchy, but it's from different types of levels, though. You know what I mean? But when I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think
racism,
most races. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else's turn, I think.
when
Even
I'm
calling
talking,
it, you know
go
what?
ahead.
I'm interrupting too.
No,
Okay,
go ahead.
really
ah,
quick. Even to throw the issue off even further is that there are only three races. There's Asian, there's Caucasian, and there's Black. So that further complicates things because we're talking about ethnicities. We're talking about different cultures. We're talking about different tribes. We're not just talking about the three races.
You
I
said the
didn't know
three.
there were
You
three
said you
races.
said the three races,
That's
Lindsay,
Right.
because like you kind of held
that's
out
the
on the Indians, you kind of held out on Latinos.
but that's the
Now
point
those
that I was
three
getting.
colors,
what
those
about
three colors
Mediterranean
based
people?
on
They're
based around
probably a
races,
little bit
which is
different.
why
Okay,
I don't have a
according to
problem with someone saying that we're just different shades of wheat, but
But
well,
but
you
So
were
never.
asking us to get
but
further into the definitions,
well,
and so
so
I
here,
did.
but to be
And
honest, I don't like the word
trying to
race.
I was
You,
trying to
what,
clarify
It's
because the
stupid.
reason that
whether
I
we
went
like the word
there
or
is
not,
because
it does
the,
exist.
Why don't we
the
just
Wait, and
traditional you
and but by the way, before you know what else exists? Cyrax with the $3 super sticker. I appreciate you, baby girl. Thank you very much for donating. First donation of the night. Appreciate you very much. Thank you very much, my love.
I'm
all
just
right, I'm
And
talking about.
you were saying,
I
Jam,
forgot.
you don't like the word race, but let's be honest, you don't like the word race because of the negative connotation that follows with it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't serve a purpose that should be explored.
yeah, but I think it further divides us though. Shouldn't we just be humans?
Not for nothing.
Like it can divide us
Wait. You say
because
that,
people
but you
can
know
use
what?
it wrongly,
Do you
which
know
is
what
my
divides you
thing.
already? Just being American. Being American divides you.
That's why I was good. Give
That's
Lindsay a little
true, but
pushback.
Dude, the type of car you drive divides you. The
Car
football
divides
team
that's
you.
true, but
you
it doesn't.
support
But
divides you, dude.
being an
Everything
American,
you do in life divides you, man. It's all
but
about your
being an
mentality.
American doesn't divide you like the word
Absolutely.
race
What the fuck
does.
you talking about? That's all
Absolutely
America's
does.
about.
Like because
Absolutely
you
it
can
does.
still work with people
Absolutely
even though
does.
you're an American. You can work with other countries.
Wait. I can
Yeah,
be
as
Fuck
long
People
as they
poor
don't
be
people.
come over
proud
So
and
here.
here's the
American,
issue.
be proud
James,
to
I
be
can be
one,
poor.
but you don't
I
have
can
to
be poor.
divide
I
because you're
can
not
be
working with
poor. I can go to another area that is poor. I will be, quote, different, othered, simply on the fact that I come from another state because I am city versus country. I have been called a city boy. I have been around my Caribbean people who have turned around and
That's
called
right,
me
city
a
boy.
It's
Yankee.
not. I'm
He
just
is
happy
a
I made
city
it to a
That's
boy.
right,
different
city boy.
country.
You don't know what it's like out here in the country.
Yes.
And I
and
land
plus,
my
at the end of the
point
day, are
and
we
get
not
out the
all
way.
just humans instead of a race?
What are you saying, dude?
So, but here's the
We
thing:
don't.
there is no biological. There is no race has no biological reality. It's not scientific at all, and we all
No,
fall into it, right? Right.
look at. I was giving the anthropological perspective. That's all I'm doing. We're
But that's
giving a
just it.
scientific perspective, and then
In the anthropology,
what actually happens.
anthropology, race is
I
not
agree with you.
biologically
I
scientific. It's
agree.
pseudoscience. So whenever you say you give an anthropological explanation, that's a contradiction because it's not science. It's not. It's pseudoscience.
I was trying
Race
to
is not a
say
biological reality.
why there's confusion in the definition. Not that I
Bring it up.
disagree with what you've said. I think
Well, I'm
what
trying
you've
to figure out
said.
how it's pseudoscience when there are specific phenotypes that are designated to specific races.
I mean, not for nothing.
Lindsay's just showing white privilege.
I'm black,
explain?
people look at me will assume
Ugly
that I'm black.
privilege.
I would love to
Anorexia privilege.
different phenotypes, not be no race. I bet you can't look up in no scientific journal and get race defined in any type of scientific field.
I've been passing this one up, but you could actually, you probably could. When you identify a black person, you can identify what's black and what's their race. The way they do it is certain genes, because they were in a certain place under the sun or in trees or in a fucking cold environment for so long, it alters your genetic shit. And you can tell where they come from. And technically, you could say that's race.
Absolutely not. You cannot identify race by phenotype. Africans have the most diverse genetics in the world, and Africans have the capacity to have literally any type of gene that you see in any other human in the world.
Yeah,
That's why
so
you
when
see
your
some
kid has blue eyes, it's not going to freak you out.
Wait, stop. Wait, hold on.
Nobody's saying it's going to
So
freak you
let me just
out. I'm
ask
just
you,
saying
are you saying that
phenotype doesn't
if a white male has sex with a black woman, that the kids are just automatically going to come out dark skin?
Who are you asking that?
I'm asking you.
No, but skin doesn't denote anything as far as race. So let me ask you something. Here's a good qualifier. So let's say that a black person or an African person migrates. You on mute, Resla?
So you said not as far as race, right? I would just like to know how many non-Caucasian Germans do you run across?
I don't think many Germans identify themselves as Caucasian. They would just say that
how many dark-skinned melanated Germans who are Caucasian that you run across?
Well,
how about Austrians? How about Czech? How many?
I don't get what
You're
trying to make.
You're stating that people are not defined or not looked at and immediately looked at on just the 7-second rule that we use in the world, defined by phenotype.
No, I would agree with that. I'm just saying there's no biological. I'm saying that's not scientific. There's no scientific method. Like y'all are going about it like it's a scientific method. Like what Joe said. Like, there are genes. There is no gene that denotes.
No. There is a scientific method. I didn't want to have to feel like I had to restate myself, but yes, there is absolutely that, so they can tell. Here, I'll give you, for example.
No, bring up the method. No. Pull it up, because you're just going to be talking, and I guarantee you, there's not in science.
Well,
so,
I'm going to talk the same way you were
anything,
talking,
bro.
if that's okay, and I got your permission, bruh. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that all right with you, nigga? I gotta fucking Google some shit before I can speak on this panel. I ain't seen nobody else Google nothing.
Google.
Get him, Joe.
You know how I feel about Google.
You put some respect on Joe's name when you talk to him.
For example, this is what they do and how they tell where man has come from. If he's been over in a wet environment, his body changes. Here's a good example. There's a group of motherfuckers who dive, free dive. That's what they do on that island, and their genes have changed. Therefore, if you wanted to call them Chewbacca's, then you can identify them from there. There are a group of people who've been on an island so long they climb trees.
Is that a wet dog comment?
Their feet have look like fingers. That will be in their DNA, so you can identify where they come from.
Hey, there's those other group on that island that walk like dogs still.
As a descriptor for race, you can tell where people come from with that. Still, I say one race, human race, because I'm sure you could trace back further. But if people are saying what's black, people are from Africa, or this coast, or Ivory Coast, you can see it in their fucking genes if they were there long enough. People do this.
I hate the fact that Joe brought that up, because this is so wrong of me. But I typically know when someone comes from Europe, because I don't know what y'all be eating. Y'all teeth be jacked up.
Well, it's like I can tell the difference between a black American and an African, right, just from seeing them right off the rip.
Yes.
I got to present for you.
Joe, you're right.
Resla, I got to present for you something very
It's
basic.
true.
And I know this is just Google, but race, what's to say?
It is black magic.
Fear, right? And so here we go, right? If we scroll down here, this is actually Harvard, right? Has no biological basis, just off top, right?
Boom.
I mean, so
Boom my ass, it don't change what I said.
He was talking about a phenotypical difference.
Well,
Not
what
a
it is
biological.
see, it's termed biological. Look, and this is just Wikipedia. I realize that, but look, scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is the pseudo-scientific belief that the human species is divided into biological distinct taxa called races, and empirical evidence exists that to support or justify racial discrimination, racial
You
inferiority,
missed the part when I
or
said
racial
one
superiority.
race, human race. Did you miss that part about race, one race, human race? We're all. However, if you want to call Africans black, you can tell where they come from. If that's what
But
you're
you
calling
said
black
genes can
people.
identify race.
The word race means competition. Therefore, if we're all humans, then we are not in competition.
Do you realize how biased your source was? I can buy it.
Harvard?
It seems legitimate. Yours, well,
Google?
very liberal.
I don't think he's
very,
disputing what I
Wikipedia.
said at all.
I don't know. I mean, we can go to
He's
other
supporting
sources, but
his own point, but it's an extremely liberal resource.
the word race means competition. So you're
saying
already presenting
you're
division.
saying race is all in
No,
your head.
you're being pedantic. You know what the fuck she's saying.
I know what the word race means. And so
Yes,
because I
you
know
know-
what the word race means, I can already point out to you that it's going to be division.
Okay.
We don't need to divide more. We need to come together more.
That's why I asked originally.
Kumbaya.
If
I liked your original question. You asked.
You are absolutely right, James. Send me all your white women.
You
Do
asked
what?
Lindsay, if it is,
They're not mine.
What was
if
that?
it is inherent in us, can it be used to our advantage? I wanted to explore that a little bit. I'm not sure because I'd
absolutely.
liken it. I'd liken it
I'll
to
send the ones that wanna
mob
go.
mentality or nationalism. These things are always negative. To use the racial thing, if we find it inherent in there, it's probably going to be a bad move too.
Yeah, and I do agree with that, Joe. Yeah, with nationalism, that sort of thing comes up. Yes, you're dividing. However, I will say this: that the Americans got it right.
You're insane. Americans got it
Why
white.
didn't everybody ever? Why didn't y'all stand on your
Right.
shit? Here, I'll give an example. God
Right,
damn it,
not
stand
white.
on the shit. If
Oh,
I
here-
own a
Here we
football,
go.
quoting
Here we
Joe.
go. He gonna white explain things to us. Here we go.
no, I want to fight it. If I own a football team or a basketball team, why am I not allowed to pick out majority black people as athletic players?
We do.
What do you mean you're not allowed? Well,
I don't know. I'm not allowed
to.
to divide. Hold up. No, somebody stated that we're not allowed to divide. I'm not allowed to divide the white players from the black players. I'm not
You're more than
allowed
welcome.
to give the black
You're
players a
more than
better.
welcome to do it.
Josh, you would still pick the white players even over the Asian players. Let's just keep it a buck.
Oh, over the Asians, yes, because those short
And you
fuckers
still pick some
can't do
white
a damn
players.
thing, except
Like,
for put tiny
don't think
screws
you're
in
gonna mix
electronics.
the team up. You're basing it on their skill, not on their skin color. Like,
Yeah, if you found
No,
a big white dude,
on their
tall
height.
Are you sure about that,
pick a
James?
white
You
dude.
sure about that?
do what?
You
Yeah, I'm
sure
sure
about
about that. You base it on their skill, not their skin color. What's their skin color?
Wait, James. If I brought you here to New York, and we was at Rucker Park, and you saw a group of white guys and a group of black guys,
And those
who's mainly gonna be the squad you picking?
black guys are short as hell. Let's not forget.
Black guys all day long, dude.
Oh, presented a whole new part of the argument.
More skilled.
Yeah.
I ain't worried about some skin color.
Wait,
Maybe
I
the skin
think-
color.
Wait,
maybe the skin
break.
color is
Even
dark,
if the
and
black
they have
guys,
to be
even
more
if the black
skilled.
guys
Who
are
cares?
short and the white guys
It
are
just
all
happens to
sitting
be
around 6
there.
foot, you still gonna tell me you're gonna majority pick the white guys?
I think you're
I'm
afraid that you're going to come off
6 foot ain't tall
prejudice.
enough.
Prejudice is different
No,
from race.
I'm not gonna
Prejudice,
pick
wait,
no
white
one
guys
based
are
on their
6'5"
skin
and
color.
over.
I'm gonna
Listen,
Okay, and all the
prejudice
black
is
guys
okay.
are 5 foot and under.
Like, come on. their
Prejudice
skills-
That's how
is
we started
okay.
it.
We've been doing that shit to survive since the inception of man. You prejudge a motherfucker. That don't make you a racist, man. You walk in, you see a tall motherfucker and a short motherfucker. You prejudge shit is not a sin.
Hey,
The
if Abel,
racism shit is something.
Yeah, well, you said tall. What's
if
tall?
Abel
What's
would have
tall
been
and
prejudiced,
short?
he wouldn't have got taken out by Cain.
Wait a minute. What does tall and short have to do
Ooh.
with
Bingo,
Okay.
skin
Joe.
color, though? What does tall and short have to do with skin color? See, you're not picking it based on
Listen,
skin color. It's based
listen,
on
I
tall or
love it
short.
when you.
I
I love
was
it when
giving
you.
an
Hey, will
analogy.
you share
If
my screen right quick?
I love it when you 6'4" and plus motherfuckers step to me and then you get dropped. I love it.
it happens all the time.
You
Listen,
ain't
man, I'll
under
be
5
honest
foot
with
though,
you. When I
Resla.
see
So
two
we ain't
people boxing, a
Oh
white
wait, no,
guy and a
sir.
black
I
guy,
proudly say I'm 5'11", even when I'm in a freaking, even when I'm boots or sneakers that are an inch more. I still say I'm 5'11", and I love dropping out tall dudes who like to look down at me. Cause you just gave me a better angle to hit you in your throat. I can see your Adam's apple with no problem.
Let me ask y'all, are all those
You have to
6'4"
jump
plus
to hit
guys
it, you
black?
little short motherfucker.
Leslie, I want to
Bring
ask
the phone
you
book.
a question so that I can use logic better.
Hey,
Is
Leslie,
this
can I
Good
mind
luck.
if I show you something right quick, Busy? I want to read something to you guys right quick. It's from
yeah? Go ahead.
PubMed. Here's a source.
Go
Will you
ahead.
pull up the screen, Resla?
Sure.
It's nice not to have Simon here.
Hmm.
You said you got something for
I
me to
feel
pull up?
prettier.
Oh,
You-
I gotta share it. I'm sorry.
She feels pretty, oh so pretty, pretty and witty and nice.
And oh, okay, cool.
There we go. All right. All right. So here's PubMed. Race and genetics. Genetics versus race in genetics, right? Is there race inside genetics, right? So let's just go to the
Well, we just
abstract.
concede the
Social
point. We just
scientists have
concede the
long
point.
understood race to be
actually,
a
I don't
social
think he's even
category
addressing what
invented
I'm
to just
talking about. He's talking about something totally different. They think it negates what I'm talking about.
May I finish? I just want to read like the first 3 sentences, maybe. Social scientists have long understood race to be a social category invented to justify slavery, and evolutionary biologists know the socially constructed racial categories do not align with our biological understanding of genetic variation. The completion of the Human Genome Project, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I believe it was Craig Ventnor who mapped the genome first, I believe in 2001, close to 2000, somewhere up in there. Projection in 2003 confirmed humans are 99.9% identical at the DNA level, and there is no genetic basis for race. That's from the people who actually mapped the genome.
Who is disputing that? Who is that point to? Who's
No
disputing that?
biological, no biological.
Well, I'm saying you act like you just scored a point. Who's
This is just
disputing
for the
that?
panel, just so
Who's disputing it?
Do you believe that genetics
I just
are
made
the
a point.
only form of biology? Like that's
I
the
just
only
made a point.
metric that's used to determine like a
That's the
biological
question
marker.
I've been hanging on, Josh.
That was based on your comment.
What's the question?
Social science
Joe.
is a thing, but biological science was the topic at hand.
No.
We were talking about
Let me get real
phenotypical.
specific here. The
Yes.
question is, do you believe that DNA sequencing, your genetic traits, are the only marker for something we would call like a biological difference?
Wait. I'm sorry. But I got a question for
You
for
asking me?
Dude. Do you believe that in your genetics you can tell location? Do you believe that's a
No.
thing?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and
I
no.
was asking Dude,
Absolutely.
but you go ahead.
Absolutely.
Because that's the point, the argument
Yes.
I'm making. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Someone may say this person is from this place in Africa and call them black people. I'm saying that's the only leg you have to stand on. Don't make them black people. That's a
People on the
label you give them.
mountain, people who are typically south of the equator,
So
like people.
your
We can tell a lot
genetics
of that.
The
don't say
environment.
anything about blackness. You can look
The
at
en-
genetics and go down to a locale, but it wouldn't equate to blackness. It will be an ethnicity, which is a
Yeah, you are
difference.
born with a certain skin tone. Your environment plays a small factor in that as you grow and as you go through life. But the skin color, the melanin that you're born with, that generally doesn't change much other than sunlight and darkness and that sort of thing.
However,
You're
if you
you're a liar.
stay,
You're a
let's say,
liar, Brick. You're a
and
liar.
food and
You're a
some other
liar.
things.
These girls stay saying they want to get blacked. It matters.
and Brick, let's say that let's say the whitest motherfucking German motherfucker stayed in the heart of Africa for 500 years. You think
Mhm.
his kids would be born with more melanin at that point?
I would say that he has defied the laws of reality within the bounds we're held to right now, because he's 500 and plus years old. That's a stretch.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm sure that was hilarious to someone. Would his kids melanin content change over generations and generations?
Now we're going somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it would take more than 2 or 3 generations for that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say,
It would
'cause
take
now
how
you're
long?
More than
you're
2 or
talking
3
about
generations. You're
more
talking
than
about like 10 to 20 different generations before
I
something.
said,
extra genetics are being
500
introduced
years
into the
to start.
genome. Extra
500
genetics.
years.
I don't think 500
To
years
answer-
is. I still don't think 500
To
years would
answer
be enough
your
time for your.
yes,
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yes, people can be breaded out. So you can be
Motherfucker.
breaded
I mean,
out.
no, people have been breaded out.
That's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
we're assuming the same race is all up in that, all Germans up in that motherfucker, and you move them to the middle of the Nairobi desert for 500 years, 900 years. Are you telling me they've been living under that sun for 1,000 years and they're still white skinned with blue eyes?
Now you're introducing a whole bunch of caveats, right? So you're saying that they also have to be living underneath the sun, not in an abode, right? Yes, their skin tone may turn a little red.
I
and their
didn't say they don't
genetics
have
may be-
houses, nigga. I'm saying they live under the sun. I'm not saying they don't
Hold
have
on.
houses. I wasn't trying to say
No,
that.
Joe Cool. I believe that it's like this. Yes, they would probably after 500 years they would bear a tan, but would that tan be permanent? I don't think
It'd
so.
be like it'd be like everybody who supposedly started off in Africa when they migrated to other places. When they went to say Europe, Northern Europe, they were Eskimos or what have you. They would have started becoming short to hold heat. They would have become fat.
They
so
would
they
look
would
more
be
Middle
warm.
Eastern than black.
And if they
have
moved
more
somewhere
blood
else another
vessels
1,000 years, their body
in the
would show their
fingertips.
changes too. I thought that shit was fucking obvious.
They would look more Egyptian or Middle Eastern than black.
So can I break down what Joe is saying? Because what you're saying is basically called the out of Africa theory, which state that modern man evolved and moved out of Africa. And then whenever they went to different places, they did genetically change. And that's how you got different variations of people that live on the earth right now. When the first Jews
All
moved
one
to Africa,
race.
populated Europe, South America.
But that theory is also based on tens of thousands of years of evolution, not just 500 years.
No, I was just trying to make a point that over time people change. I thought it was obvious.
That's true.
That kind of time frame is not so obvious
anymore. You can trace back everybody to Africa through their genetics right now, and that means it's not theory anymore.
All right,
Genetics.
I can't let you get away. I was holding this
That's not
one
true
in,
either.
but yes,
Theory
out
of
of
what?
Africa theory may
pull
be
up
wrong.
some-
In
pull
fact,
up
I'm
something.
sure it's wrong. Look up the Macedonian site. It's in South America, 200,000 years old or something, where they found marks on the Macedonian bones, blah, 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 with man, what they would consider us, would have been over here long before the fucking people developed in Africa. And there's another one somewhere else where it looked like these people are older than the out of Africa theory even is.
I'm trying to
So
look it up now. Macedonian bones.
Macedonian site.
and
Macedonian
Africa.
What is this
site.
Macedonian bone?
I believe in this conversation, what would be helpful is to know
From
certain people's positions, points of view regarding creation theory versus evolution and that
Oh,
sort of
shit.
thing.
God
Because
damn.
certain
Creationist here, creationist.
certain what I'm pointing at is that certain people do actually believe in evolution, and I understand that, but I do not.
Yeah, I do.
I know that.
It will
Yeah.
show
I can tell.
primarily that there's a high amount of
Wait,
You can have creation and evolution at the same time, right?
Yeah, there's that
believe
theory
in that.
too. Yeah.
Well,
I
you can have
believe, yeah.
micro, maybe micro evolution.
I mean, and it is all theory, right? It's not like we can go
have
back
full
and
blown
look.
evolution.
No,
That
but
would
the
be-
Bible, I'm a fan of the Bible as well.
The moment
And
we
it
start
tells
talking
you
about
about the people.
creationism, the moment we start talking about creationism and evolution, I'm sorry, at some point, I see this is one of those conversations.
Here you go with that worry shit
You're
again. You
not gonna
quoted
have
this
two
shit
at the
the
same
other
time.
day.
You're not. Two of
Did you
those
go
things
with
are
that
not gonna
nervous
coexist at the same
energy, bro?
time.
We were doing so well,
No,
right?
because here's the thing: these conversations are they're so recyclable, and they always end up nowhere.
Not
Because
true. I have them all
it
the
ends up at the
time. I
same
don't know where
talking
you
point.
we would
hang
have
out at.
already heard
I
it.
have them all the time with no arguments because I hang out with adults all the time. The argument is the rare thing.
You say
But
no
Joe, you know
arguments.
the talking
Wait,
points, right?
no, you say no arguments, but you know what you also don't have? Any conclusions.
Right. It's theory.
I'm not sure we have conclusions if we talking about whether the Bulls are better than the fucking Lakers or something. We might not have conclusions.
Are we talking about are we talking about the 90 Bulls, or are we talking about
see?
But going back to answer Lindsay's question about race and that sort of thing, it's a theory, it's a social construct. It's not biology. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, you have an obvious cognitive bias, which is respectable, but you have to admit that each one of us has that. You are going to find what you seek.
And you actually brought that up, right? So that people are brought up believing certain things. We're around it. And then what happens is if we adult later on in life, then we realize that it was just a social construct to hold us down, regardless of whether we're white, black, yellow, brown.
Hopefully we come to that realization. Yes.
Yeah, hopefully. Right.
Even your
and then we move
religion
on.
could be that way. I mean, it becomes
and we become
almost
American.
scary. Yeah.
Then we got to deal with nationalism.
I hate that more and more the older I
Then
get.
we move on to just trying to be kumbaya with everybody, right?
Yeah.
The only one who
There
answered
hasn't
that
been no
question
time in
was
history where
old Joe.
people didn't like some others. That's called xenophobia. Whenever you have whenever you have your own people, you always going to be afraid of the foreigners coming to take your stuff. You know what I mean? There's not going to be no time to where you make some type of civilization and then you're trying to protect yourself from the outsiders who is them. And so you can call it whatever you want to call it for as racism, nationalism, xenophobia. Once you create a nation, you already you separated yourself from other people.
There's always got to be a bad man.
Can racism be a good thing? Can you exploit it somehow? Joe Cool said no.
Ooh, that's it's an interesting question to say if racism itself, when we talk about the acts of racism, the things that come with it, is it a good thing?
You were talking about the basketball team. You have a bunch of short guys that are white and a bunch of tall guys that are black. You don't know anything particular about anybody. Who are you going to choose to be on your team? Is that not a benefit of some type of racism?
I don't think it's nothing to do with racism. It's prejudging a thing, but that is nothing to do with racism. I don't think.
Color of the skin I'm choosing, it's the size of the guy.
The thing about me, Lindsay, when going about that is that the reason why I even mention when I say I love it when a 6'4+ motherfucker come to me, because the stereotype, the belief is that size would be better compared to skill.
Right. You're talking about prejudice then, not racism.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Prejudice, I have no problem with. If I see a guy with a cowboy hat, I think he listens to country music. If I see a guy with a backpack and saggy pants, I think he listens to rap music. That don't make me a racist.
Joe.
I would call that
Let's just say I only know I've grown up watching TV and everything, and the only two races I've ever known to be able to hook a motherfucker with a rope is white people and Mexicans. But if I saw a black motherfucker with a rope and a cowboy hat, I'm assuming that he can rope me the same way.
Suddenly, right. I was gonna say that earlier, Resla. I love boxing. I'll walk into a room, I see the black guy and the white guy. I assume the black guy is gonna win for 2 seconds, but I'm a fan.
No problem.
So as soon as the first punch is thrown, I'm gonna jump to the side of who I think is the best boxer. Same thing with a Mexican or a white dude. I assume the Mexican is gonna win. I have thoughts in my head about Mexican fucking so and so, but I'm not crazy. As soon as they start boxing, any preconceived notions go out the fucking window. But same thing with basketball. If I had to pick a defensive end, I'd go with the black guy, and I know nothing else. Now, I could pick the black guy that's me. You could pick the white guy that's someone else and just dust my ass, right? It don't mean it's right all the fucking time.
Right.
Let me answer that question directly, Lindsay. you said, can racism be beneficial? And I say yes, always, of course. Now it's always going to be subjective, right? It's going to be beneficial to the people who implemented it and reaping the benefits off of it. So yes, racism can be beneficial to the person who's winning in the deal. Now, is it objectively right or is it objectively wrong? I can't say, and I'm not here to judge. I don't really give a shit, but some people have to do that in order to survive. That's why when you brought up the Hitler thing, like I might get some heat for this, but I don't think Hitler was bad for doing what he believed. I think every man should do what the hell they believe, even if it's as some negative consequences in the world. If I feel like I'm being oppressed by somebody and they kicking my ass, and I come up with some type of ideology in order to get these people off my neck, even if it's propaganda, so be it.
Wow.
Wait. Maybe I want to make sure I'm hearing you right.
You said wild, Lindsay. You said wild, Lindsay, not for nothing.
You say I
You
said it.
wild.
That's an
You
interesting
said wild,
point,
Lindsay,
Lindsay.
but this was
I
the
like that.
same argument that
6
I
months.
had. This is the same argument I had on the panel not long ago when we had that guy up there, when I was saying that the fact
What
of
guy?
dropping his name's that guy, but
What guy?
dropping bombs on Hiroshima, I don't see that as a bad thing. I said that. In hindsight, we can only turn around and say it's a bad thing, but in reference to quelling a war, stopping your opposition, I don't see what they did was wrong.
All right. Oh, I'll give Dude that much as well, but I thought he took it a step further. I think Dude is saying something a little bit different. I think he is saying that no matter what you come at a person with, if you think it's getting them off your ass, it's okay. That means filleting motherfuckers, killing family members, blowing up motherfuckers that
This
they
is why
know
I said
tangentially.
it's okay to have dropped those bombs, because they'll play people say, no, we could have. No, drop those bombs.
I was one of the ones that said it's bad, for the record.
I think that is bad, but not objectively bad, and it's definitely not bad for the winners.
It may not be objectively bad, but you think any means necessary is okay. I see an argument for the atomic bomb, but I don't see an argument for the shit that some people do, the Pol Pots and the Hitlers. I don't see arguments for those cats. I think, but even damn near objectively, they overstep.
I'll give you one. Is it okay? I'll give you one. Is it okay for me to selectively pick black people for athletics based on income, right? Like I want the number one football team that kicks everybody's ass, right? So I can selectively pick black people there, right? Okay. Now, I've got a farm where I'm growing cotton, right? Am I allowed to selectively pick black people
I knew he was
there?
gonna go there. I saw it coming. I saw it coming.
I'll say yes, and they selectively picked black people because they was the main ones that could withstand the sun. Now, was that right?
Fucking workers that existed.
Yeah, it was beneficial.
All species.
It just sounds nasty coming out of Josh's mouth for some reason. Though everybody else on panel,
I knew he was gonna go there.
One step forward.
He's gonna bring up Asians. When he brought up the
Well,
black,
at least he's
what's the worst of that?
At least he's talking about slavery instead of, lady boys for a change.
Right.
So I did lawn maintenance for a living, and I'm gonna tell you right now that as a runner, hell no, them black boys wasn't outrunning me.
You know that's the case.
Not without them
It's not a
tools.
competition.
You know that's the case. Here, I got an interesting story about that. I did landscaping for a day.
I don't like that. I don't like that narrative, Brick. Catch up Freeman. I don't like that narrative, Brick.
Look, I did landscaping for a day. The guy came, and this is a racist story, so it fits in. Guy came, my buddy told me he wanted to do an interview with me. I came to the door, he drove off. I didn't even make it down the stairs. He called me, said, "You got the job." I start landscaping. I yell at the guy, for some reason that he had to fire me and shit, but we always, he got fucked up. But I asked, how the fuck I get the job? I didn't say a word. I didn't even come downstairs to talk to the guy. It turns out I talked to the guy while I was still out there. And the guy said that because we doing rich people shit, and like race car drivers and shit, was one dude in particular. And he said, no one wants black motherfuckers in their backyard, but they'll tolerate you light-skinned motherfuckers. And you know, it's the real thing. He can't hire dark-skinned motherfuckers, man. That's racist bullshit. With if Flo's still up here, motherfuckers who think that the shit is not real.
That's fucked up.
So
He's
so
about
you'll have
race
to
cars, he said
understand.
race
So
cars and everything else, but he said he'll take someone that look like he resemble being on the porch.
yeah,
That's
there
fucked
there
up.
are different areas in the world, right, that do condone that sort of behavior. So I'm from North Florida, Jayville, right? And they don't do that. They bro,
Shout out to
they'll hire
Jayville. I
anybody.
liked it when I was out
I
there.
just left North Florida about a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago or something. You're right. They're
Yeah,
gorgeous.
they'll hire anybody, man.
I'm making
Like,
a video
great
about
work.
it right now.
Come on, you know. My nephew's doing concrete right now, and he definitely. I
Your
know
nephew's gay as fuck.
Wow.
Never stops.
Wow, that's
They gotta
cold.
take shots every time.
But
And the
money's
nigga
the
ain't
only
got a-
color that matters to me.
That
Yeah.
motherfucker ain't got a
So-
sense of humor. I see why they don't like Flo, right? If you don't have a sense of humor, I see
Damn,
why they
the
don't like.
shots fired.
Well,
So I want
I
to
didn't
give
even
another
hear it.
example if you guys don't mind. I want to give the example, right? This is the thing that we, especially black people, don't like talking about, right? So let's give this historical narrative, right? And just let me land. Y'all gonna know where I'm going before I get there, but just let me land it, okay?
All right, all right.
So whenever we take America for existence, the existence of America, right? You know, the Europeans breaking away from the people that oppressed them, coming over here, kicking somebody else's ass, you know what I mean, and then oppressing other people, and now they have this country and they trying to hold on to it, right, by any means necessary. Now we look at America right now and be like, hey, this is the best country ever. I'm glad to be here. But when we look at all that shit that happened previously, you be like, that shit is bullshit. But who is it good for? Who is it bad for? Is it objectively good or bad? It's neither one.
That's
But
why the
racism in it,
nationalism. That's why nationalism
violence in
is.
it, but you have to look at both sides objectively. Like, yeah.
That's why nationalism is bad, because you'll suddenly start believing that this is our country, and you start justifying the things like wholesale genocide and hold on to it. That's the way of the world. That's how men have been for 100 years, Joe. Right?
You know, every enemy country agrees that you should believe nationalism is bad.
Well,
Right.
the other thing too that I'd like to point out is when we talk about America and when it was actually settled by Europeans, we always go to this colonization argument, and we always tend to forget about the fact that the vast majority of the land here in America was actually purchased from the Indians. It wasn't taken from them; it was purchased from them.
I agree, but also the part that we have to talk about the balance on that we lose to anti-nationalism is the whole America is still an immigrant country, so therefore we should keep allowing motherfuckers to just be in here. That's also the other side that can be a crux to us.
So,
I think that's
and let
a
me
good
speak to
thing.
The purchasing
Yes.
part of it. You dealing with a people that don't have a concept of owning property. So you take advantage. When you come
What are
with a
you
bunch
talking
of
about? They don't have a concept of owning property. The Indians did nothing but fight over land and property all for their entirety until we got here, dude.
We're not
No,
owning
they were
in the sense
nomadic
that you're
people and
talking
didn't
about.
have property. They may have a territory of where they at, but there is no. You can't bring up no evidence to where
They know that it was ephemeral.
The Indians absolutely had land and boundaries that they have from other Indian tribes that they fought up against. They absolutely understood
It's
what
not
it
the
was.
same thing as owning property, Resla.
Yes.
Is having boundaries the same thing as owning property?
What do you
Man,
think owning
everybody has
property
a concept of property ownership, you dumb fuck. Everybody.
owning property is? You're given a plot of land, which means if you walk outside, that's outside the boundary.
If somebody says they don't believe in property, go try to borrow their toothbrush.
How long, Wrestler, is that land yours? Wrestler, how
That's
long
the
is that
point.
land yours?
Until someone takes it. Same as the natural thing for everybody else.
So that's what we mean. It's not really yours. It's passing through your hands, but it belongs to the earth or
Which is
something.
why we don't
You
complain
were
about
just a
which is why we never
temporary
complained about
holder.
manifest destiny, did we?
Yeah,
I was just trying
people
to explain
die.
the way the Indians thought that
No,
they
that's
had
not
it
how
for a
they
time,
thought.
It's
and
not
it
just
moved on.
Indians. Human beings have done that across time.
All you're doing is acknowledging that we die, Joe. This is not insightful or revelatory.
In fact, how many people are living? How many people are renting or have houses right now that was built and lived in by another motherfucker that died previously?
Very good. So
we're talking about a nomadic
so what are
people
you?
that go around
No.
following
They
herds
agree
of
with me.
cattle
I'm good enough to
compared to
move
people
on.
that
Shit.
literally have property law and stuff like owning houses and stuff like that. Whenever you come and look at the Native American culture, they don't have structures, permanent structures that stay there. That's why
They're gone, though. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we
that's
see
a
of the Native
sad
Americans.
line.
So I'm saying it's two
You could look at
totally
the
different
Aztec
concepts.
people the
Listen,
same
that's
way.
a
They have
bad
things
argument.
they own don't mean they looked at property the same way. So if I come to you and I say, listen, I want to give you this goat or this
Well,
liver,
then you
all of
defeated
this
your own
land,
argument then, because if
Their
they
way,
didn't look at property the same way, then we couldn't have stolen something from them they never had.
Good
And
point.
the Aztecs weren't angels. They sacrificed. They did things like
They
sacrifice.
loved nature.
They weren't.
Sorry,
They weren't.
Resla, I saw you had a
No,
hand
no,
up.
I agree with you, Lindsay. You're right.
What she said?
I
The
tend to want
Aztecs
to lean
did
toward
shitty things too.
And there were actually permanent structures built by
Nobody
Native
can-
American cultures,
where the whole
Southern
point,
American, Central American cultures, very much permanent structures.
racism can it be
Dynasties
beneficial?
did the same thing.
I thought it was the point of can racism be beneficial? That's the whole point why I brought it up.
Hold
Then
on,
why
don't
the fuck
change
did
it
you
yet.
meander everywhere?
I want to ask these
Short
guys
answer,
something. Don't
no,
go
it
back
can't
yet.
be beneficial.
Wait. Don't go back yet.
No.
So you guys agree that you only have property for a time. Then what is it when we say we own something and America is ours? Is that you're describing to me that we got our hands on it for now and we're going to do all our...
It literally means we're in control of it.
Until this country
Social.
dies,
Yes.
Yeah.
or
Yes.
till the end of time, whichever
100%
one comes
yes.
first.
The same way how we can all say that every empire eventually falls. Yes.
And ancestral land is a stupid concept.
Every
And do you know what eminent domain
question.
is?
You bring in modern
What comes up
concepts,
must go
modern
down.
concepts,
That's
concepts
the
you're trying to
law
put on the
logic.
ancient people and it don't apply. That's an anachronism. That's what you keep doing.
Russia
I
has
like-
eminent domain, and we
I
have
like the
eminent
ancestral
domain.
lands, though, right? Like my daddy kicked your daddy's ass. I like
That's
that.
what we're talking about, essentially.
Yeah.
That's the point that I'm making.
Inheritance.
Your illusion that you are free and that once you buy land, it's yours. It's
Or that
just
you can
that.
hand
It's yours to continue to rent from the government.
Well, I mean,
Your ass
so.
because somebody take it.
Exactly.
Two things for sure in life. What are they? Taxes and death.
yes.
There you go.
And that thoughts aren't real.
That is true.
What?
The end.
And it's a black woman.
All
is
right.
dead.
Well, we solved racism. We solved thinking. We got a lot done. This a good stream, guys. Good job.
Humanity is saved.
Have a good Christmas. We got a lot accomplished before break.
Hey, okay, by you guys' logic, wouldn't it be smart to take over Canada? We can. Wouldn't it be logical? I mean, it's not
Oh,
immoral.
man,
It's
it's
true.
cold there, man.
But not for cutting, Joe. You say Canada. We could have taken over Mexico. We could have taken over
Really,
Canada.
we should have made Mexico and Canada part of America a long time
Yeah,
ago.
Canada though it take about 3 days.
That we landed in, that we liberated. We could have taken.
Yeah, you
No,
go get
we
2
can't take
people.
Mexico.
Canada and all
They can
the
take
Americans
Canada,
love drugs
though,
too
with
much.
you and your friends
South
could
America,
take
we need
Canada.
to
though.
raise
So
Wait,
let's get it over
wait,
with.
you know
Like
what,
literally, this panel right now could go take Canada. Let's do
Let's
it, guys.
take Canada. I think we got to
Y'all want to meet in one of the Dakotas and we can go from there?
We're not
we're not
we would have
touching
had
Canada.
factories down there. It would have been like the Ford before motor company. Ford drugs, American made.
We cannot.
well,
We cannot move on. We cannot move on toward Canada till we settle Texas and South California. Right? We're either going to have to call it Mexico, like it is, or we're going to have to return it to Mexico. Then we can
I
move
heard
on.
Mexico came all the way up into Colorado. We just robbed the fuck out of them on
No,
that shit.
we
bro.
can just call those parts of the country the booking area. That's booking.
I believe
wasn't
that
a robbery when there's a
with
war.
any club, right? With any
Sometimes
club
it's
comes great responsibility. Obviously, there's people who can come in, and then there's going to be people who cannot, right? And the majority of people you don't want coming in. Majority, you don't want a
You're
whole.
taking over a
You want
big
a
chunk of
small
Club
Coming
Earth,
in
Joe.
who?
You're taking over a continent, a Club Earth. It's not yours. You gotta let niggas walk in, settle. It's not yours to determine I don't like his dress code.
Well, I mean, it
Oh,
actually
wait a minute.
literally is.
Wait a
It
minute.
literally is.
How
Yeah.
is
It literally
that?
is yours
Is
to determine
technically
that.
by that logic.
If I run a black tie event,
Yeah.
if I run a white all black tie or all white event, and you come in and you ain't looked in the park, you come in like that, Joe, with your gray, you ain't getting in.
Just show Joe Cool your gun when he tries to cross the border, and then ask him how he feels about things again.
What happens to him, man's my grays?
Look at dang Joe, that hair's getting long.
Yeah, I know, right? I gotta cut this shit. I ain't cut it in a long time. Shit. I lost my train. I had some for you cats.
Yeah, and even you got to put up a banner and everything, man. Stars
But
and
that
bars.
also means you have more land that you have to defend.
So
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Have we determined that we built the wall in the wrong location, the wrong side of the line on Texas?
Yeah, walls are a stupid idea. They work both ways.
So I'm still fascinated, man, because you guys are. What if Resla and anyone else, we get half of the earth? Is it now our club and we determine who gets in? What if we get 3/4? It's ours.
Why?
Yes.
You're acting like you don't know that might makes right.
Yeah.
I
Until we
don't
get to
believe
the
it
point of history where we
only
can
in
no
the
longer pay rent.
context that you're talking about, but in reality, that guy is doing wrong.
No,
Yeah, but is
That's fine. You can feel that way, but you can't.
Ours.
Might right makes right. So that's why
I can
nature
almost guarantee you that if you kill the opposing side, they ain't thinking nothing.
Yeah.
Not concerned with right or wrong. They're just, well, I guess concerned.
You can feel high and mighty and virtuous from the refrigerator box in the alley. That's fine.
And then what is the opposition?
Right.
And I as the overlord will encourage you. I'll say things like, "Oh, God told me that the meek will inherit the earth." Yeah.
Right.
Lean not on your own understanding. Come on now, guys.
Here's a new wing,
that's actually
Joe.
a good
Here's a new
question.
cardboard.
Have another
box.
dirt
Here's a new
sandwich.
wing.
That's a good question. Brick. Who is the opposition? Here, let me take a shot at it. It's anybody that has shit I don't have.
Yup.
I got shit you ain't got.
The logic follows. It does.
It does. Listen, Joe. If I say we're going to war and we're taking Canada, and I just need someone to be regent over it. When we take it, I need you to be Jarl of Canada. You're not going to take that position.
I gotta
Nobody
be
knows
honest
what a
with you,
jarl
man.
is.
I thought you said the
Right.
Earl. The Earl of Canada.
Did he say Earl or Jarl? It sounded like he said
I
Jarl.
didn't know.
Jarl and Earl is later on. Jarl is how it started.
I'll be honest with you. If I'm doing some agree to some evil shit, it's so I can kill you in your sleep later on.
Oh,
if
here
I'm
we
telling
go.
you, yeah, let's do it, it's only so I can turn on you later, bro. No, I can't take that. I can't be a president and rule people. I can't be the slave owner and think I'll be good
But have
at
you
it. I
tried?
can't. No.
The Ides of
March.
March.
If you cannot do it, fall in line and be a sheep.
You say that right now only because you don't have the potential to own a slave.
Yeah, but hey, guess who built our electronics? Guess who built our electronics?
Wait, not for nothing, Joe. Not for nothing, Joe. When you have a business and you hire people, you're buying people.
It's not slave contracts. That's just totally
And
different.
when you
That's
buy
right
something
there.
off Temu,
They can
You're
quit
buying
that shit.
people.
Yeah, but they can quit at
It's
any time.
voluntary.
That's the difference between slave. Yeah,
no,
voluntary.
actually,
But
your
listen,
electronics are
not
made
for
by
nothing.
slaves.
Not for nothing, wrestler, but I know that I'm that type of guy because in my life, I actively work on not putting my control on other people. It's not like I'm doing something fanciful. I work on it. I do that shit every day. I judge other people as evil by how much they want to control people.
What? Why? Why would you? Why?
Control, it goes to it. The government, any motherfucking cops, anybody who wants control to your
I know.
girlfriend,
I want you to
your
walk through the.
ex-narcissist girlfriend.
I
It's
want you
all
to
about
walk
control.
through the reasoning here,
Okay.
because like the opposite side of oh no, we shouldn't hurt other people, we shouldn't be mean to other people. The other side of that is you could look at it as well. Their stuff could help my family, right? Like you could flip it around. Instead of being mean to them, you could look at it as I have to do this because I love my people, right?
Yes, I understand. Yes.
That's
I guess
what's
now
going
it's
on.
gonna
It's
get
like it's like the little boy in the ghetto stealing the loaf of bread for his sister.
It's
For his
the
little
exact
sister.
same point that we was making last night or the night before. Whenever Jonesy said he didn't believe in evil, I would not participate in it. But if somebody's coming to war against you, you're gonna do some evil shit, Joe. You're gonna protect yourself and your people and your family.
Yep.
all right. Now,
Wait a minute.
go ahead, Liz.
Okay, see how
Joe,
my
I gotta ask: is it a problem that I'm
never
willing
mind.
to defend my family and my people, but I'm not willing to defend your family and your?
Why did you ask that question? We're fine with it. Go ahead, Joe or Lindsay, whoever it was.
Joe?
Liz. Yes, it's a problem if you'll defend your family and not mine. But let's let Lindsay ask her question.
I got a good question too after Lindsay.
Okay, observation again. These are really obnoxious. I must warn you. I admit
It's
it.
okay.
But
We
look,
got
we're
this.
so myopic that we're talking about imperialism and might makes right and which species, race, is
I like it.
superior and how to take from one another. But the laugh's on all of us because nature will kick all of our asses in the end and is currently doing so. So we're not even the answer to
What
all
will?
of this stuff. People are not the be all end all powerful answer to all this stuff, but we talk like we are.
I
Then
think
what
I
is
understand
Can
what
we
you're
reel
saying.
Lindsay back in?
I think I
No,
hear
we
what she's
lost
saying.
no? She'll have to do it herself. So what
Shit,
is
she flew away like a kite in the wind.
it. We lost it.
what is the answer? If
Yeah,
that
but
is
these concepts, these questions only matter to us from our perspective.
absolutely.
Joshua,
Well,
what were you going to say?
let me say this. I think we can make an objective observation of history and say that history has not been anything but might is right. So really, that's the only thing. There's no other. We can come
But
up with
nature is mightier. How come we don't
what
see
is
You
that?
can't come up with no
what does that
examples.
have to do? What does that have to do with living in a civilization? We're talking
Yeah,
about people being people and doing what they do. Of course, we are going to die at the end of the day, but until we die, might is right, and we can hope that God is on your side or not.
That's
That
not
I can
objective.
relate
That's
to.
subjective. That's subjective. That's not
no,
objective.
God is on my side. He hates brick and he's white.
I think the second way you phrase that is better.
Which
Well,
way?
here, I think we can put a metric to it. So the superior race is the race that survives.
NASCAR. That's the superior race.
I could
It's.
go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that's really a hard statement to disagree with without breaking logic. It's also one that feels like you shouldn't publicly agree with it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say, what do you think, James?
James is out of here. He don't know what
James is
happened.
looking at porn on his cell phone.
No, I'm playing Civilization on my tablet.
I can make a good argument for a specific race being biologically superior than other races. I can make a good case for
But
it.
I've made my points clear about what I think about race. It's stupid.
You guys ain't gonna like it though.
Ignorant.
Well, go ahead and throw it out.
Are you gonna let me go through it? And then the thing
No, I
is,
guarantee nothing. The problem is you guys want guarantees, and then you make a bazillion points before landing the plane.
well, this is something that's going to require like multiple points in order to make you see what I'm talking about. I have to build it up, and right now, really, I'm not ready to build it up. But if you just let me talk, if you let me talk for about 2 minutes straight, I'll give you the best pitch that I have.
All right. If you try to keep it concise, then I will try to keep myself silent.
No, because 2 minutes means 20 minutes in color people time.
Fuck you, Snowman. I'm very much a timely person.
And what are you doing 2 minutes?
You're white, Resla.
I want
Oh
to
wow.
give my
Okay. Never mind.
best pitch for, but I'll wait till I bring my sources up because whenever I make the points, y'all are going to argue against my points. But if I have my sources up, it'll be something you can't argue against. Just like the two other points that I share with you guys that are scientific facts. People want to argue with me, and then we'll argue over things that I
None
know
of
that
us
are
were arguing with him though. That's why I kept thinking it was weird for you to keep pulling them up like you were making a point. No one on our panel was arguing with you. I think you have an imaginary foe up there. No one was arguing with you.
You did bring up a point that no one really went against in the first place.
no. Joe Cool specifically said genetics can tell you what race you are. He did, and
No,
that's
I
why
said
I
if
pulled up.
where you from, if some idiot calls that race, that is the only way I can give him that he calls it race. But I know there is
Yeah,
only
you
the
pivoted
human
your
race,
stance.
and race is not a thing. It's only the
I don't even
location.
want to
You
argue this
heard
point.
what you
This is
wanted to
stupid.
hear, and you probably didn't hear it because you was talking over me like you're doing now when you don't want to hear what something you don't want to hear.
So anyway, it sounds good. That's what he said, but the point is, I will make my point and then and have my facts to bring it up if Resla allow me, because there's too many people that will argue against facts that I know that are scientific facts, and if I don't have them at hand, there's no sense because y'all will argue against it.
Yeah, and
Well, if
that's
you're worried about it being argued against, then it must
Yeah,
not be
you're
a
in the
very,
wrong
very
spot.
valid argument.
I prefer
Right, you got a valid argument there.
yeah. And I've said it a few times too. Is that I'm not okay with full blown like anything, any kind of ideology, social contract, that sort of thing. Maybe just a little tad at the most, just like a little bit, something to keep us moving forward. Then it's got to be real benefit in nature.
And
Fence
it can't.
rider, pick a side.
Fence rider.
It's like there's the center, which is the fence, right? And I'm like, would be
I
right.
find
You know,
it
whichever
really, really
way.
ironic that a dick rider's calling out a fence rider.
Oh damn! Yeah.
It's like just slightly right. Like I'd rather be just slightly angry than sad or fence ride.
So which position is superior, riding the rail or riding the pole?
I'll land on your back.
False dichotomy.
Nobody's playing your game, gay boy.
Hey, I'm working on conversion here, right? Like I don't care what you say. I'm working on conversion. At the end of the day, I want all of y'all to fail. This is a race.
Just like someone,
I want
just like someone who's a part of the community.
Wait, did
I hope you get
drag
essayed by one of your lady boys.
Hey, you know what? Y'all pick on lady boys, but they winning. They get the benefits from both sides, right?
If you
Today,
say, man, I
it's
don't want
harder
to
to be a
consider
woman.
lady boys. If you say so, I'm trying to block it out still.
They win from both sides. He said. What the hell?
That was a wild statement.
Oh,
Hey,
They're
what's
winning.
the
Come to Thailand. They're winning.
What a crazy world we live in.
Hey, are Thai? Is the lady boys like that? That's Thai, right? So is Thailand the better
Thai.
country?
Thai in the Philippines, I believe.
Are they winning? Is that the club?
Boys right here in America.
Bangkok appears to be the superior city. I mean, if you're judging if you're like basing it off of like size of city and economy, right? So Bangkok is the superior city.
That's subjective.
Well, I added a metric in there just to make sure.
You did.
Right?
You did.
Yeah.
I had
Wieners.
a discussion.
Yes.
I had a
You added
discussion like that
wieners.
with somebody earlier. He said United States is superior, and I threw in the argument. What is your argument here? Are you going by money, or are you talking about morals? Because I have an argument that the United States kills more and slaves more and all of that shit. What are you calling superior? He was going by.
I would say ideology, not morals. That's different.
Okay, ideology. Okay, I like ideology, and America probably does have an advantage on ideology. I ran through about 6 things in my head. I think that's a hard one to argue.
Morals. Who needs those, right?
Who needs morality?
Don't need no stinking morals.
Okay, I got a.
What about Canada here? Some good ideology.
I got a new one for you. I seen a news report out of Canada today that said in 2027, they got this government assisted suicide thing.
Okay.
In 2027, if you feel that you're too poor, you're going to be able to volunteer for it. If you feel you're mentally ill, you're going to be able to volunteer for the program. If you feel because you don't have a house, you can volunteer for it.
I
But
see the
what's your,
slippery. I see the slippery
yeah,
slope there. However,
Chuck, I would sooner sign up to take it from somebody else.
I will be here on panel assisting you guys with your applications.
whoa. But that's 2027 that's supposed to kick in.
Are
Yeah,
you doing that
I'm a
through
patient man. I
treaties
can wait.
or like because you have to have a treaty to do that? You know that, right, Joshua? Better be on like well within the treaty signing, right? So I'm saying if you're going to be working with Canada, there better be a treaty.
There's no treaty. We're just basically going to put you on a bus.
Rick, your jokes aren't landing tonight, bro. You need to go home and try again.
We're going to put you on a bus. We're going to transport you to Canada. No
He's gonna
treaty needed.
expedite that shit. He's gonna call it early release. Don't leave it to him.
Oh, please leave it to me.
Where this world is going, we're all losing our minds.
Exactly. What do we come to when we allow multiple deletion of yourself? Or let's help you delete yourself. I mean, good
wait,
Lord.
what if Chuck? What if someone is
Chuck,
sick and
no
dying of
different.
cancer?
It's
Is
no
there an
different than
exception for
calling it
them?
adult abortion.
I believe people have the right to kill themselves. Like say when like a person want to commit suicide, it's not my business. If somebody has a terminal disease and they want to be put out their misery, it's not my business. Me as the state, I'm not stepping in and telling nobody when they can and can't take their own life.
Chuck,
Well, I know they say that. Well, look, I know that they say that self deletion is illegal, but come on, let's be real. I mean, what is the punishment for you committing suicide? You've already given yourself the ultimate punishment.
It used to be murder. It used to be put to death.
How do you know? But how do you charge someone murder?
Wait. It used to be a law. If you try to kill yourself and fail, the punishment was death. That used to be a law.
Well, then you're just giving the person what they wanted.
That's not.
Yeah,
That's not the question.
What they wanted, then. That's insanity.
But it's not the question. The question is assisted living. I mean, assisted.
I agree. But before we went that break, I wanted to get Chuck's on the first part that Deuce said. If a person wants to, sick and wants to kill himself, he don't think it's a state business, even interfere. What about, do you agree thus far, Chuck?
Yes, because I believe if you start giving somebody the say so, where does the line get crossed? When does the line get crossed? Where they decide.
But as long as the guy did it in his own home, you don't have a problem with that, yeah?
That's between him and his God.
The line gets crossed when Rebecca did not put me on her will for the AARP. I have been dogging it out in the old folks' home for some time. I feel it's unjust.
I feel used.
Oh, the line gets crossed when your right to delete yourself starts infringing on my right to live.
How would that work? How does that work? Give me an example. Chuck, give me an example.
What he just said, that your right to do it is one thing, but if you're going to dictate that I have to do it, you therefore violating my right because I want to live.
No, that don't. We're talking about voluntary killing yourself can never impinge.
No, I'm talking about like say you're down in your basement and you decide you want to shoot yourself in the head and that bullet goes out your wall and then comes in and hits me in my spleen. Now your right to kill yourself is infringed on my right to live a healthy life. Now I have a problem.
Okay, I think I might have one.
That's a stretch, right?
Are we gonna?
It's not a stretch, really, because people get hit by stray bullets all the time.
Are we
gonna? Are you telling me people who try to off themselves? People
we don't do that. I'm sure that there. Has anybody ever? Is there any kind of metric to gauge that off of? Even
Yes,
Yeah,
there
I'm
is.
sure that
You
I'm
just
sure that
living as old as you are you familiar with some load of people who tried to commit who off
dude,
themselves
I'm
and
not
took
saying that I
another
am or I ain't. He
wait,
asked
let
for
me
an
finish.
example. I gave a
No, no,
fucking
no, 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 no.
example.
No, you
It's
said
all good. We don't
often,
have to argue
and I
that. We know
wanted
he
to
was trying to be
clarify. You
facetious
said
anyway.
often.
Like that don't
You
happen in
said
real life, so we
often.
don't even have to go down there.
Happens
Let
all
Josh
the
go.
time.
I
I
didn't
haven't
say
just heard
often or
one
nothing,
story.
dude. I never said that.
You never said often?
No,
No.
he didn't say often, and we're
Yo, don't
arguing
go down
clearly.
that
Some of
road.
you motherfuckers have
Bullshit.
this
He's
issue with putting words in
bullshit.
people's mouths.
No, you said it.
Josh,
I'm just too
go.
lazy.
Let
I
Josh
ain't
go.
gonna back this shit up. But you
Would you
definitely
rather to
said it
be a
happens
penis?
all the time.
He didn't say often. No, he didn't.
So when
Sure
your
it did. Yeah,
death
sure it did.
when your death infringes on my labor, so you sit there and kill yourself by whatever means. Now, who has to dig the damn hole? Who has to drag your body into that damn hole or burn it or however you're like getting rid of the body? Somebody's stuck paying a damn bill.
Your family,
Amen.
like always.
I mean, we got
So
grave
do
diggers
you
for a
feel?
reason, right? They got a job.
So
Why do I
do
gotta
you?
Damn.
bury the body?
Are
Wow, that's just
you
cold.
against people taking themselves out, Josh, for that reason?
What
You don't
I
No,
need
think
to
no,
bury the body for?
not only do I not oppose suicide, I would like to offer it as a service.
damn
Well, what
right.
about what about the state getting
It's called
involved, which was
hospice
the
these
original?
days.
The state gets involved all the damn time. What
Yeah.
is suicide by cop?
Is it what about now the state thing? Do people is it okay for someone said propose for the state to get involved and let people who are poor do it and all of that shit? What do you guys think
No,
about that? Is it okay?
poor people may not do it. That's a labor force.
So here's the problem with assisted is that now it is no longer just one person taking out their own life. Now someone else is involved. It is no longer assisted. It is murder.
Technically, it's not suicide; it's murder. Because in order for it to be suicide, like Rick just said, you
Do
have
it
to do it
yourself.
yourself.
Not only that, it's ripe for abuse. Whenever you put the state into something, it becomes a financial thing. They're gonna be advertising. Are you below the poverty level? Look at this
Here's
new
where it gets
electric
risky.
chair.
Here's where it
Wait.
gets risky.
Well,
Because
why
if
are we?
somebody agreed that they want their lives taken, if you give somebody permission, then is it murder? If you, I mean, we might say it is, but there's
Oh,
no
good
law
one.
saying that. Hey,
No, that was
I'm
dope.
terminal. I'm terminal. I'm on my deathbed. I'm suffering. I don't want to live anymore, but I don't want to take my own life because I don't necessarily believe in suicide because I might not go to heaven. Can I have somebody else assist me?
Yes, every time somebody's dying of
Interesting.
cancer and has hospice come in and OD them, they're murdering whoever the victim is.
That is true.
No,
That is true.
So I think that's a justification, is what I'm saying.
Good point. With the
It may
I
be
like
justified.
doing it
It may be. You might be right about that. However, and here's another point. The machines are actually what's keeping them alive, not their body. So
That's a little different.
Yeah.
Somewhere they when they made it legal, could be here in the US somewhere, they give you a cup of the shit, you go to your pharmacist. You keep it in your bedside when you're super sick for that day, you mix it up. You know, I saw one lady, she called her family, they all flew out and shit. She drunk the shit and she died. Is that murder? The shit sat in her fucking bedside for I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks or something.
Anything is defined as murder if it's based on a law. So if the state says you can't do it, bam, can't do it. If a book or a god says you can't do it, it's a murder. Bam.
All right, I wasn't asking you what the law said about it, man. I'm really asking you what the fucking law says.
You're by definition
I was
calling
asking
it
you.
murder.
You telling me the law defines murder in real life?
Yes.
Fuck out of here with this nonsense.
It's unlawful killing.
Really? Wait. If I'm on an island with no law,
without law,
I can't murder unless there's the laws involved. Is that what you cats telling me?
Yes, that's the definition of murder. Unlawful killing.
Murder without having a law involved.
Yeah, murder is defined by law.
How do
Nothing
you
else.
define
Everything
it?
else is killing.
Yeah. What law?
Again, I just cited. It's either going to be the state or maybe a god. You just take your pick. Which law do you want to?
That is actually circular reasoning. Calling murder defined by law is circular reasoning because murder is defined as the unlawful killing. So you're literally on circular reasoning, saying it's lawful, legal definition, but then you put lawful, legal into the definition.
I got a good question here. I think this will do it for you right here, Joe. So let's say we are primitive human beings and law doesn't exist yet, right? And you as a early human force yourself on a woman and
I
have
still
sex
murdered
with her.
that nigga. I murdered that
That's
nigga,
not the
my
que-
next door
let me
neighbor,
just ask the
because I
question because
wanted
I
his
wasn't even
roast
Wait,
beef.
So
Joe.
I got you right now, Joe, because you wanted to know this, so I'm gonna put it out there. So we got a couple areas, right? For one, we got the USC 111 that defines murder as unlawful killings
I didn't want to know the law,
of,
but go ahead.
of human beings with malice afterthought. It also is defined as saying, because it got put in 1536, saying murder, the definition of what it was. So murder defined as and in degrees under section 1751A, title 18, incorporated by what? USC.
I don't really care. If you're telling me if another white man comes along and change that definition
It doesn't
tomorrow,
talk about
wait,
race, sir.
please let
It
me
doesn't talk
answer
about
the
killing by
question.
race.
Please let me
finish
answer.
giving you the
No, I
scenario,
was
Joe.
already talking. Can you wait?
No,
You
I
telling me
actually was already
if
talking and
some
Resla
man
cut me
comes
off.
along and changes that law tomorrow, by you, murder has now been changed because someone wrote it in the book somewhere? That's what
Yes.
determines murder by
Yes.
you?
Yes.
All right.
You don't
No, by
understand
me,
what law is.
Yes.
and
Let me ask you this
dude's
by
question,
example.
the country you reside in, yes.
All
So
right, I'm a fan
let
of
me give you
God.
a scenario then, Resla. Let's
Go
say
ahead.
you are, let's say there is no law, and you force yourself upon a woman and take sex from her, but the concept of rape don't even exist. Did you rape her?
You mean grape, sir? You gotta say grape. You can't say that word
Right.
on.
Yeah.
Rape her.
I absolutely did not. I
He
liberated my
asked
children.
Resla.
You literally say, well, one of the things that you say was the concept. If the concept does not exist, I just want to stop you. What you said. If the concept does not exist, did I do so? I just want to pay attention to the things you said. If the concept does not exist,
indeed.
All right.
That's
So
an answer for me. So
well, I just want to stop there for us to listen to what was being said. Was something done if the concept of it does not exist?
all right. Well, I don't think you're
concept
speaking to me. Let's just rephrase it.
Hold on, because let's
word
give
is
another
very
real life
defined.
example. You didn't answer the
Concept
question,
always
Resla.
exists.
I'm gonna let you go. So let's look at it like this. I want to give a.
Folks. Was the question not already answered in the statement that he gave when he gave
Oh,
the
you
question?
ran. You ran. You knew what he meant, and you ran on a
No,
technicality.
No, he said concept.
He
He didn't say the. He didn't
Yes,
say.
I know what he said too, but
He
I
didn't
also
say the
know what he
actual
meant.
word. He said
What
Did
the
you know
he
what he
said
meant?
was just as important. And I
Did you know what he meant? Did you know what he meant?
Bro,
Do not
Joe,
interpret
stop.
for him what he said. Don't
I got
interpret
you. I
for
got
him.
you,
You're not
Resla.
his lawyer. He's a grown ass man who said what he said. If he wants to do further clarification, he can do that. Don't do that for him. I heard what he
I'm
said
not
and I
doing nothing
and I
from. I'm
repeated it.
giving my
I
opinion that you
repeated it.
ran. That's
Sir,
my opinion.
I
It has nothing to do
repeated
with
it.
him.
I repeated it. Don't say that that's not what he said when he said it.
I didn't say
repeated
that.
what he said.
I didn't say he didn't say it. I said you ran, and you did.
How? I answered it. First of all, he answered his own shit when he gave me the question.
Let me clarify.
Yeah, he answered his own question when he gave me the question.
Just let me
Come
finish the
on.
scenario because I get what he's saying, right? So let me reiterate.
Very good.
Let's say you are looking at some primitive human. Let's say you're looking at a tribe in the Amazon, right? And you from America, where you from, and you see a man force himself on a woman. Did he commit rape?
Amazon's in the America.
Hold on. I'm talking to Resla,
Just
bro.
saying, y'all. It's in South America. So yeah.
Is rape his mic here will be my thing. Is rape defined? Sorry, is rape defined as an issue in the Amazon when Americans are on their land? Because we're talking about in the Amazon. We're not talking about in the Americas.
I'm asking you what you think.
The answer would be no. They're in the Amazon. Their culture would determine that it's not a thing. Our culture on someone else's land would be something different. When we go to other people's lands, do we not follow the codes, the customs, and the laws that happen in that land?
If you want to live, yes.
No. That come on. We're not going to be deceitful. We're not going to be disingenuous. We're going to talk about this is the whole thing when we say when you're in Rome, you do what?
Do as
Do
the
what the
Romans.
Romans do.
So let me even further.
We do
So
not
you
Let me,
think
impose
when
our
Muslims
rule.
come to America, they eat pork?
I
He
want to
didn't
take
say
it
here in
further.
America. He did not.
I
Wasn't
He
part
asked
said
of
you
the
it
when
example
was
at
on
Muslims.
all.
Amazon.
Wait. I asked you when Muslims come to America, do they eat pork? Was my question. I'm not sure
Yes,
that
they do. They do. They do.
Yeah,
all of them.
it happens all
All
the
of them.
time.
They do.
No.
I
Some
have
eat
Muslim
pork.
friends, bro.
They do.
So do I, dude. You ain't
Yeah,
the only
and
cat
so
who
I
know
know
a
that they
Muslim.
eat pork all the time. Yes.
Yes, I
And
know
drink
that some
alcohol,
eat pork.
and smoke
Wait,
cigarettes, and
yes,
all sorts of drugs
yes,
right here in this
yes.
country.
Very good. That's not what I'm talking about, Brick. I'm talking about a man who is devout, who doesn't do it over there. When they all come
So
over here, because
can
he's
I take it
accepted in
even further?
America,
So
And no
do
take it
Christian
they
everything
drinks,
change
out of
and
their
no
context.
Christian
wasn't your
does
question.
alcohol, and
I
no
want to take
Christian
it
does
further if
this,
y'all
and no,
don't mind.
do
bro.
Hold
they
on,
change their
respect.
customs, Brick?
Come on, not we're
So
just
do Christian.
we're
Yeah, they change their customs when they come
being
here.
All right.
dishonest. Because if I
They
answer
do.
the question and now you want to move the goalposts, you don't if you don't just don't like what you hear, just say we don't like what you hear, but don't move the goalposts and think that you can put somebody in a trap. I listened to what you heard very carefully and I answered the question. If you don't like it, well, now I gotta move it to make sure I can get him. No, you're not doing that to me. I heard
Yeah,
you and I
because
answered.
because in their religion, they are afforded a certain degree of forgiveness as well. Yes.
Come on
To
now.
both of you
What are we
cats.
doing?
First of all, wrestler, my opinion remains the same. There is no y'all, and I'm not
My
saying I
answer
agree
remains the
with
same.
dude. I'm saying I'm not saying I agree with dude. My own thing is that you
I
know
asked a
what he
question.
meant, and you were, and
No,
you
I know
are.
what he
I'm
said.
gonna get cut off when
You
in
can't
in
you
5
can't tell me
minutes.
what
When you tell me
I
what I
know.
mean, you won't know what
No,
I mean. Because the
no,
last 5 times I tried to
no.
say, you cut me off.
N-O, which part you need to know? The N or the O? No, I don't know what you mean because I only listened to what he said. What he says
How
and
does he
how he
know what
said
I
it is just
mean?
as important.
How
And
does
I
he
said
know
it
what
out
I
loud, and you're
mean?
gonna tell me that you know what I know.
No. How does he know what I mean? You
Words
listening
have
to him tell you what
meaning,
I mean?
Joe. Words have meaning, Joe.
So
And
Oh
when
I
shit.
want to take it
when
a
he
little step
worded it
further,
like
man.
that, Joe, that's how
What?
Resla took it. He took it the way
So
the
let me
man
take it
worded
another
it.
step further.
I
How you
So
gonna
understand
tell
that
me
he
what I
took
think?
it. I am here. I can see. I
come on, bro.
understand. I saw what went on.
How you
It's
gonna
all
tell me
I
what
good.
I
So
hey,
think?
let's
Yeah,
move.
but you
Let's
keep
move
telling
forward.
you don't
Resla
know what
how
I'm
he
telling
thinks.
you, wrestler. Please don't
You
paraphrase me
keep
because
telling
you've
Resla how he
truncated my
You
thinks.
shit
literally
and cut
told
me
me to
off
my
every
face that
time.
you know that I know what he thinks. No, I don't. I know what he said.
You have no idea what I'm saying because you cut me off every time. You never let me finish the fucking thought. So please don't paraphrase me. Just give me your opinion on things. Don't give me mine back because you don't know it yet. You're unable to control your emotions and let me finish the thought.
Oh, here we go.
You did literally just tell him though that you
Here we
know
go.
what he was thinking.
He
I
did.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. He
Doesn't
got
matter.
full.
When
Wait.
you premise the
No,
statement as
it
you know
does
what he was
matter.
thinking.
Wait. Here, it does matter. I'm going to give you a
Yes,
statement
it
right now. You
No, let's
please
not
be
do
quiet.
this.
I can't stand black people. That's what my neighbor says. If you cut me off and I can't stand black people, you don't have my full thought. That's shit. He don't have my full thought. Him cutting me off is wrong. And assuming he
Can I
knows where I'm
please
going
move
with
forward
shit.
with the conversation? Please.
I don't have a problem with this, man. I yell at motherfuckers all the time. I don't have a problem with this.
Well, Resla didn't cut you off. He cut you off on
He
his
cut me
sentence.
off every fucking time I try to say what I want.
No,
Every time.
Go ahead. Because based on the premise of what you said, you're already wrong. Go ahead.
All right, and that I can accept, but please, I say, I understand. I saw that you saw. That's exactly, and you did what you should have did. You called them up. I say, called them out. I say there is another layer. If you were a brave man, you would have stepped out on that limb and gave the question that he missed spoke and gave a bad word asking. That's where I was going. Thank you for letting me finish.
Based on what? If I actually knew what he meant versus what he actually said, right? But what you actually
Yes.
said, I know what he meant. No, I did not.
Oh,
You're
very
telling me
okay.
now what I know based on your own interpretation, which is wrong.
Well, I still say that and if we follow this, and I
You
hope
can
we
be
do.
wrong and strong. You can, but you're still wrong. By telling me that I know what he said based on your interpretation, based on your point of view, you're wrong.
And that's subjective, wrestler.
Wait, no. Resla. No. So Joe is here. He's correct, right? You have a crystal ball. You can read other people's thoughts. Please show us the crystal ball.
Apparently, I do. I know I know. Listen, I know I don't keep hair on my head, but I shave. I'm not bald. I shave. I can't see the fucking future. There's no Patrick Stewart.
I'm not asking
I'm
for
not
future.
fucking
I'm asking
Xavier.
for common sense shit. Is all I'm talking about.
Common
You
sense
are,
shit. No.
yes. Here. Let me
Communication is important.
rephrase.
Communication is important. Communication is important.
I'm not saying it's not. Here, let's try this. If you go over there, no laws.
You're gonna keep moving.
You're just gonna fucking keep cutting me off every time I talk. For the record,
you keep moving the goalposts, and you won't just concede to the fact that I have my point of view, and you're trying to make me you're trying to force me to yours.
I already gave a scenario. Whatever you give out to that, Joe, you're just trying to pivot it to make it.
No. I was going to try and clarify. Wait. Well, since you're psychic now, I was going to try and clarify your original statement the way I saw it.
Go.
I was just going to try and change it a bit. If Resla, if you're on that island, well, fuck it. Yeah, I'll keep you out of it. I don't need to argue. If I'm on that island and that guy forcefully takes that, it is immoral or in my head, and it is what I define as grape. I think it's wrong, and he took it. I think it's under God, by the way. I don't think no man determines if that's what it is. I think my own self can tell if it is that. And murder too, by the way.
So that's kind of where I was going to go with it when I said I want to take it further. So let's kind of put God in it and then take God back out of it, right? Because we feel like some laws come from God as far as grape and murder and these things, right?
I do.
But we know there was a time to where humans did not know God or any religion for that matter. So this is what I want to. That is the question. But you see somebody impose themselves on a woman, and the concept of rape don't exist, but you see that person still force himself on a woman. You wouldn't know about rape, but would you still think it was wrong?
Of course, you know it was wrong when she's crying and screaming. I know it was wrong. An animal would know it was wrong.
Is it inherently evil?
Wow. I don't put that title on nothing, but I don't want to be the guy who's defending grape. So I'm going to stay out of that shit.
I was asking you, though.
I don't put the inherently title on evil title on anything. But this, I'm going to bypass this one. I love to argue anything. You know me by now. I will argue any trivial thing, but I don't want to argue that one.
No, invoke your Fifth Amendment. I get it.
That implies a conclusion. I'm trying to
don't work here, though. That's only in court of law. Technically, all right.
No, I just think it's interesting that if the concept don't exist, but if the act is still there, how do you discern? And I think you just have to go off of however you feel. You know what I mean? Like, is it inherent? I don't know, but I think
I was actually gonna
say. My question
earlier,
is, do we have to have a law to tell us that something is right or wrong?
That's why I asked the question. You didn't answer. You had that's the reason why I'm asking the question. But it took too long for us to get to this point. You know what I mean?
No, it didn't. It happened as God wanted it, in my opinion.
Damn, I want to answer this question, and my cynicism is kicking in, right?
Your cynicism always is in. It never kicks out.
You welcome.
It is because of our inherent nature that we determine what is right and wrong, and thus we write down what we believe that is, and we call them statutes, code, ordinances, or some people call them laws.
Baby, that was good thinking, bro. That was dope.
I think Angry can probably, or I think he was originally trying to take this a little bit differently, right? So the example would be like you need an example of when something is considered to be wrong within your mindset, right? Without having a law associated with it. So you want more things like, how do you know that damn, masturbation. Is it right or
Yeah.
wrong? Like if you say like wrong or whatever it is, right? How did you come about that? Was it because
Joshua, you better not be back there master debating.
hey, my camera's off. You can't prove or see nothing, but you pay enough, you might. My OnlyFans getting started.
Not interested.
The point is his question.
Who gonna
If
pay
you're
for
going to
that
use
shit?
examples, if you're going to use examples, find something that you can parallel it with this question. Like I don't think there might be laws about masturbating in public, right? But if you're in your home, right, how do you know the thing is wrong?
No,
Is
I
it
like
because
the
you
question.
know it, or is it because your parents taught it? That kind of thing.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it may not be wrong, depending on the fucking person. If you think it's wrong, it's probably wrong. But I can imagine at a time where a motherfucker where it is not wrong.
Joshua, if you keep doing that, you're going to go blind.
Leave me alone. I can't do two things at one time.
You want to shoot your eye out.
I personally
You
don't.
shoot your eye out, kid.
My cynicism, and I'm
Want to
probably
shoot his one eye out.
my cynicism is kicking in and saying, no, you're incapable of knowing right from wrong without being taught.
That's correct.
But I
That's
don't
why I
know,
also
I don't
mentioned the
know if I
culture.
can demonstrate that. That's the problem.
I can. I definitely can.
Good.
So Joe might not let me elaborate, but I'm going to try to give a
Yeah, I'm here.
scenario to where people can come by right and wrong, and I can keep it concise through trial and tribulations. Once you do a thing one time, two time, three time, eventually I give the human race enough credit to that we and enough faith in the human experience that we'll figure it out. If I kill my brother, and the first time might be like, okay. The second time I kill him, I might start feeling bad because now I lost one brother. I done killed another. I know these people are not coming back. So eventually it's going to dawn on me and the rest of the human race that this is not productive for us. If I killed my mom, I might feel some type of way about it. If I eat my kids, I might look at it later on down the line. It might take generations, right? I'm talking about over a long period of time. People are going to come to some type of principles after a while, after you do things multiple times without nobody telling you. I think we come to these things, and
we're in this era today, right? We're in the 21st century. Are these things still taking place?
Absolutely.
So all that learning throughout all the time that human beings have been around is still taking place, right?
Indeed.
So all that stuff that you just said, what would happen to all that learning?
He's saying it's a process, and we only got so far.
I'm saying that process has been happening around since the dawn of human history, and yet we still persist.
Why is it still here?
No, I think we have made progress. I don't think you're going to ever stamp out anything completely because humans are humans. You're going to have people that act up. It's hard to stamp out anything completely. And
so
plus,
why?
And plus, we got billions of people on the planet. You know
Ask
what I
again.
mean?
Ask again, Brooke.
But why is that? Why do people continue to do what we know inherently is bad?
Especially when they're raised within it. They're not coming up and then people now have to make laws. They're raised within those laws.
And benefit, man. You might do something that you know that you believe is wrong. And if you get some type of great benefit out of it, you might want to compromise your morals.
That's a good reason to do bad.
Assuming that was a part of their morals.
Why are people
that was a part of their morals
to do it against their own morals, knowing good and well that it is not beneficial in any way? People still continue to do what is bad. Why is that?
Correct.
You said if it's not beneficial in any way, but if somebody is doing something that's against what they believe is wrong, more than likely the only scenario that I can think of, Brick, will fit what you just brought is a sociopath, right? Somebody who doesn't.
Yes.
You know what I
But
mean?
they continue to do it, even knowing that it's wrong.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. And psychopaths
Wait,
as well.
Is the argument that doing bad is not beneficial? Because that's a reason to do bad.
We'll go to the point of you saying serial rapists. They know it's wrong. They still continue to do it.
Homicidal maniacs.
That's the point that I make.
So why do y'all think they do it? if it's not because it's beneficial, if they're not getting high from it, money from it, fame.
What do you mean they don't see a benefit in it? Why would they continue to do something if they didn't feel like there was a benefit from it?
Right.
Wait. If you could just relax and kill all the faces and stuff. I'm honestly just trying to get some understanding.
It's not hard to figure it out, especially if we just look at human beings on a normal level when it comes to dopamine. Power.
All right. I thought I heard you guys say it was not because it was beneficial. That's why I was asking. Are you guys saying
because it is beneficial?
It is beneficial. All right.
Well, Brick gave a scenario where he said that if there is no benefit out of it and people still do wrong.
They know it's not beneficial in any way, shape, or form. I did say
when is it beneficial in no way, shape, or form? When is that a thing?
And that's when I said it got to be a sociopath. Some people just
if you take away sociopaths, other people at least get a dopamine rush from it. Some serial killer.
It's not beneficial when they're caught.
Agreed.
Right. So they aren't aware of their surroundings. They're not aware of their surroundings. They're not even aware sometimes with psychopathy. See, there's a difference between a sociopath and a psychopath, right? Where sociopaths aren't aware of their surroundings and psychopaths aren't even aware of their own ideologies and viewpoints, and some people call it thought.
They do it because they can. They do it because they like to manipulate. They do it for power.
Wait. I don't think you guys are agreeing. I think Brick is just saying so far the only people who do wrong are psychopaths and sociopaths. I don't think you've given up that other people outside of that do wrong.
There are. I agree. There are.
All right. And do they do wrong and they get no benefit out of it? If that a thing, if they're not psychopathic or sociopaths.
Those people are aware of the non-benefit.
I also mentioned rapists.
Yeah. Those people outside of the psychopaths and sociopaths are fully aware of what's going on. And that's
they get a benefit out of it. They get a benefit out of it, right?
They get their endorphins. They know it's bad. Yeah, they're whack jobs. They're like real whack jobs. Yeah, they're not just I mean, I guess you could classify them as sociopaths, psychopaths, but it's like a different class within the two, right?
I wonder if there's different types of
psychopaths, sociopaths.
So let me take it to the next level. Yeah, here's the next part. Here's the next part, Joe.
Yeah.
So since I gave the I think everybody agreed on the panel. Before I move forward, do you guys believe that humans can learn to be, to have social norms? Do you believe that humans can evolve to learn that murder is a bad thing or killing is a bad thing? Do we all agree to that? What I'm saying, without God in the picture, can humans
by majority?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, by nature, yes.
I mean, through generations, right? Can humans learn without religious that things can be wrong and be
nature? I think nature provides an avenue for that. Yes,
I will say not with our societal consensus. Keep in mind what I said. Societal consensus.
Yes.
I didn't say God. I didn't say religion.
Right.
Sure.
There has to be outside influence of some sort.
Yeah. But I think religion overall is that powerful outside influence, in my opinion.
And so like I've said this before, you don't need to touch the fire to know it's hot. But if that's the case, first you need to know what hot is. You need to know at least what warm is, and then somebody's got to tell you that fire is that thing. So that still is the outside influence.
You don't need to know what hot is. You'll know what hot is as soon as you burn your fucking hand.
Well, the point that he's making is that you don't have to burn your hands to understand the value of fire. That it's hot.
Yeah.
Well, we talking about in the beginning. You are right, because if you get close enough to it, like, you're gonna understand it. But here's why I made the point, right? Because religious people believe that God put objective values into the world. And my argument against that is that I think people can come to those same values without God through trial and tribulation.
And yes,
hold on. So here's the question that I'm asking you as a religious person: what values that God have put down on this earth that man can't come to the same conclusion without God through trial and error.
We don't even agree on the same God.
So, hush. I won't bring. Everybody can answer. Everybody can answer, but I
So
won't break it up first.
Yeah,
I'm with Resla. I want you to watch your wording this time. I don't want to get be arguing over
yeah, because
semantics.
I'm not a religious type, but I do believe that God is real. So there's a distinction there. And when it comes to that value that quote unquote God has instilled, if there is like that true God, promotion of life, right? That is something that human beings, for some reason, get it wrong with more often than not.
So you saying no?
Yeah, not without God. Promotion of life doesn't exist without God.
Joshua, go.
Absolutely.
I contend with the question itself because it presumes that we all agree. And
on what? Presume
well,
that we all
okay,
agree.
so
Who
just take
God is.
Hold
Who
on,
God
hold
is
on.
what he's getting at.
the
That is
vast majority of just within the United States do not agree on what they consider to be an influence from a God.
So
Some
I'm
will say
asking.
this rule, some will
He
say
said,
that
Hold
rule,
on, Josh,
some will
because
say
you got to be real to conversation. I want to know, Josh, your God, whatever God you believe in, do you believe that man through trial and error can come to the same morality or whatever God gave you? Can man come
without
to that?
influence, no.
Can man come to those same values, and why not?
Without influence, no. I can't demonstrate it, but my answer is no, just based off of cynicism toward human nature.
I could,
Joe,
in
go.
my opinion, most of them at least. I don't know if all of them, but yes, the simple ones, it's not beneficial to murder a motherfucker because your neighbor helped you when your well needed dug. And so it's beneficial to keep him around. I know it's beneficial to help my neighbor, which is another biblical thing, because I may need him to help me. Simple things just by having a few people around. You got to learn all of the basics: sharing, giving, loyalty. You're going to learn all that just through nature and being with other people.
Good. James, can humans come to some type of subjective, thing that look like morality? The same thing as if God put down the same moral commandments that God put on this earth. Can humans come to those same values without God through trial and error? Yes and no, and why? Yes or no, and
You
why?
said subjective. God doesn't put subjective morality down. He puts objective morality
I
down.
said,
I don't
can
know
humans?
about that.
I said, can humans?
So
James, I said, can humans come to some type of subjective morality, like God's objective morality that He put on the ground without God?
no, because they cannot agree on what is considered moral based on subjectivity, because subjectivity would cause division of what is considered moral. So
Chuck,
no.
are you there, Chuck? Snowman and Resla. You
Yo,
already
what do
gave
you
your
want?
answer. Who was
You
that,
said
Chuck?
you said my name.
Yeah. Do you want to give an answer?
I would actually argue whether or not we even have any subjective morality now, and we live in a time frame where we have God.
I would love that argument too, but I've been, but yeah, I'm with you.
What you think, Rez?
It depends on how a person starts taking a look at it. Because again, if we're going to be making the whole thing that morals cannot be a thing without God, then we're only talking from people that only believe that the world only began with Adam and Eve, and that there's no evolution of man itself. Because in order to be able to propagate as a group, being that humans tend to get into group mentalities for the survival of the group, which means there needs to be an act of cohesion, which means there is a consensus in the group to perform a particular task for the survival of the group. So
And
yeah,
that's how prejudice was born.
so human beings can learn over time what things they will and will not do as a collective, which will then come down to what we look at as morals today. You do not need a
Yeah.
God to do that when we come to actual consensus and pacts as to what we will and will not agree upon for the benefit of the group, aka growing larger to become a society. That's my
Resla, you could almost say with your answer that prejudice was birthed from moral disagreements between different people.
Yes, you can.
You could say that.
Tribes did the same thing.
And
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
and
We
that's
do it
most
now.
likely how it was
Or
done.
better word was
I
moral
mean,
conflict was what I
be
was
honest.
looking at. Moral conflict.
Moral disagreements. That was cool. I think that's what you said at first. We do it on YouTube all the time. We separate into groups. Oh, you believe that? You hang with that? You gonna vote for him? You support that guy? And we separate into fucking groups because of what he thinks it's moral shit.
So
Well, I'm your typical cracker, man. I come up here and try and I bitch and complain when you guys don't include me, and then I bitch and complain when you do include me. You know what I'm saying? I get mad when you say that I'm a cracker and I have cracker privilege, but then I get mad when you say I'm a Negro and I act like a Negro.
Shut up, Negro.
So it sounds to me like James and I are the only ones saying yes, that there is a difference. However, we haven't heard your answer, dude.
Oh yeah.
Well, if there's a difference, hold on. I got one more question for him. If there's a difference, then explain how the people of the highest order that are supposed to be giving God's order can violate that moral judgment.
They are evil men.
So I never said that the question is not, is there a difference? The question is, can humans come to some type of subjective rules that they live by
That mimics morality from God.
that will mirror the commandments of the Bible. You see, from a religious point of view, man gained morality through the commandments, through God. My position, what I'm asking you guys is there any possible way that man can come to these same moral values through trial and error? Like Joe said, and like Resla said, we are community-based organisms. We are social animals. So we get together and we do things. That has been from the time beginning. And if you think like that, then you can see man going through history doing trial and error, fucking up a lot of times before we get it right. So in my perspective, I believe that man can get some type of semblance of reality. Matter of fact, we can get exactly what we have now. And I contend the reason why we got what we got is through trial and error.
But I have to ask, when did we do it right as humanity?
Exactly.
Like by ourselves without God. How have we done?
Yeah. When have we done it right without God?
My answer would be right now. But
evolution.
Right now,
we are doing it with God.
Evolution in progress. History in progress.
So here's a kind of a foundational question. Okay, now I understand that I'm giving a caveat. Man in the woods, right? He's already raised. He's a man, right? And he's gone out into the woods. No men around him. He's doing his own thing. He has no society around him, yet he survives. How does he do that without God?
Somebody before him taught him how to survive. Man didn't just randomly appear in the fucking woods and survive. He might have been raised by wolves, but the wolves taught him how to survive.
So then who taught them?
I already put that caveat in there. I already said,
And
okay, now he's raised. He's done.
I was going to say, you don't think human instinct doesn't take over at some point?
Right. Well, so that kind of brings
come from though.
That brings me to my point of human instinct. Where does that come from?
Well, a lot of it's already in us, in my opinion. If you think about the kangaroo, when its kid is born, it has to climb up to the pouch, and it is just a little pupa this big, little pink thingy, and it somehow knows it has to climb up there, latch onto a tit, and then its mouth get locked on. That would be the essence. That's before learning anything. Instinct is there to tell them to do that. We have a lot of instincts too. You put some in the baby mouth, he know to suck and blah blah blah.
It's inherent, right? That's
and
the word.
Some
inherent.
at least.
Right.
Some at least.
So where did those inherent qualities come from?
Rick is trying to go down to the ultimate point of saying even the inherent concept comes from God. That's what he's trying to get at.
I'm not going to give him that
which
yet.
is totally different from the question itself and saying that could human beings actually have these things without the context of what? Religion. That's a totally
Yeah,
different thing being
I'm
brought
still
into it.
holding him accountable.
you,
Wrestler,
Resla.
he ain't finna get away.
You can't. I'm just
But
saying
I
you
no,
can't.
Do
well,
that every
in all
Yes, it can
fairness, that
come through,
wasn't
not through God. It
Sliding
can
away.
come through.
He does it every time.
no, in all fairness, it's not religion. Okay, religion is a whole separate thing, right?
Yeah.
Religion is men telling other men what to do. I'm not down with that. What I'm saying is a man in the woods don't need no other man to tell him I'm hungry. I better go look for some nuts and berries or shoot a deer. Right?
I'm in agreement. Yeah.
That comes from somewhere. It doesn't come from another man telling him. It's his belly. It's his blood flow. He's like, oh man, I'm starting to get weary. I'm starting to get weak.
Well, if
that
you can
comes
believe
from
me,
an
those
inherent
things.
nature.
Can I do this, Resla? Am I allowed to do this one?
He
Okay,
argued
here, Brick.
design.
Here, I'll
where you're
answer your
going,
question.
Brett.
It could be the case. It could be the case that it came from God. It could be the case that it came from any other word that I want to like make up. Gobbledygook.
And
all I'm doing is effectively coming up with an idea, putting a word on it, and then calling it that.
Feeding
It
a
doesn't
nature.
make it so. It just means I'm
right.
Feeding a
making
nature.
Yep. It could be nature, could be evolution, could be God. It's all boils down to a belief system.
right. But your answer is it doesn't particularly matter.
So
That's
so
not even,
when
that's not what I was getting. Brick and
So
absolutely clarify. Where I heard it going was that even the quote, the biological imperative for that survival has to come from somewhere. And if we're talking about from somewhere, and if we have to grow all the way to the base down of logic, then at the logical conclusion, once we go past the point of past logical conclusions, that the thing that was not materialized has to be the thing that has to be the evidence, the only evidence that are actually there at the end, which has to be God.
I think so.
and I understand it. Now I believe it, and I know that other people don't.
The most weirdest conclusion has to be the only thing left.
Okay, you said it better at that time because you said the only evidence that's left is God. Because I would say there is no evidence of God, number one. And number two, it does sound like Brick is arguing for intelligent design. So what you're saying is, where does that instinct come from?
I'm not. I'm
okay,
not.
That's fine. I'll let you rebut me after I land, all right? Because whenever you're saying that, hey, where does that come from? I don't know what else you could be arguing, but I'm going to say we do have instincts that are human, that are programmed inside of us, and we don't know where it comes from. Like I'm fine with saying that I don't know. You feel me? But I don't think
that's what I'm getting to. Yes, dude.
But that's the thing. If you can say you don't know, then that don't know has to be defined by something. And that's exactly what we get down to at the end of the day. Then it has to be God.
That's God at a guess.
No, I don't agree with that. So I'm all right with I don't know. Okay. Now I'm also all right with someone saying I believe this. But when someone says I know that it's evolution or I know that it's God, then I have a problem.
I don't know if anybody up here has made that mistake yet.
I think in passing, some people use certain words when like I think it's a little unfair to hold them down onto that.
I do too.
At the end of the day, you're trying to have the conversation and pull it out. So I'm not going to sit
if
here.
we can really hit on the whole I don't know. Typically what happens in conversations like this, not to say it's happened in this one because I posited it out there, but it's always wind up to turn around to talking about the absence of evidence versus the evidence of absence. Since you don't got anything, it must be this. But how do you know if you can't really prove this? And then there's again, it gets down to the question that can never be answered until you die.
Yeah,
and so inject God whenever you don't have an explanation, and I think that's a cop out because I'm fine with saying that I don't know. We can look at the ants and how complex ant colonies are beehives, and ask the same questions. Why do they have the instincts that they have, and they things are super complex? I don't think it's anything divine. I just think that over millennia, over millions of years, like you figure it out. And also we don't really understand genetics and how information is passed down. Let's go ahead and get that out there. Like we do not understand how biological evolution really works and how other information that we can't quantify, that we can't measure, are passed down. But I'm willing to accept that there is a lot of things about nature that we don't know, even though science will tell you otherwise in some cases.
Well, there are some things that we do know. Those are the things that are. But the things that we know, or we say we know why, those are the things that we actually don't know, and they actually become belief, right? And so it's cool to look at these things. It's like, hey, that's a really cool thing to look at. But when you apply it to a why, then you're providing a reason to divide it up into like this weird, like racial or special like thing that now we're dividing ourselves from nature, and then it's just, to me, that's not beneficial, right?
From my experience,
nature divides itself.
The most definitive people there are religious people, because they believe God gave you all the answers in whatever religious text. So it's always God from a religious perspective.
I'll come at this.
But even with the nature argument, nature divides itself. You don't see zebras sitting and procreating with horses.
So here's the thing. Okay, I believe in God, and this whole time I've been saying stop dividing. Right now, that's me, a guy of God. But then the people who are of this, I don't know, secularism, evolutionism, that sort of thing, those are the people who are saying divide. Is that accurate to say right now?
Yeah. If you're talking about the people on panel, yeah.
I'm not sure. What? You're right. I'm not sure I agree with you when you said the divide part to begin with, that something leads us to divide. I wasn't sure that I agree with it from there.
Well, the thing is Brick is trying to basically, I don't want to accuse him of this. I don't know another way to phrase it. Cherry pick, right? What Brick, the scripture that states, marry ye of your own kind. What does that mean? Would that be a division?
So
right?
when you get into,
or would you just
get
chalk
into
it up to the concept of it's a man wrote some stuff and they meant one way? Because I'm not trying to. I don't want to nail you down here on this.
So when you get into scripture, right, that is going to be like a man's authority. That okay, a man wrote that, but of course it says that God just directed it and all that. So like, even though I believe that, I don't want to go down that road, because that's really not even the topic of the conversation, in my opinion, right? I don't need the scriptures to realize what I believe, which is that God is real. That's what I believe. Okay, so actualizing that part, that doesn't need the scriptures. And what I'm saying actually overall is that when it comes to my belief system, and I'm positing saying, hey, look, my belief system, the way I'm presenting it is, unity and that sort of thing. And then it turns around to, who's dividing? It's the religious, the believers, that sort of thing. And then I say, hold on, I'm not in that class. Why continue down that road?
You're just laying that argument. In this case,
that's what it was. If you ask why you divide, I disagree with that. You can an adult can ask why all day with another adult. If a kid assumes a thing because you're asking why, then you can't be responsible for that shit. Meaning, you could go down why all day long. You could give me something that's totally different from my belief. If we're adults, we don't have a problem with it. It may have strengthened my shit, may have shifted me over there. It's not the end of the world. Nothing has fucking changed. The truth fears no scrutiny. That's what adults do. It don't necessarily divide.
You said asking why promotes division?
I think that was Brick's point.
No,
I think everything is divided.
That wasn't it.
Right,
I believe you missed it. But ultimately, it's and I actually agree with Resla on this. This is not really like the topic to go down, because yes, I have a belief system and you guys have a belief system, but that's just, we are going to believe different things. That's just the reality of things. My eyes are for me, your eyes are for you.
You're not afraid to talk about politics, are you? Because someone else has different eyes. Sports, cars, the same holds true for them. This cannot be the only thing is religion where it's separate. That's not a thing in nature. It's fear. And again, I have religious conversations all the time. There is no fear from nobody. No one gets hurt, and no one gets divided and run away screaming. And most times people don't even change their fucking mind. No, Joe, I still don't believe in God.
I'm
That's
saying
wife. Hey, that's my
scratching the
wife. I'm finna
surface
hop
is
off
fine.
panel
I'm
for a while.
sure.
That's my wife. I need to text you later.
What, isn't it the case, Brick? So I guess my contention is again with the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the case that by definition you're divided from us because you're laying claim that
Not
your
by any
belief
fault
is
of my
one.
own.
So the is the intention to like put blame on the difference as for being different?
No.
What was
No.
your
I
point?
guess I'm curious as to where
I'm
curious
more
as to
than
where you're going.
I'm more than willing to embrace the difference, right? I believe culture is a good thing, right? When it comes to certain aspects of evil, right? People associate and attribute that to certain cultures, religions, ideologies. And then all of a sudden the whole culture is bad, right? It's kind of like with the Mormons having multiple wives, and then Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on doors, but then also black people are all of a sudden it's said about them that they're singing about killing homies and things like that. And then you've got the Asians are all communists, and all of these extra things that are associated. It's not the real people; those are governments and propaganda. And so when you're talking about different peoples,
I strongly disagree. I think we as a people, as an individual, by definition, want the division.
Are you religious, Joshua?
No, I'm atheist.
So I think the only people
I'm
that
not religious.
I mean, okay, fine, but we know you believe in God, so that's what I mean. That's
Okay.
what I mean. So let's not split hairs on that.
No, there is a splitting of hairs because I'm not religious. I don't go to church. I don't take order from any other man. It's a religious thing.
It's besides the point that I'm trying to make. But I think James, do you believe in a God?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And does anybody know if what's his name? Joe, is Joe religious? He has a cross on. I wonder if he believes in God. But the reason why I'm asking, because I think the people that have the belief are the people that stated that they don't believe that humans come to their own, their own understanding of some type of value system outside of God, and it looked like the commandments. I think that's interesting.
But you're attributing that, right?
I'm attributing that.
Yeah, you're attributing that we so the people that believe in God, that sort of thing. You're attributing that we believe that men don't have the full direction on their own to something else, which is that it's some sense of morality or something like that. I'm not sure.
Not too much, bro. Brick, you be mixing up the conversation. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. But
Plus,
I know.
Go ahead, Josh.
Plus, on top, Josh, it's James, but
I'm sorry.
But on top of it, you were saying so. You used the word subjective. The word subjective is what really, for me, said no, because you can't really come up with a subjective morality system that would even closely be to God's law, God's system. It's just not going to happen.
So I gave the example, James. It would be subjective if people learn some type of value system by trial and error. So if they learn a value system by trial and error, then it's subjective. And then I gave the situation where I said, what if a brother killed his mother, and then he'll learn from that, and then therefore create a law that looks like God's law that says, "Thou shalt not kill thy brother." So I'm saying I gave a way that you could come to some type of value system that will mirror it. I gave a prime example. So how not so when I just gave you the example to where that could mirror that in a subjective
Well,
way?
then you still couldn't. You still couldn't do that. Actually,
You actually have to commit an act of evil in order to get to that conclusion.
Yeah, and then on top of that, if you create the law, that
That's the
person that
problem.
committed the evil would
Then it's only a law
actually
because it happened before, And so the evil act has already occurred. That's the problem with just coming to your own conclusions about things. You have to wait until something bad happens. Well, then you're going to wait until, like, I don't know, 500 people get raped, 1,000, a million, 12 million.
Yes.
Like, you're going to wait until it gets to that point of subjection before you step in and say, this is a bad thing. You shouldn't need to wait until, like, all but 3 people are left on the planet. You should be able to step in long before that and say, killing is bad.
Brick, we
Actually,
don't
it's not
know.
and it's not even killing, really. It's thou shalt not murder. It's what the Bible says. It doesn't ever say thou shalt not
your
kill.
point,
Thou shalt not murder.
But in the
King James says thou shalt not kill. But the problem is the King James is Old English, so that's probably where the interpretation.
But beyond that, in the spirit of the conversation, the idea is that why should you need to wait to know something is inherently evil?
You shouldn't have
Brick,
to.
you keep pivoting the conversation because I gave you the scenario.
No, sir. Your words.
Excuse me.
Your
Let me
words
finish.
matter,
You can tell me why. Because Brick is saying, why should you have to wait? Nobody is saying that. This is the scenario. The question is, can people come to some type of value system subjectively through trial and error? That implies
that's
that
waiting, sir.
bro,
In order to have a trial and
finish.
then
Just
error,
let me finish,
you have to wait until you get the error from the trial. Because in a trial, you have to actually do something to get an error. It's called testing.
So the point is, Brick, in the scenario that I gave you, trial and error implies that some time is going to have to go by. And then for you to turn around and ask me, why should humans have to wait? That don't have nothing to do with the point. The point is, can humans come to some type of look like a moral system, a subjective moral system, a social compact that will mirror the commandments? What the fuck does time have to do with anything that I'm asking? Time is given in the equation when I
if you break a commandment, then you're breaking a commandment by breaking the commandment. So therefore, it would negate the fact that you can do that, sir. Just saying. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute, me stop it? What did I do? What did I have to stop?
There's people who want to have that theological conversation and that sort of thing. And then there's people who don't want to, because ultimately it comes down to this weird argument that goes back and forth about subjectivity, objectivity, morality, and that sort of thing. And some conversations lead up to that, I'm sure. But when it gets to that point, there's going to be this obvious difference. And if that is the case, there's no reason to continue, because, in my opinion,
sure, because your starting premise is murder or killing. Doesn't matter how we word it is. You say it's bad. I say it's good.
Right.
Yeah, and because it's subjective. You have to have objective. You can't have subjectivity to even remotely mirror the commandment.
Well, no disrespect, he can have whatever he wants. I mean, God give him the right to choose.
Well, there's some level of free will there, but I would debate the morality points for necessarily free will. Like I don't know. It kind of depends on how you look at it. Because if you're in the covenant with
God prefers that you
if
choose
you're in
him
covenant
willingly.
with God, though, it's like
He wants you to choose him willingly. So that means if he chooses to go his route, he's gonna go his route. That's just it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a difference between preaching and teaching, and then there's also a difference between that and having a conversation. Nobody wants to be preached at. There are people who want to be taught, and then there are people who want to have a conversation. And there's, discernment there. So, but yeah, man. I mean, I know this is titled "Where Do We Go From Here?"
So, Arctic, you got to understand the difference is kind of like the points where we're at. Come at Brick is basically stating that God defines what murder is, right? Not man. So his position is that like killing in general, bad, 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 bad. But from my perception, and I'm trying to operate within here we are, we're competing, like along within say race or nationalism or take your pick, right? We're going to compete. Killing is by definition the thing that eventually gets us to a forward motion. I consider that forward motion to be good. Stagnation I consider to be bad.
I do agree with that. Stagnation is bad.
Well, it's just a description. Like so, like the good and bad is just a description. So I'm not like it's a little bit difficult of a conversation to have because we just have to understand that like so his defining of good is going to be a descriptive point, right? But it's based on a specific goal. We don't have the same goals. That's the difference.
Yeah. I mean,
stagnation can be prevented without having to, murder and stuff. You can prevent that without that.
Really?
I would think so. I mean, it just depends on
name an empire that didn't advanced during stagnation, meaning there wasn't a time period of war, mass killing.
Well, that's because men have chosen not to look into the options.
Yeah, you're saying it
they've
can
chosen
be
to take
done.
the easy route, and the easier route is just to.
Yeah, but you're saying it can be done. Name a time period. You can
Well,
double down and say we just don't choose to. That doesn't answer the question.
Why? What even time period? Well, didn't when we become more civilized, didn't people stop like taking people out? Like I don't.
No, not civilized. Like what? How we define civilized, right? Is very relative to a location.
Oh boy, now we gotta go to a whole spew of how we define civilized.
Yeah. Because I'll give an example. In the United States, we ain't eating cats and dogs, right? Like I ain't allowed to come over to your house and here, Fido, I'm hungry, right? But I live in a civilization where, that's actually not a bad thing.
Oh, like somewhere in Asia. You live somewhere in Asia.
Yeah. So now, which standard do we adopt as being civilized? We eat with metal utensils. They eat with bamboo sticks. I thought caveman eat with sticks, right? So what do you mean by civilized? That we can't kill each other? We do this all the damn time.
Well, I'm talking about civilized in the sense of, I guess, from the Bible perspective, because I would say biblically.
Okay. So from a biblical standard, name a time period within that Bible that meets your definition of they were empires that basically expanded without mass killing.
Yeah, but the problem is they didn't choose to, and I would say Israel.
See, we're back to the point of like
Israel. I would.
If we're capable, when did we do it?
Well, if we want to say one, I would say Israel, because Israel did. You could say they expanded without actually doing like murder, because they wasn't considered murder because God commanded them to take these.
They killed others. Others killed them.
So, yeah, but it wasn't really. But it wasn't murder though, you see, because God commanded.
Yeah. So if God says
that
it's
would
wrong,
be probably the best example of them expanding without actually.
And that's the problem with it, right? If you're going to say, okay, Flying Spaghetti Monster says bad, right? We're just saying my Superman is the arbiter of right and wrong, and your Superman is the arbiter of who's right and wrong. Which that has been the case too. The Greek gods weren't the same as the Abrahamic gods, right? The Mesopotamians, they had different. Well, they had too.
But my basic thing was that it's possible, though. I wasn't saying that people have chosen.
So name a time period.
Well, why am I got to name a time period when I'm saying
Is it
it's
possible for pigs
possible?
to fly?
Now we're talking about physics. Basic reality.
I'm sure if I get a big enough rubber band, I could probably get one into orbit, right? Like maybe
But that
possible, right?
I don't think so.
But are we operating under that premise in our daily life that it's possible?
I was merely saying it's possible. I wasn't saying that they.
You ever seen Smokey and the Bandit? You remember the scene where Smokey jumps the bridge and then the police they what do? They fell like a rock. They didn't fly.
On the
Pigs
first
don't fly.
the first Smokey and the Bandit. That was on the very first one.
Yeah,
with the proper amount of force, anything will fly.
They flew a little way, but then they dropped
A little
like
bit, then it went right down into the river.
We'll give you the possibility, right? Like I can think of some things like floating thrones with magnets, and I can make it very descriptive where it's highly plausible. But that's not the point, right? What we're trying to do is base our lives on this possibility.
That was my point, that it's possible.
Okay. It's possible.
My point, maybe not your point, but that was
right. So let's nail down a moral stance right here. Okay, should we or ought we base our lives, daily lives, based on the concept of we're just not going to accept killing?
Well, you mean murder?
You
mean murder? Killing and
we all
murder.
get together. We hold a referendum. The United States will not kill another person outside of U.S. soil.
I'll tell you what. This is the absolutely most downgraded battle I've been hearing right now between Joshua and James. This is it's almost like a little cat fight going on. Oh goodness.
Well, we ought to
what are you
not
about right now? Come on.
But we ought to live.
Ought to. Okay.
We ought to not murder other people. We ought
Here we
to
go.
not.
It's the ought to. The oughts.
But now do humans choose they always choose the path of least resistance, though, and I guess they consider that the path of least resistance.
I don't know. Warfare is very heavy in resources. It's not cheap.
Well, human beings have found so many resources to use, though. They've made a lot of stuff with a lot of.
I'll tell you what, if Joshua and James go into Congress together, we're gonna get some things solved for sure.
We ain't gonna get shit solved because I'm gonna kill him, right? And then take over the government and basically drive us into world domination. Probably.
You mean murder, sir? You mean murder?
Hey, that's solution, right?
Probably can be our final solution.
The words they have to put the definition. So you mean murder, sir?
Yeah, unlawful by whose definition?
But unlawful by whose definition? By the fact that it's called unlawful killing.
Yeah.
I mean,
except for
the definition's there.
Here's the problem,
people
right?
have accepted that definition, sir.
Really?
Yeah. So the word actually is defined as unlawful killing. That is actually not the same thing as homicide, right? So I was actually trying to say something about this earlier. Is that people would recognize what we were talking about before, which was assisted, but it would be called homicide for sure. Definitely. Right. So it could be labeled as red rum, but it is homicide.
Yeah.
Definitely homicide. So, I was going to say that way earlier, but then we went down this weird place.
U.S. citizens step foot off of U.S. soil all the time and quite often kill other people. Why do we not charge them with homicide or murder? Why is it we don't do that?
Because we are the victors.
That doesn't mean just because we don't do it that it's somehow becomes lawful.
So help me.
I mean,
with
that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous.
Right. Help me with this. Why ought we do that?
Because
why ought we just stop wholesale killing anybody?
Unlawfully is wrong.
Right. You're just saying that it's wrong. Why ought we? Give me an explanation. Give me a reasoning, something I can grasp a hold of. Why ought we?
What does it benefit you?
I get resources from others.
Yeah,
There's
but
my benefit.
what does it benefit you at all? Because it's bad for your health psychologically. It's bad for other factors. If
Men
if you
seek
believe in God, it's
destruction.
not right. If you believe in
Men
God,
seek destruction, even our own destruction.
Yeah, there are human beings who would say that type of killing would actually be beneficial mentally. So see, this
really
is actually why I
psychotic,
don't.
man. They're psychotic, man. I need some help.
Yeah, it is psychotic in my opinion. However,
mean-
that is not going to win over the psychopath. When you say it's good for your health, he's going to just turn around and say, no, it's pretty good, and then slit your throat. So it's not going to give a reason to the psychopath. He's got to have a reason. It's got to be reasonable. Right. And so this is what I typically say, James, and perhaps this is something that might help you in the future. I don't know. In the future. So what I typically say is it does not promote life.
Oh, okay.
That's what I go to. And typically nobody can really argue that. I haven't really heard much pushback from that. It does not promote life.
Why ought I promote life?
Oh, now you're getting some pushback.
Okay.
Why you promote
now I've presented the reason, and you see how Joshua has now moved the goalpost to what I gave as reason. So I gave the reason. He didn't like the reason. And this is where I say, I gave an answer. You just didn't like the answer.
Well, no.
You're something that happens in debate all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm following it down. So he gives a reason you ought promote life. Okay, fine. Why ought I promote life?
I didn't say anything about ought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said it just doesn't.
Oh, because it doesn't promote life. Okay.
Right.
So now it's just a value judgment call. Apologize.
No, it literally, by red rumming and homicide and all these other types of killing, whether it's abortion or killing little frogs and lizards or spiders, it just simply does not promote life by killing.
Right. And so I would rebut it with, say, economic or killing is economically feasible, aka abortions. You can have a shit ton of abortions, $1 trillion industry, no problem, right?
How though? How's it economically feasible in the long run?
Because I'm taking money from you or
think
your
about
insurance.
it. Like you can either take people's lives, or you can put them to work and make a lot more money in the long run.
No, he is right. If your nation is already swelling and growing and doing just fine, war is economically feasible and growth and all of that. Yeah, he's absolutely 100% right. If you're already on top, keep staying on top, baby. That's the way it works.
To be fair, it's just a value judgment call.
And it is also a value judgment call. Correct.
Yeah. So he's saying that the life holds more value. I'm saying the dollar holds more value.
Right. To you.
I don't really though. Like I don't know.
To some people. But remember,
I can't agree. The dollar holds
he's a psychopath.
Yes.
But we live in a world with psychopaths, so we have to reason these things out. And so to your moving of the goalpost, what I would say as far as promoting life, why would we want to promote life? And this is something that I have been toying with a little bit, because with life, James kind of touched on it a little bit, is that you could just simply destroy that person's life, and then you could just take what's theirs, or you could work with the person and create something possibly better. I mean, you always do have to look over your shoulder, as it is a risk. But I would say this is where it comes into the factor of loyalty and faith and that sort of thing. Is the person you are choosing to do business with worth doing business with? Because even mercenaries have to choose to do business with someone, right? And so, you too yourself are choosing the value of life at some point.
I'm okay with allowing them to live, like promoting life, if we're allowed to enslave them.
But you're not going to enslave the master of the mercenaries.
Well, I mean, at least until somebody else comes along bigger, right? Like it's just how it works. But until that time,
King Louis is a prime example, right?
Yeah, yeah. So life or enslavement? Which one ought we do?
My choice is slavery.
Damn.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, I would rather
Rich
do
promoted slavery on Resla. Somebody clip this.
If I just had those two choices,
But why are you saying like it's a bad thing for me?
Oh, I'd say it was a bad thing. I want that part clipped, right? So I'm gonna have some fun with it.
He's saying you only got two choices though. So
yeah, life or slavery, because slavery says life, and I already believe that slavery is a thing. So I choose both.
Wouldn't a theist in this case, wouldn't they basically base their life on servitude toward God?
Bingo. Yes. Yeah. Now you see where I'm coming from, right? Yeah. Right, because I am a slave to my master, right? And so I recognize that there are certain laws that I have to follow, i.e., number one, first and foremost, him. But then comes the other ones, which is laws of nature, right? And so on and so forth. You know, he's got some pretty basic realities that if we don't follow those basic realities, that we're probably just going to end up worm food.
And see, I like the worm food too, right? That creates fertilizer. Fertilizer is good for growing food. Food is a sellable commodity. I'm a big
round
fan
and
of that.
round the circle goes, right? Yeah,
absolutely. Why? Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I'm unfortunately the jerk that loves the machine. Like I love the machine. I might even get out, like polish it a little bit, right? Maybe clean it up here and there. I like the machine.
The ice cream comes from the machine, right?
Yes, the ice cream.
Yeah, I mean,
homemade ice cream is the best.
Yeah, you're right, Josh. You are like that. No offense.
I stand on it. I completely agree with the assessment. Which one am I, psycho or sociopath? Which one am I accused of?
You could be both.
Okay, I'll take both. I'll stand on both of them.
Both.
Yeah. And you probably are. We all are, actually. We're all crazy. We're all crazy. You know that song? We're all crazy.
Oh no, I'm certified, not crazy. I'm obligated every 6 months to get
crazy.
No, certified, not crazy. When's the last time you had an evaluation?
That's a good question. Here's a question for Resla. Resla, are we all crazy?
Yes, everybody's crazy. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
By whose metric?
What do you mean about no? We're not moving goalposts. Are we crazy? Here's a question for you, James. Are we all crazy?
Are we all doing the goalposts for the hell of it?
Human beings are damaged. They're all damaged.
James, yes. The answer is yes.
The only people that are damaged are the people with boot prints on their neck.
That's not true. You can be psychologically damaged. Just saying.
I told you I've got a clear certificate. I've got a certificate of clear mental health. I'm obligated to obtain this every 6 months.
You're obligated to obtain it every 6 months. How do you obtain?
Yeah, certain jobs require certain things, right? Because
they're annuals that he has to take.
Oh, because you that's right. You work in government. That's right. So
he's a Fed.
Yep. He's a Fed. Yep. He's a Fed.
I like my master, right? Just as Brick likes his master, I like my master too.
Yep. Hey, as long as he treats you well, you know what's I can't disagree with that, right?
I don't desire to treat anybody well.
I'm saying if your master treats you well.
Oh, we want to talk about you.
The ice cream is really good.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the ice cream.
Ice cream, Lieutenant Dan.
I like the analogy, so now I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start using that one. The ice cream is definitely really good.
Keep working that machine, Well, you're part of the machine, right? And then later,
I'm definitely a cog in the machine.
You got best of both worlds. You get to make the ice cream, be a part of making the ice cream, and you get to eat the ice cream.
I low key want to lick the ice cream before I serve it to y'all. Not gonna lie, right? Because I even want to bite y'all's. I'm greedy like that.
Yeah, well, you know what?
You're greedy.
You can have as much of the ice cream that you want, as long as I get some vanilla. You can have all the chocolate, and I just want a little small portion, just a little.
We have a new flavor. It's yellow.
Yellow.
No,
What's
I don't
yellow? What's yellow?
James, eat all of the yellow.
What's yellow? I gotta know what it is before I.
Eat all of the yellow ice cream, bro.
I don't want to try ice cream
Not a
until I know
flavor,
what
it's
it
the
is.
color.
I gotta know what yellow is. I'm like,
It's a special new
It's a
flavor.
mystery
what
blend.
flavor is this? Is it banana?
It's a little sour, I'm sure.
Could be leftover pineapple for all I know.
But what does it do though? What's this? Is it a superpower that it provides?
Yes. Yes. Could be.
Yes,
Could
all
be.
of the above.
It's new, which means that you get to try it first.
No,
Sucker. I mean,
I
sir,
need to know what
sir.
it is. I need direct clarification.
It's just
on
yellow.
why.
It's called yellow. It comes in the same typical ice cream box that or tub that the rest of them do, and it's called yellow.
But I don't just try stuff without knowing what it is.
Can I ask what? Why do we have this contention with difference?
I don't, like I said, I don't mind the difference. I would embrace the difference though. See, I wouldn't use the difference as a tool, a mechanism to divide, right? So the difference is going to be there, but then to use it to divide further, as in like
why can't
pulled pork is great, right? So when I'm eating the pulled pork, like I'm chicken, right? Pull it.
Let me get more specific. Why can I not? And I'm moral cannot, right? Like why ought I not?
Okay.
Why ought I not divide people by race, divide people by gender, divide people by region? Why ought I not do this?
Because it's already going to be there, and if you push a little bit too hard, you could, and I'm not saying it always happens that way, you could drive an extreme division that could cause real harm, real damage, where it does not, quote unquote, promote life. So be cautious. It's not a matter of don't do it. It's just be cautious with it.
Why? Yeah. Oh, okay. So I can be prejudiced. I can be prejudiced toward white people, cut them out of athletics, with the exception of golf, right? Like, because white people got to have something, right?
Yeah. And lacrosse.
But when it comes down to NFL, right, just kick all the white people out of the NFL, keep all of the black people, make all the money.
I mean, if you want to, I'm not gonna say that will get you all the money, because I mean, take a look at NASCAR, for instance, right? It's been white people for a very, very long time, and because
still is by majority, I think.
Because of that, it came from the Prohibition era and it boomed, right? But now it's kind of become a little stagnant. All the advertisers are still there. There's still a lot of money there, but in my opinion, it's a little stagnant.
Compared to 10 years, I'll grant you that. Like,
NASCAR has been a little stagnant.
But
yeah.
Would it be unfair to have an expectation where there must be the case where there's a steady incline?
It has to be natural. That's the only case that it works out well, if it's natural. If you try to force it in, right? If you try to force the what's it called? Integration.
Jess brought up most QBs are white. Is that true? I gotta go back and look, right?
I do believe that is true.
What is QB?
Okay. A quarterback.
Quarterback.
Could it be the case? Could it be the case, right? And then I can use this to reaffirm the stereotype that black people tend to have a breeding problem because they can't hit a damn target. That's bullshit.
All right.
Oh shit!
How many kids you got, Resla? How many kids you got?
Again, it seemed like white people are sloppy.
Yeah. He might have a point. I don't know how to. I'm still thinking how to fight back on this one. I'm
Well,
not sure.
well, see, this is the point that I'm making, right? So, and I'm not like trying to go down this weird like, see, let's all get along and just embrace it. No, for real on this. Like, so just a little bit, just a dose of culture is fine. But as soon as it goes to this weird, like, no, we're better than you, or you're better than us, then no, you're really like it's driving it. It's like, becomes distasteful.
Why can Resla not stand on one side of a field and me stand on the other side of the field and yell at each other, hey, I'm better at you in football, or he's better than me in basketball. Actually, he's probably going to be better than me in both, but I'll kick his ass in golf, I think.
You're more than welcome to. Hey, if,
I don't
now,
know
I will
if that's
say
true,
this.
right? My golf
it depends on where you're at, right? So if you're in Jayville, where I'm from, and you do that, now that shit might be funny. But if you go to Detroit, the shit might not be funny.
Oh, you mean like where there's more of him
might
than there are
not.
me?
It might not end too well.
How about Kentucky? You go to Kentucky, that shit might not be funny.
Where there's more of me than him?
Because Jacksonville, yeah, that's right. Well, where we know there are clear lines that have been drawn. Well, not clear. I mean, it's starting to get a little better. I will say that. But Jacksonville's, I mean, I lived there, man. I know that there are pockets here and there, but that city, man, it's a love-hate relationship because there's the division. It is. It's just like everywhere you go, but it's better than a lot.
Right. So would it be the case that it's probably better to conclude that the division is useful? It's either the case that a division is useful or unuseful based on, or not useful based on whatever goal that's being pushed, right? But there would also be the caution as to like some type of moderation, right? Like, so I can enslave people, right? Just don't enslave too many because they might turn on me.
It's called moderation, that thing that y'all have a problem with. You take too much.
Yeah, that's right. Because you're a Fed, and I get it, bro. I know that you got to get a little bit for your friends. And all that.
See, I absolutely 10 toes down will stand on enslavement, and I don't mean like the type of like servitude to the machine. I mean like people in chains kind of thing, right? It's just I'm more preferential to wanting to do that to women. So men ought to be free, and women ought to be shackled in the kitchen.
What about what? I don't want to go there. Never mind. That's funny. That's funny. What are they cooking if that's the case?
Well, at first they're going to have to cook for other people, right? Because I'm not going to be the first person to try the yellow ice cream, right?
I want an answer, even if it's lo mein.
I don't know what they cook. I don't know how to. My cooking sucks so bad, right? So
you want to create this society, and you ain't even got a menu.
Yeah, I'm not real big. Well, I'm skinny for a reason, right? It's because
because you keep eating that Asian food.
but that could be the case, right? Like that might actually be the reason, right? But I don't know what the women are going to cook. How about this? They'll cook whatever the hell I tell them to cook. How about that?
I believe you being there telling them to cook some cat and dog.
Sure. If we have a beef shortage, right? I'm going to ensure that the poor people eat cat or dog while I eat the remaining beef that's available.
But how would you know that?
I wouldn't. I believe I've eaten dog, and I don't know it for sure. And there's probably like a taste difference. I'm unaware of it.
I bet you he did not notice the difference.
It probably is the case.
Was it hot?
Yes.
So you ate hot dog.
I mean, just eat a hot dog.
Yeah, it could have been a hot dog. Aren't hot dogs made of mostly I don't even know anymore.
Who knows what the hell?
Throw some hot sauce on it.
So have we concluded this that division can be a good thing?
Yes, I have agreed with that since the beginning. I just give the caveat of be cautious.
Right. So really what the disagreement boils down to is whatever goal, right? Like, so if I have a goal of enslaving a group of people and another person has we all ought be free, right? Like that's really what it is the goal that we disagree on.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
Joshua.
I just want to say for the record, outside of the fact that I am the host, that y'all ran the Negroes off.
Why?
They're not here. They ran away.
Yeah,
Because
even
we
Snowman's
concluded
gone.
Is it because
even
we
Snowman.
concluded that there are benefits to slavery?
I don't think they wanted to be around that slave talk. It's very suggestive.
It is. And to be fair, I want everybody to know that I have no real interest in enslaving men. That's a problem, right? That's why in the
Yeah,
Civil
all
War.
right, Josh. All right, you say that now. You need a strong back.
Well, no. See, I believe that men ought be manipulated and women ought be enslaved, right? It's an easy tool to use against man with manipulation, aka see women, right? But within women, it's better to deal with them with chains.
You know what the majority of our clothing is made of, right?
You
know what the majority of our clothing is made of, right? Don't say polyester.
Cotton?
Yes,
Polyester?
it is. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Would you believe that the 83% of all textiles in the U.S. originate from Vietnam?
Yeah, I believe that. I could see that.
So basically speaking, these little poor Asian kids that working in these sweat factories is the reason why you have underwear, sir.
And DuPont.
Oh, DuPont. Yeah, I forgot about DuPont.
Yeah. Well, I even did say don't say polyester, but you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it in there.
I think it's fair though. I don't understand why we feel I'm still a little pissed off that we can't actually say this stuff. Like, hey, I do a thing that is socially condemned, yet we all like the benefits that come from it.
Yeah, down with the sickness. Gotta be. Otherwise, you're not American, right?
Well, I don't have a choice. Like, I have to be American. I don't even know how to quit my job. I'm not sure how. Like, I can't even just like walk into the office and throw my shit down and say I quit. Like, that's not actually even a possibility.
Bro, it's real easy. I've done it before.
Well, no, I can't leave the country that I'm in if I do such a thing, right?
I mean, you can even just give an excuse too. You like if you're not sure, like whether you just like come up with an excuse, like
give the wrong excuse, and then I'm in a cage.
Yeah, I'm not sure that works the same way. He might have accidentally come down with some sort of flu.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
I might be the person, that's facing the side of the van, with the tinted windows and some dudes that like,
they'll blame it on the most easiest thing that no one will question. They'll just say, you know what, that guy Joshua Jones, he was a great worker, and then all of a sudden he got malaria.
I feel
in Vietnam. He was in Vietnam, so
and then they'll blame it on the aliens.
I am not CIA.
Nah, he's more like FBI.
I am
right?
not. I am not FBI.
He wouldn't be overseas.
That's true. He wouldn't be overseas if he was FBI.
Yeah,
you think CIA doesn't go overseas?
No, FBI.
Oh, okay.
FBI is constantly embedded with us. Strangely enough, so for those who don't know, I'm State Department. So you could think like embassy, except for I don't work directly for an embassy.
I would have guessed embassy.
FBI have probably some of the best tools globally, speaking. Like an example would be their ink library. It's almost impossible to write something with a pen and then not be able to trace it. Like they have like huge thing. So the rest of the world also, like, we lease our FBI out for access and information. Right? Like we actually lease them out to other countries. So they're constantly on airplanes going back and forth.
So they're basically like, what do you need to know?
There's a trade. There is usually the case that there's an exchange. Like we get something, they get something.
Gotcha.
We don't give stuff away free.
Yeah, it's understandable. I'm not opposed to it. As a free American, I'm absolutely not opposed to it. But it's got to be worthwhile now.
Wait, you're not opposed to it?
No.
Really?
That's interesting, huh? Yeah, me of all people, huh?
When we want to basically overthrow other governments, things of that nature, right? And then stay in conflict for like 20, 30 years. We won't even declare it a war, right?
It better be beneficial, like to the max, man. I mean, like you better not be like losing.
Does that benefit have to be you individually, or can it be like as in a group of people? Like say
the group better be Americans, not even like the government. It better be American citizens, man. Like, and I know that there are some things that happen in those contexts that are benefiting American citizens. You know, there is a problem because a lot of times it does not. It's just the government benefiting. That part is the problem for me. So I'm not opposed to it.
I don't know. I always think like the concept of benefits are just basically value judgment calls.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. 100%. Right. Yeah.
So I can't make that claim. I want to, but
someone coming from Florida, right? Florida's completely surrounded by the ocean except for at the top, right? And so
I'm sorry, apologize. Did you just say Cuba?
Florida.
Cuba?
Florida. How'd you get Cuba out of Florida?
Cuba? How do you pronounce that again?
Florida. The blooming flower.
Yeah, Cuban. I got it.
Florida.
How'd you get Cuba out of Florida?
He's trying to be funny.
You ever been to South Florida?
Yeah, and that's the difference.
Oh, because
I'm not from South Florida. I'm from North Florida. There's a difference.
Yeah. The Cubans migrate north.
But they mainly stay in South Florida, though.
No. There's very few Cubans. Sectors.
It's because they breed in as they go north, right?
No, it's because there's a lot of white people and black people in North and Central Florida, like a lot, right? And actually, if you want to say, Cubans, no, they're Cubans.
So then why did you include black with the brown people?
I said white and black people.
Yeah. What about the brown people? You're excluding the Cubans.
What about the brown people?
See, look at you. You're already trying to kick the Cubans out of Florida. I mean, Cuba.
Where was I going with that? But Florida, right? And when I say Florida, I do mean the tyrannical North Florida, because South Florida is wild. And by the way, I don't know if you realize this, but South Florida is not just Cuba, right? There's also the Seminoles down there too. Like there's literally the nation down there now. So, so when you look at
I'm aware we pushed them off into the alligators or Jesus Christ,
they did pretty good. They stayed down there. They lived it, and
we push them down to the Everglades, feed the gators, then turn around and eat the gator tails. Yeah, I'm understanding how it works.
So Florida's surrounded by these borders, and I do recognize that there has to be some sort of agreements and treaties and trades and things like that. So somebody like me, I come from a place where, when civility goes out the window, it really matters, right? You can literally be launched into, death battles. Like people will die. Florida's wild, right? That's why when you hear the story about the crazy guy it's called the Florida Man, right? The crazy guy in Florida, it's like he's called the Florida man. No, everybody knows what the Florida man is, right? And so, yeah, like Florida's wild. So civility is tough to achieve. So if there's like some sort of agreement, trade, that sort of thing, it needs to happen. You know, hell, Guantanamo Bay is not far from there. You know, you got Cuba, you know, all the different island nations, Central America. I mean, it's a wild place, man.
Yeah,
And
you
then
got Miami and everything.
You got Georgia north of it, Alabama, and then Louisiana west of that, and it's like Mississippi.
I'm still waiting to hear for the negative connotations here, right?
No. I'm saying like that. That's why I'm saying I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement.
Okay.
See, civility works well in a place where wild shit happens.
Well, civility would be like what we would define as the result from authority, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We're
yeah.
good with the authority.
Yeah, civility achieved through authority. Yes, exactly.
Is it the case that the only real disagreement we have is who ought to be the authority?
Ooh, yes.
Okay.
Because I say it should be we the people. And Joshua, you're part of that. Why wouldn't you want to be part of that?
The ice cream tastes better in my crowd, right? Like I don't believe. Now I don't know for sure. I don't believe.
But we the people say you can have more.
Yeah, but I've seen how you people interact, right? And
you people, what?
Yes, you people. I have to have the division here, or the division here.
I was called you people just the other day.
Yeah, you people, as in that group that you called "We the People." So you people.
Wait,
I see you guys complain about your
not
taxes and the man coming to your house kind of thing, right? And I like being on this side.
Of course,
the man literally did come to my house.
Say that. Of course, the Fed would say that, Josh.
Yeah,
it's the Fed.
I'd rather have the boot than the boot on my neck, right? So I'd rather be the boot.
Yeah, and you are the boot.
Yeah, the problem is that you aren't the boot, really, because, you know, it's kind of like with King Louis. Don't lose your head.
Yeah. Like there's absolutely, I would say it's highly probable that I will not always be in my position, right? There will come a day where that will fall.
I hope not. Oh,
I'm retiring out of this motherfucker in 3 years max. I'm done with this shit, right? So there will be a day. Well, I will no longer be the boot. I might be the old man with a cane on the, staring at the lake in a wheelchair. It might be the case that, my old lady pushes me into that damn lake too, right? It could happen.
Well, you better
don't sound like you're that old though.
Well, in that case, you better treat the wheelchair pushers pretty good then.
Fuck her. She need to get her ass back in the
like
damn
you're
kitchen.
That old, though,
I can absolutely see Joshua.
I'm very tired. I accept my reality. I don't fight.
I can see you, Joshua, on the pier, right, with your old lady, and she's pushing you down the pier, right, and you're like, "Fuck you, you stupid bitch! I ain't gotta come. Why do you gotta come out here with me? I could have done this shit for you. God damn it!" And then all of a sudden, there you go, right off the pier.
So let me ask the concept back toward division again. So would it be the same thing as is we're okay with division, we're just not okay with the people that would be the authority that divide or decide what division gets pushed, narratively speaking?
Can you rephrase just one more time, please?
So like society will so society will say, okay, well, there's this one group of people and another group of people, right? We ought to divide from them, whatever society defines that, right? But it would be the case that there's going to be several groups that have authorities, whether it's your town hall, whatever it is, right? And they decide to initiate that division. We're okay with the division part. We're just not okay with who decides the division.
Yes. Yeah. Like, so for instance, you gave the town hall and that sort of thing. Yeah, it has to be what we deem is when I say we, of course, I mean, we the people.
Right,
We the people decide who are the voters, right?
So
And
how
so
how
that,
is that possible? That's the part that I don't understand, right? So we the people would be the collective of all the people, right? The
yeah,
majority, right?
Yeah.
and I believe we've got a pretty good system right now. The electors, you know, a lot of people talk about the electoral college and that sort of thing. I'm okay with the electoral college. I believe it should be someone educated who's going to make those decisions, right? So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the legislators. I believe that the legislators represent the areas that they come from, typically, you know. And a lot of times, what happens is people just don't even look at the who the people on the ballot are. They just, you know, go party line. That's a big problem that we have in this country, and especially the fact that a lot of times states want to only allow, you know, certain types in that, you know, it really does fall and boil down to the people, right? Because we are the ones choosing which path we go according to the elections that we have. And then, of course, because we have elected somebody that, you know, that ideal that was instilled within that person becomes the legislation.
If it is the case that we are the people and we make these decisions, right? Like we elect officials to carry out certain things, right? Why are we so discontent or pissed off when we get that thing? AKA
Because
DEI, affirmative action, things like that.
That is a good question. So people get on bandwagons, get on this mob mentality, and then, you know, legislators who are supposed to be well educated also get on that mob mentality because, well, people are stupid, and sometimes legislators are stupid. I don't necessarily side with conservative or liberal. In fact, what I would say is that of anything, we are probably, in fact, the most liberal nation on the entire face of the earth right now. You know, we have, you know, a lot of legislation that kind of reflects that when it comes to punishments for crimes. We have free travel, generally speaking, not entirely free travel. We have license and things like that. We have a monetary system that reflects, you know, being able to keep what's yours short of a tax code. And then, you know, within our business practices, our businesses are able to thrive as long as, of course, they follow certain types of legislation, get registered and that sort of thing, and pay the tax and that sort of thing, and don't commit crimes, you know, that are pretty liberal. And so I would say that we're doing pretty good. There are some things I'd like to see change. But the biggest problem is, in my opinion, the courts backing police misaction, bad actions by the police being backed by the.
Wait, you want them back? You want them backing the police?
No. I want them to back the police, but there are bad actions that the police take that they also back. They back bad actions of the police.
And he wants them to punish them for those bad actions. Is what he's saying.
Yeah.
That as well as there are problems within the courts where they literally will, like, they won't say this was not a reasonable, like, I'll give you a perfect example. The Terry stop. I know I've mentioned it before. The Terry stop. Like, what right does an officer have to put his hands on me if I haven't committed a crime and there's no warrant? I've committed no crime within his sight, and he has no warrant. Yet he has all of a sudden the right to put his hands on me.
I can look for trivial shit. I can make a Terry stop legal.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's
illegal. It's a legal thing, not lawful, right?
Yeah.
Because lawful would be, you know, you don't have the right to put your hands on me lawfully. But legally, on the other hand, yes, it's a legal thing versus a lawful thing. I know it is. But that's like basically my only real contention. Everything else is going pretty good, I would say.
So if it is the case that or as you claim that we're doing pretty good, why do so many people complain about the system?
Right.
And different, to be fair, right? Like not everybody's complaining about the same thing. Some
Right.
people are complaining about, like, say, the taxes, another person's complaining about laws, or you go on down your list kind of thing. Why, if things are so good, why are there so many complaints?
Oh, that's gonna just happen with humans, like everywhere you go. That's like
Yeah,
Would that
it's
be a
not,
just? Would that
especially
be a?
yeah,
Could
it's
I
not a
use that?
government thing.
Yeah.
yeah,
Could I use that as a justification to ignore the complaints?
No.
Nope.
no.
Damn it. So everybody's allowed to complain, right? Because
Yes.
it's human nature and I have to accept it. And do I have to take it seriously?
So there are laws, well, I should say statutes, codes, ordinances, that some of the complaints you do have to take seriously. But if I'm asking you for something unreasonable, say like I could ask you for a ham sandwich, right? Because that's my right, right? But it's not a
Huh?
reasonable request.
I could ask for a ham sandwich from the government.
Yeah, reasonable starting
Yes,
to sound
sir.
really subjective.
Oh, I need to go ask my government for a ham sandwich.
Sir, if I could walk to a police station and say I need a ride home, they can provide that.
They
They can.
absolutely
That's right.
can. There are some PDs that actually have policies about that too.
Yeah. That lady who just got ran over by that truck, I don't know if you heard about that story. Like she was walking down the road, the police stopped her, tried to find out what was going on with her. She's basically like dealing with a bunch of stuff. She like left the house. She was like dealing with some kind of DV thing. And then they're like, well, you know, the city's this much further. It's pretty far too, by the way. And we really can't give you a ride. We don't have enough room for your stuff. She didn't really have enough. She's like, what? You don't have enough room? Blah, blah. She's coming from a DV situation. And they just left her there to walk on the side of the road. Well, later on, there's a video of a trucker going down the road. And all of a sudden you see, and they don't show the actual thing happening, but she's sitting there in the middle of the road as the truck comes through. So yes, it is a good thing for police to be able to help the citizens when they can.
Yeah, it's
horrible.
I'm not. Fuck you. I'm not putting my donut down for a damn one of y'all. Period.
Well, you're selfish though, Josh.
Well, hey, I've
You're
admitted that. I've admitted that, but I have the job. I have the job.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been times when I've had good interactions with the police. I'm not going to say they're all evil all the time, but I've had more negative interactions with the police in my time than I've had positive interactions. And so that does play a factor into my subjective reality. However, I also look out and I see these things happening elsewhere. And so my complaints, I believe, are valid. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I've no clue.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why certain people are complaining about certain things within the government, but then, people are complaining about things way outside of the government's scope and bound. And so, people are complaining about their lovers, about their wives, about their cars, about their, work.
Are they complaining out? So like, example, pulling the shit. What's that law for marriage? Damn it, the one
prenuptial. What?
Not the prenuptial agreement.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The no fault.
Yeah, the no fault divorce, right? So
yeah,
isn't it the case that they're either trying to drag the government in or trying to toss the government out?
So in my view of it is that, I mean, so with the no fault divorce,
not looking for the blame. I'm trying to look for the comprehension part of it.
Yeah. So the no fault divorce, what they're trying to do by bringing the government, they're trying to bring the government in to the situation to say that this marriage can only be validated, or this divorce can only be validated this way or that way. That is bringing the government into it. Which I do recognize that when it comes to like validation of marriage within the state, because if you want tax benefits, you would want to do that. Like, go ahead and get the state marriage. I would say look at the laws of your state in regards to that, or statute code ordinances in regards to that. But when it comes to real marriage, like real marriage, like that idea of union between a man and a woman, that's not a state thing ideologically, right? That's just between you and your spouse, right?
Sure.
Would be considered the spouse. And if you want to call government daddy, that's fine. If you want to call God daddy, that's fine. If you want to call evolution, it doesn't matter. The union is between you and that person. Marriage.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to ask is it unreasonable, regardless of what side you fall on? Is it unreasonable for those people to request or go after the government? Say, hey, daddy government, right? Like I can't manage my own life and my own choices. Come protect me. Come protect me from this evil woman, or whatever position you fall on, right? Is that really unreasonable?
Well,
yeah,
that part, the no fault divorce, I would say I stay completely away from any decision that I see where the state is, or people are wanting the state to get involved in bedroom matters.
Yeah, they do.
And that's just not. Yeah, that's not right. Why would the state need to get involved in something?
Because people ask for it.
Well, not for nothing. The state gets involved because it's because they're the ones that got married under the state.
Yeah, they asked for it. They are asking for it. They're asking the state to get involved, whether it's no fault or not. So know the laws of your state.
I'm just trying to understand the claim within when we say reasonable, right? Because both sides are doing it. So how is it how is it being classified?
Well, for no fault, it's not even necessarily both sides.
That's
true. Well,
there's no fault.
Like the argument, right? One side saying stay the fuck out, the other side stay the fuck in, but they're both actually addressing the government.
And that's why we have 50 states with 50 different scenarios that you can go figure out what is best for you.
People have gotten no fault for and not even recognize what happened. One guy was across seas because he was on a trip. His wife filed for no fault. And they were like, where is he? He's like, oh, we don't know where he is. And they called it as abandonment. He was literally on a business trip.
Dang.
Yeah, you can even to get around these laws, right? You can buy a home or lease or something, a home in another state and get around some of this stuff too, right? Just depends on what you want, how many resources you want. Like how bad do you want your way? There's always loopholes.
Yeah, where's a will, there's a way.
Same thing with abortion. You can make it illegal in one state, generally speaking, go to another state.
Yeah. The only thing that I see beneficial for marriage under state law is the tax benefits. The rest of it is literally just trash.
If you are getting married so you can collect $400, I guess that's what the average is, deduction for filing under marriage, you've got bigger problems than the marriage.
Yeah, you do.
Right. No,
I wouldn't want to get married for something like that small benefit like that.
Right. And that's exactly what I'm saying. You make my point for me. Thank you, Joshua. Right. So if you're going to go ahead and, do the marriage through the state and that sort of thing, I'm hoping that you've already made the commitment outside of the state.
I don't believe in commitment. I believe in ownership, right? So when I pull out my marriage certificate and my wife says, you can't tell me what to do. You don't own me. I just pull out the marriage certificate, say, yep, here's the title of ownership right here.
Oh, so you think you buy the woman?
I don't know what it's like over there where you're at, bro.
Over here it's slightly worse, right? So like one example, there's no such thing as rape within marriage.
Right.
Like I can't beat her, but she also can't say no. I mean, she can say no, right? But I'm not under any legal obligation to not get some nookie. I just can't beat her into submission.
That's crazy.
Josh,
don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep, right? Because
Josh, you're too
Don't go
reasonable
to
for a
sleep.
Fed. What are you doing at that job?
I'm not. I do not consider myself to be a reasonable person.
Yeah, but you are too reasonable to be a Fed. That's my point. What are you doing, man?
I
Are
think
you
Be an
saying?
American.
Are you serious that he's reasonable? I don't think Josh is that
I
reasonable.
think, Brick, I think covertly you like authority. I think covertly you believe in
no, it's overt.
authoritarianism.
It's overt.
Oh, okay. So it's just a
covert.
disagreement of who the authority is.
Oh,
It's
who?
always,
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess he won't use his authority there.
No.
No, he damn sure doesn't want me as an authority.
No.
He definitely doesn't.
Not Joshua.
I'm not reasonable enough all of a sudden.
I like the documents. I like the historical documents. Right. So I like the writings.
What kind of proof would you like, Journey?
Oh,
I'm actually kind of curious now because I get this like people that know me know, but people that don't, I'm always kind of curious.
Look, after talking to you a few days, after like even actually no, it was like the first time. The first time I talked to you, I kind of figured that out. It's pretty obvious whenever you've got an authoritarian on your hands, in my opinion. And, typically the well-spoken American English folks who are authoritarian, typically they end up being Feds. So I spent a lot of time around the older guys in the VFWs and the American Legions, right? My dad would, take me there on the, when I was really young and stuff. And so I got to spend a lot of time around those guys, right? And I got to know exactly what they're like. And Joshua, you're no different.
I see, and I kind of secretly think most people are like they won't be outspoken about it. Like they won't get on panel and say, I want authoritarianism. I generally believe that most people do. I think it boils down to probably the position that we got. We only disagree on
who
who's the boss.
Yep, that's exactly right, man. That's why we have a voting system in this country. It's exactly right.
Fuck your voting system. Doesn't mean shit to me.
It's your voting system too.
But
Fed.
Yeah, I felt like a Fed to me.
Like fuck your voting system. I don't want that shit.
I just don't think I don't think we really need it. Generally at the end of the day, right?
No, the people need it for their own sanity.
Safety.
Even if it's kind of faked or whatever, I don't know. Maybe it's a little fake someplace.
Did we just own up to the pacification of the people?
Absolutely. Okay. I'm all right with sociology a little bit. Just small doses, man. Small doses.
But
but yeah, moderation. That's
you gotta let us believe. You got to let us believe. That's why the First Amendment, the first thing it says is religion. Let the people believe.
Yeah, let's have our beliefs here. Don't take our beliefs away.
I believe I can fly. What wasn't it the French that said let them have cake?
And did it too. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. They still revolted. They wanted more cake.
The people were revolting.
Yeah,
then.
That's human nature.
The people are revolting now, and the people will be revolting in the future.
People just choose the easy way out.
So
they see revolting as the easy way out.
So it's good to be the king.
So take this back to the moral concept, right? Like if the original or one of the original questions is can we get together and agree on some type of moral framework? I said no.
Me too.
But can we do it for a day? Sure. Can we do it for a month? Sure. Can we do it for a couple of generations? I don't think so.
But the original premise was that you also included could we agree on a moral framework that's close to like God's moral framework?
He stated without a God.
That
right?
was the without a God though, but close to his framework morally though.
Are we allowed to stone our women now?
We can get stoned.
Well, you mean women and men, because men got stoned too.
Well, yeah, but okay, so I might not be racist, but I'm definitely sexist, right? So I see women as inferior.
I got stoned and missed it.
So I don't want to stone men, just the girls.
Well, that wouldn't be close to God's morality then, or right on God's morality, because God's
Well, yeah, but I'm just
law
picking a side, right? All I'm doing
allows
is
under
showing
certain circumstances that
favoritism
even
one
men
over
get
another.
stoned. So just saying, and it's under certain circumstances for anyone, period, to get stoned, but everything. It's not just under.
Well, so the example would be there's a Mosaic law that allows stoning or execution for not being a virgin at marriage, that kind of thing, right? Like that's one option, right? We don't. Apparently, we don't agree in our society that ought be the case. We don't have laws for it. We don't operate that way. We don't get married, find out, our wives like, a 304, right? And then take her to like Saudi Arabia and
Yeah.
where it is legal, right, to do such things. We don't even do that.
Yeah.
But we talk a good game.
We just get a thing called divorce if we're we believe in divorce and everything if she's a 304.
For anybody listening, you ladies, you want to get married? I will fly you out to Saudi Arabia. We'll get hitched.
I don't think I want to go to Saudi Arabia.
Pussies.
What? Oh, that's women. Then they're pussies.
Generally speaking, women they're not gonna do anything that's gonna put them in a position where they're going to be in fear. Like generally speaking, I mean, there's maybe some exceptions to that.
What's wrong with being in a position of fear?
Yeah, men don't really put themselves in a position of fear either. So I mean, they're
we go running to it like it is fucking a house on fire, like that. That's a thing.
But allow me to finish because I did not finish. Generally speaking, men do not put themselves into a position of fear unless they have some grander ideology that produces like some like that caveat says, oh no, I have to do this because this is the better thing. It's almost like a martyrist like ideology. But generally speaking, women don't do that. Women don't put themselves into that like oh, I'm gonna for the children she will, but not for the man.
Yeah. So would you say that women are morally inferior to men?
No.
God damn it! I'll hint at it, right? But I'm not going to stand on it. What a bunch of pussies!
Well,
no, I don't believe in morality. I'm not like some people. I'm not like James. I'm not a morality guy.
Well, I'm a morality guy, but I don't think they're well, how did you phrase that, Josh?
What?
Morally inferior.
Yeah, morally inferior. Are women? Do you consider women to be morally inferior to men?
But to clarify, when you say morally inferior, you mean like they have less.
Do you believe men's moral standards are superior, greater, more beneficial than women's?
No, because even men have moral issues. That's why we need God to give us morals. So yeah, I would.
So in your book, right? Why was it that Eve gave in to temptation first, and then woman was used to convince Adam to give in to that temptation, aka partaking of the fruit of knowledge?
Well, it doesn't necessarily specify, as far as I know, why Eve was the first to be taken. Now, granted, Paul kind of hints at that the woman is the weaker vessel and everything. But how does that entail that as far as morality though would insinuate that
her flesh and desires are weaker than men?
Well, hey, I think someone probably could explain it better. He's a guy named Chris. He's in the chat there. He says
Yeah, what's
emotions
up, Chris?
can
Come on up, Brody.
and impede on morals. Emotions can impede on morals. That's what he means, James.
Come on,
He
Chris.
just
Come on, Chris.
saying
Come on up.
Yeah,
it
Chris is pretty
in
good at
a
good at panel talk. He's
loaded
all right.
manner.
I'm going down the list since we're talking about division, right? Race division. Now I'm a big fan of like division upon the genders, right? So I'm
But
tinkering with all of them.
I'm one. Yeah, but I'm one that believes that even men can be swayed by emotions if they're not fully in control of them. I'm not saying that, and that's why I'm not gonna say that men's morals are not
superior.
Superior to women's because women can sway men emotionally. I think women have a lot more power than they think they do. If men are not in control of their emotions.
Yeah, they have whatever
swayed.
power that we men allow.
Indoor caveat.
And they can they can sway that power that men allow though. So
You know what I
that
think?
men are weak in like sexual stuff.
You know what I think? I think it's
Bro.
very close to Christmas, and y'all pussies want some Christmas sex, and that's why you won't stand on your principles.
Well, no, I'm telling you exactly how I think. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't bullshit. Like
I don't believe you, sir.
you don't believe me, so too bad, too sad. That's
Yeah,
a you problem, not a me problem.
No, I just
Just
flat out,
saying, not trying to be cruel, but that's
I
you
flat out
problem, not
don't
a me problem.
I flat out don't believe you believe your own standard.
Why do you say that?
Because biblically speaking, I don't believe. I believe that your belief system has a couple. I don't want to call them flaws. I'll say forms of contention that feed problems within society. And instead of just standing on them, right, you'll kind of like navigate around them. Let's put a little sugar on the plate of shit to make it taste good, if that makes any sense.
Oh, well. Tell me where the crap is, and I'll see if we can.
Yeah. Women women are morally inferior to men. That would be the crap that I would stand on.
Well, my beliefs aren't strictly, like I can't say they're strictly biblical because biblically speaking, they don't exactly talk about this subject, directly. There's no direct conversation about this subject in the Bible.
I don't know about
that.
that.
I have to base it on like certain maybe passages and insinuate it a little bit, as far as things if I was to go and just all that, but really there's nothing biblical that I can stand on that's a direct conversation on this particular subject. It's more like my beliefs and my understanding how nature works.
So Joshua,
I could use your Bible and make that argument.
No, Joshua, what he's saying is that he has not observed it, not even within the Bible.
Yeah, and I'm saying that I could use his Bible and make that same claim.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and so from my position, like morality is a religious topic.
God damn it.
Yeah. So
and he's not religious. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not religious, so yeah.
I'm religious. I just don't hold faith.
You're religious, but you don't hold faith.
Yeah, because I believe in the authority of the church.
Ain't part of being religious to have faith?
No, because I'm utilizing the church as an authoritarian figure to be over the top of society, meaning that I would prefer Christian nationalism to secularism. Usually probably the best way or a way to get there would be to put a church on top of society.
Church of me, church of brick.
Well, it would be the church of the most strictest motherfuckers I could find.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
that's
would
not
be.
church.
Wait. Let this dude speak for a second. He said, strict as he could find, right? So, what's your program in terms of like trying to find are you an anthropologist or some shit? I mean,
I'm
what are you trying to find?
I want to use this as my cue to go though, because I'm gonna go ahead and go because I'm about ready. I'm ready to go to bed.
What's up, Simon?
I'll be the
Wait,
same.
no,
I'm
you
30,
didn't even
guys.
answer the question. What are you
Yeah,
trying to find, bro?
you're gonna first. What's up, Simon? How you been? It's been a long time since
Hey,
we spoke.
baby. Oh, stop. I go run
Ask
my
your
mouth.
question again. Ask your question again. Just a little bit more clarity
I
within
just
it.
like as how do you do that? Like, as
How do I do what?
I wasn't even speaking to you. I was speaking to the dude that was talking about like digging up artifacts and all that shit, right? So I was just like, yo, it takes a minute to do that shit. So Josh, I wasn't really speaking to you, bro.
Pick up artifacts. What did he say that you had contention with?
It just didn't really make sense. It's just like,
Yeah. What did he say? Can you repeat what he said that did not make sense?
No, I can't because I don't want to do that to a
Then,
brother.
can I ask, how do you know he said it?
Because I heard it, nigga.
Okay, you heard him say what?
What?
You heard him say what?
Just what you are? You super some taquitos or some shit? Don't do that. Like, goddamn.
I
We got past the fact that
genuinely
he
curious
already
as to
didn't
what he said.
acknowledge what he knew, what he was trying to get into. Like, it's like niggas in the lost trade. You know what I'm saying? Or
What part?
are we gonna bring up
What
Harrison
part?
Ford up in here? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What part did he, or what thing that he said, or what part of Christianity did he speak about that you have contention with that doesn't make sense?
I have no contention with shit. I ain't say no about nothing about contention you brought up.
Then what part of it didn't make sense?
Well, you gotta get past the negativity in your
Well, no, you said it didn't make
your
sense.
whole lifespan.
Why was anything he said confusing to you?
Yo, bro, I can't even speak to you. You. I don't know what's going on, man, bro. You, did you get over a Caucasian sensation or some shit?
No.
Did you need to
I
go
am
to
a
rehab
bigger
or some shit
asshole
like
than
that?
most.
You sound crazy, bro.
Yeah, I am
I
a
swear to
bigger asshole than most people.
God. All right, okay, cool. Is that white also?
I
Okay.
just don't. I don't like the punching down, right?
What?
So
What are
James
you
is not
talking
here to
about?
defend himself.
All right,
Thus, I don't.
centimeters or millimeters? Well, why you talk about assholes for some strange reason?
What? This is the derogatory term that we apply to people that we decide we want to I don't know, belittle or whatever. Or I stand on that and say you're going to get beat up by an asshole. That kind of thing, right? So I like the derogatory terms. It just, we put it out there, be straightforward with it, and we can have the conversation.
All right.
But because James is not here to defend himself, right? And you said that he said something that doesn't make sense. It's either going to be the case you want an explanation to the thing that he said, or it's the case that you want to say that what he's saying doesn't make rational sense to most people, which case that would be a weaponization. I tend to not like the whole punching down, especially to people that aren't on panel.
Right. Yeah.
So basically, being the asshole that I am, I'm going to defend James for no other reason other than I kind of understand what he was trying to allude to. but I'm incredibly charitable with people I talk with. Incredibly charitable. I do take cheap shots, though. To be fair, right? Just to be fair, I do take cheap shots. Like Brick is secretly a flaming homosexual, right? I'll take my cheap shots here and there.
That ain't no cheap shot. That ain't even truth. It's got to be truth.
I will pull his passport and show you his travels to Ladyboy Central, aka Thailand.
You gonna pull something that don't exist?
I swear to God. Hey, look, with enough Photoshop, I can make anything evidence.
Well, you know what? Your last name is Jones, so that's an easy switch for you. I get it. And you know what? You do see the lady boys on the side, so there is that too.
Where did you go, Simon?
He ran. He ran from the conversation. I will punch down. Yeah. He is crying in a corner right now. You know,
I don't. I'm gonna say this now, right? I like the fuckery sometimes, right? But y'all are gonna have the conversation. Period. Right? You're gonna have it, right? This whole like beating up on people, that shit's got to stop, right?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Wait. Can we bully people who are bullies? Is anti-bully like a thing?
If you're willing to drag them here and have the conversation, not so much as this whole concept of we're just going to fight around. Resla doesn't do that shit, right?
Okay.
No, I don't like talking shit about someone who's not there to defend themselves, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I was hoping that he was still listening and that he would just try to hop back up.
I will agree that I would love to get to the bottom of some stupid petty bullshit. Like I would definitely be interested in that.
Yeah,
most other people.
Yeah, I don't mind people explaining their shit and they have other people to use as an example, or they're explaining a situation. But to just talk shit,
yeah,
someone
I'm
that's not here to defend themselves, I'm not good with that.
Yeah, and that's not a place to go. Definitely not a where do we go from here place.
Yeah, Simon and I have like a long history, right? So I mean, Simon, I can get along with Simon. Like I can get along with him. I'm just not gonna allow the whole like beating up on people. That not while I'm on panel, anyways.
Oh.
I mean, taking cheap shots. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Like I'm a big fan of that, right? It's just it's the public beatings, just where they're just.
Yeah, they have to be facing towards you. They can't be like turned around and walking away. That's right, called shooting somebody in the back, right?
Or backbiting, or that thing that guys do in prison, right? Like where they're settling things that way.
That is
true. Oh shit! Lick the whole boot. God, I like this guy already.
Good Lord! Oh my goodness!
What's up, Resla?
What's going on?
It's good. It's good. Good to meet you for the first time, man.
I love your name, sir.
Oh my goodness!
Only because Josh licks a lot of boots.
Actually, he is the boot that you lick. By the way.
That's true. That's true. So what's up, y'all?
It's good. It's good.
Talking.
Don't lick my boots. They're not clean.
You got any ideas there, Lick?
Got a couple.
Oh, cool. I'm all right with that. I don't know if they are, but I'm all right with that.
Nice. So what's up with y'all?
Not much. Working on division, causes of division. Is it good or bad? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty much listening to that conversation and trying to sort out the rest of the week.
Nice. So, yeah, no, I just figured I would come up, finally say hi. I don't know if you saw the raid I gave you the other day, Resla, but
I did. I gave a shout out. Yep. I would very much appreciate that.
It's not a problem. Yeah, so hey, Brick, I wanted to talk to you real quick. I saw you up on panel. Hey, Gia said you wanted me to email you a while back. So I did. I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but yeah, I saw you went to.
Was it from a John Smith?
Yeah. Deep throat the whole boot.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so I'm pretty open about where I can be contacted with. You know, I put my email up on my description and that sort of thing. So when I receive like a random email and it's not really clear, like I'm not just gonna like one respond to it, and number two is like when I did ask you that day in the chat, you kind of just didn't really respond to me. It kind of looked like you responded to me, but you didn't address me specifically. But that's okay. So we'll move on past that. Yeah, I'm glad you reached out. And it was in regards to, I don't know if you remember, you know, I do have a small contention with you. I guess I don't know if it'd be small or big or however you would look at it. And I'm more than willing to talk about it publicly. But if you wanted to talk about it privately, I'm sure that you probably by now, I'm not going to say I know, but I'm sure that you probably by now probably have figured out what it is.
No, I have no clue. That's literally why I emailed you like I was asked to. I figured it was because I made like a little comment about the whole like we are Legion thing. You know, it was just me kind of joking around. But yeah, no, Gia said you wanted me to email you. There was something you wanted to talk to me about, and I figured it was, you know, maybe something you were upset about. That's why I kind of typed it the way I did. So
Gotcha. No, you know, I'm not really opposed to trolling to a little bit of an extent, but you know, it's weird, bro. It's weird because I see certain types of trolling and it gets strange. It becomes obsessive at some point. Would you agree that there are certain types of trolling that become obsessive?
sure, but I guess what my question is what makes you think I'm trolling? Like, I guess what my bigger question is, what makes you think that I'm not like actively actually going after pieces of shit like Chris Ryder or Tyrants Beware, and that it's an actual?
Oh no, those guys are fine as far as I'm concerned. I do agree that they're just a couple of hacks on the internet. They're, you know, like one of them's more of just like a weirdo, and the other one, in my opinion, I try not to say too much out there publicly because I'm not trying to get all that backlash, but I do believe he's a grifter, you know. So, and I know you could probably decipher between the two of what they are. But as far as, you know, the thing that I have with you, it's neither one of them. It is someone in particular, but it's neither one of them. It's not Tav either. You know, I personally have worked out a few things with him, or at least I feel like I have, even though he still comes after me a little bit. He's kind of calmed it down as far as that goes. Like, so my channel is based off of government accountability, as you know. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to, especially with my interactions, my recent interactions of getting soft swatted, welfare check from another agency in another state to the state that I'm currently in the city that I'm in, getting that soft swat. Now I'm trying to hold my government accountable. And the only reason that I know what I'm doing happens to be because I've learned a lot from somebody. And I've learned a lot from that somebody because that somebody was willing to basically put his neck out there on the line.
Chili, I spouted it out before I even got the chance to break. So let's get down to this. So this is about me and Chili, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm curious as to what's the obsession.
So there's not an obsession, Brick. Me and Chili have a past. So just so everybody's clear. So, you know, everybody thinks that I'm this huge troll because I haven't been around for about the last 2 years. But if you had paid any attention at the time, just like many other channels, I was a police accountability, government accountability channel.
Okay.
You know, not a very big one, but still one, right?
All right.
At one point after an interaction with Chili, after he decided to sabotage one of my live streams, I decided to shut my channel down for about almost 2 years. I finally came back on the internet, and the whole reason was because I saw another individual in the same sphere of the internet called Tyrants Beware, who was bragging about a CPS call that he made on a different YouTube creator.
Right.
And when he made the video and he was bragging about it, the justification that he gave in his video didn't really seem to match with what his alleged actions were.
Right.
So that was my appearance back onto the web, was going over that.
Gotcha.
So, a lot of people
Very good.
so a lot of people seem to kind of get it really lost in the sauce. They think that I'm somehow associated with Fraud at Wrangler, with all these other people, when the truth of the matter is the only reason I came back on the internet was because I saw a different creator in the same sphere, or AKA community, that I was doing something rather fucked up, and I decided to call it out. And because I had the audacity to do that, a bigger channel, who that channel simps for, AKA for public safety, came after me, slandered me, said that I was a troll, said all this other shit. Because why? I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Right. Right.
And then, so
I agree. Yeah. And for public safety, he's really a nasty person. And then Tyrants Beware has basically come out in full force as if he's going to ride the tank. Right. And the funny thing about that is he slandered me as well, long before I even knew that he had. And really kind of it all boils down to the same thing that people keep chasing everywhere else for, and it's GS, right? GS saw some unusual circumstances and he questioned it. And now anybody associated with him, all of a sudden it's a problem. And so as you know, I'm very cool with GS. GS is almost like a brother to me at this point. Even though he's just some random dude on the internet, he's presented himself in a very honorable light, as far as I'm concerned. He's asking questions and he's not drawing conclusions without evidence. And so that too has gotten me into some sticky situations where I basically have to say, you know what, I'm not going to stand for it. And I'm going to be a man. And I'm not only going to stand up for someone who I feel is honorable in the situation, but now I'm going to stand up for myself, because it wasn't the case that I came against them. They came against me long before I came against them at all, ever. I really had very little to say about this whole situation publicly. In fact, this is probably the depths of, kind of what has been happening as far as what I'm concerned about. I see these things going on, and I've got my little tiny channel and it's starting to grow a little bit. I'm over the 500 mark. I got to get some hours, and I'm going out there and trying to do some cop watching and that sort of stuff and putting out some videos and content. But again, going back to the small contention that I had with you, and don't get me wrong, you can do what you want to do, brother. You can. You're more than welcome to. And it sounds like you have a history. I just know mentally, psychologically, and you're a reasonable guy. And I could tell that right off the rip. That's one of the reasons why I kind of came over and I was like, listening to you, I'm like, yeah, this guy, he's got it, It's not like going to, Frauded or Trolls channel, or especially Wrangler. That dude's, I don't even want to talk about him. Or some of these other guys. I've talked to Dickbag on panel. He gave his reasoning, and it was absolutely bogus. And he has still yet to produce any type of PSA in regards to distracted driving. And he's never contacted me after that conversation. So basically, you can do whatever you want to do. But when I look at your content, every stinking video or live stream, it seems to have him there. And now that I hear you, I understand it, right? I do. It sounds to me like you were hurt, and that sucks. And that sucks, but understand that it's not me, right? So he's done nothing against me. In fact, he's done quite a bit for me. And in return, I have done quite a bit for him. And so, I do believe he has good intentions. And like I said, you're more than willing to do, or welcome. Obviously, you're your own man. You're more than welcome to do whatever you want to do. But just because I do recognize that there is, this level of, and I don't know if I can call it obsession at this point, because you did explain something to me. There's just a concern there. That's all.
Well, and I guess to maybe some degree, I can kind of somewhat get what you're saying. I mean, I would much rather argue that if you want to, say that my channel is obsessive about anything, I would argue that it's obsessive about Chris Ryder. And I purposely did that because once again, so the reason why I entered into the sphere of covering anything again was because of Terrence Beware.
Yeah.
And when I looked at Terrence Beware's channel, I noticed that it was solely focused on supporting Ryder. So I made a conscious decision at that point to make a channel to do exactly the yin to that yang, which was to go against that narrative.
Yeah.
So now when it comes to Chili, I definitely have no problem if you ever want to email me back for my contact info. I can definitely have a private conversation with you and go through the whole timeline. I can even give you screenshots of emails and everything else to explain to you why I've arrived at the conclusion I have. With that being said, I completely understand what you're saying about you've had a different experience, with Chili. He's never done anything bad to you. And I hold very similar opinions with other people. There's other people who I've got on my chat, for example, I've got a lot of people who say, GS is ruining your whole channel. Like, why do you have him up on your live stream? And my answer to that is, GS has never done anything bad to me. Right. There's a lot of bad stuff I've heard about him, but in the end, he's been solid to me. And because of that, I will continue to support him. I don't think he's a bad guy. Do I think that there's some things that he's possibly weak on when it comes to the internet? Yeah, but I've talked to him about these things. I've tried to help him as a friend to help improve those things.
Yeah.
So I definitely
and
don't
it's
have
mutual. I'm sure that he's throwing some ideas back at you at the same time.
Yeah,
mutual.
right.
He's a great guy, dude. I mean, I hate to say what that some people get it wrong, but some people get it wrong, right? And if they want to continue to get it wrong, fine. And you know what? I've made my decision. And for those folks who, I've heard people going back and forth about, you know what, they're gonna be, having trouble down the road at this point in time or that point. It's like, nah, dude, you really don't know. Right? The only trouble that I seem to have is when somebody has trouble with me, typically, because if I have trouble with someone, then I contact them and I say, hey, man, can we, work this out? It's kind of like we're doing now. I mean, I'm a reasonable guy, and I'm more than willing to listen. I love listening to people and having their points of view covered, because that's literally civilly how we get things done, especially in this country.
Well, yeah, I am glad we could work it out, but in the end, I really do wish you would have just emailed me back. I would have given you, my contact info, and we would have got this, all solved probably about 4 weeks ago. So, but when it comes down to it, really, what I really want to stress is, so my biggest problem that I have, and the reason I came back to my internet, and I really hope that Resla's really like listening to this, is I have a problem whenever people take the internet and they use that as a tool to go after children. The same way how Tyrants Beware did it to go after KFAR's children, the same way how Chris Ryder has developed his whole channel solely based off of making a misrepresentation off of a father who's trying to raise his daughter, who's been awarded full custody, keep in mind, who's an active felon. Okay, keep in mind, Resla, not many felon fathers get awarded full custody of their children. I mean, take the felon away, and I can tell you from self-experience that most fathers, just regular plain Jane citizens, don't get awarded full custody of their children unless it's for a very good reason. So imagine that happening whenever you're a felon, right? And then imagining that your ex goes and has a relationship with a different person who forms a YouTube channel and makes a representation that they are making their YouTube channel because they are helping a mom who has dealt with a bunch of problems with false CPS complaints and this and that. And then you come to find out like months later that finally someone comes up to you in like the local post office and goes, "Hey, did you know that someone's like making YouTube videos about you and is like saying that you're abusing your child and all this other nonsense?"
Yeah, I wish again that people would just leave the minors, and I do mean everyone who is under 18. That is the law, right? That they would just leave the children out of this YouTube sphere where when you click, there's actually a button that you actually have to click that says, is this for 18 or older, or 18 or younger, and that sort of thing, right? Is it made for children? When you click that button, then you leave the children out of it, and so I wish that people would leave the children out of it. And we could have some real, content, right? We could have real content and beneficial, and then there is the space for the children, right? That there are channels, there are literally full-on channels who produce content that is literally like teaching content, children oriented, and that sort of thing. And then you come over here to the adult space and it's a different thing. So, I wish people would just leave the children out of it. Now, talking about that sort of thing happening, I don't see a problem, with exposing it either, like exposing that it is happening. Right.
Right.
And so that's why when I see that you're covering that, I'm very much appreciative of it, because there's not a whole lot of people who would do that. And so, with that said, I'm not going to say stop. I'm not going to say stop. In fact, my hoodie's in, back there on the bench says "We don't stop." Right. As
right.
I'm sure I've got a hoodie by now. But yeah, bro, I appreciate you coming up here and having that little conversation with me, man. And hey, I'll contact you. I'll send you back an email, and then we'll go on from there. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, so I know that was the main reason you wanted to come up here. Is there anything you have to say other than that? In regards to some of these other things we've been talking about, and ideologies and superstitions, things like that.
Well, yeah. So actually, the main reason that I came up here was I wanted to talk to Resla. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, so, man, so the reason that I subscribed to your channel and the reason that I sent you the raid the other day was because, I noticed that you're kind of a lot like me back when I was at about the same amount of subscribers that you were. And around the same amount, actually, to be honest, I had a little bit more. But the point is that I had a very similar situation happen to me where you were doing your own thing, you were doing your live stream, and then you had all these people kind of just like bombard your live stream. You remember that?
Yes, very much so.
Right. And just kind of threw your whole kind of groove off. You had to kind of just flow with the river. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had to get my footing.
Yeah. So that same thing actually happened to me. That's one of the things that me and Brick will be talking about when he's talking about my supposed obsession, right? With a different creator. But yeah, same thing happened to me. I was doing a live stream. I had a controversial figure, come in. Somebody else saw that. Somebody else came in and they had it out kind of the same way on your panel. And, no offense, but in the same way, I didn't really have a lot of control. Like I literally tried to mute them. They unmuted themselves. It was a shit show. Right. So when I saw that happen on your channel, that really made me sub. It really made me want to try to help you out. Right. Because I've been through the same thing, 2 years ago. But another thing I want to bring up too is, so I see Finkel in the chat, right? And the thing I want to bring up is that Finkel is another one of these people who like blindly support this like Chris Ryder nonsense.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know, man. Just a little crazy to me. And I know there's a lot you don't know kind of, what's going on. I know it kind of just came onto your channel, Resla, but I would definitely implore you to look a little bit further into this gentleman who came in trying to love bomb you after GS came into your channel.
Honestly, the thing that I've done is literally I've separated myself from a lot of people.
Yeah.
The idea is for me to focus on my channel. People bring up all these different people. It is not within my nature to get nosy. I am a person that I am okay with not knowing.
I mean, and I can understand and respect that, but all I'm saying is that, like, you know, when you have certain people in your sphere, just all I'm saying is do the extra research and find out who they are. You know, you can still think whatever you want, right? But if you're hearing, okay, so let me ask you this. So the same way how you had GS up on your panel and you were having all these other people come up with their claims against him, I mean, it seems like you're a pretty fair individual. Like if someone's making a claim against somebody, you kind of want to hear all sides of that claim, right?
That's typically the case, yes.
Right. Okay. So would it not be fair to apply that to a different individual? Like, for example, Chris Ryder for public safety?
Sure, I guess if they actually have more than just claims.
What do you mean?
What I received from a lot of individuals were claims, and it mainly just run around the fact that I had X amount of problem with somebody. This is what happened, and that will be the end of it. And then it's like, you should believe me. I don't even know you.
Hmm.
How the hell did I get up here with 2 feds and a bootlicker?
Right. Well, and keep in mind, Resla, I completely, agree that this whole situation is weird as shit, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. But what I can say is that whatever writers put out there, it's not the complete truth at all, and he's definitely manipulated a lot of stuff.
I mean, that very well could be the case, but my thing is like, I'm in it and I ain't in it. This was something that took place well before. Again, the only reason why this happened to me is because I just simply exist, not because I contributed to anything.
That's
And
correct. Yeah.
because I have chosen the path of being neutral, and I know a lot of people had a problem with that, and a lot of people had a problem with the way I run my channel because I remain neutral to this day, still remain neutral. It is what it is. Now, if there are people who have problem with other content creators or whatever, because I've stated this also before, you can choose to walk away if you want to. Just don't expect me to pick the sides of anybody. If you want to engage in intellectual conversation of what's going on, that's cool. But whatever shit you got going on the outside, it's not a part of my channel.
And I get that 100%, man. That's just like how Finkel tagged me in a video with like Fraud at Wrangler and a bunch of these other people I have no association with. And it's just like with Fraud at Wrangler. I agree. He's probably a piece of shit, from what I've heard, supposedly he killed somebody over something as silly as like a PlayStation. And I think that's pretty fucked up, but somehow or the other, I constantly seem to be getting associated with this individual. So I get exactly what you're saying, Reslo, like 100%.
Excuse me while I interrupt. I came into this, what do you call this thing? The panel sphere, whatever the kids are calling it, about a year ago, a little bit more a year ago. And I was quickly introduced to a couple of characters. The first of them was Fraud at Wrangler. And he's not supposedly a murderer. He actually is a murderer. And because as a veteran, I opine negatively about that murderer, people say, quote, that I blindly support the guy that the murderer is always going after on YouTube. Just because I go after his common enemy doesn't mean I blindly support. Now, the other day, I came into Lick the Whole Boots channel at the behest of chatters from the channel that he's talking about. I'm right now choosing to try not to talk about that motherfucker because he brought the kids into it, little minor kids. So, yeah. Do I disagree with people who agree with these personalities? Yes. Does that make me blindly supporting those that they go after? No. I do kind of lean towards the people they go after, but I don't blindly support them. That's kind of inaccurate.
So, Finkel, what do you think about Tyrants Beware making a false CPS claim against somebody you hate, KFAR's kids? Do you think that's right?
I don't really. I'm familiar with Tyrants Beware. I don't know him very well. I do know, having been a veteran living in government housing, that false CPS reports are made all the time. I've had at least 3 made against me, and all of them were unsubstantiated. And I've come to the point in my life where if someone calls CPS, let them in. Let CPS do investigation. There's no such thing as a false CPS report. If there's a concern, CPS will check up on it. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there. If there's something there, then people get scared.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that. I think Finkel, if anybody made a CPS complaint against you when there was no reason to, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. I think that that's wrong. I think that it's absolutely horrible to assume in any way, shape, or manner that you are a unfit parent or that you are not a good parent without good reason to believe so. And I think the opposite. I think that there is such thing as being malicious, and I do think there are false CPS calls that are made every single day, and I think it's absolutely disgusting and wrong.
It is a waste of CPS resources, and I got to tell you, the first time someone called CPS on me, I thought that's friggin' ridiculous. But CPS did their thing, and I came to the conclusion that if anybody thinks, if they think there might be a problem that is harmful to the children, they have an obligation to contact CPS or whatever authority fills that role. If they're wrong, CPS will figure it out, and there's nothing there. If there's something there, then we got a problem. That's
so can I ask then, because I have kind of been aware of this situation, and I'm more than willing to talk a little bit about it. Do you know what happened? Do you know what occurred? Why it is that Tyrants Beware claimed to have called CPS?
No clue. That was before I became aware of Tyrants Beware. I did hear that someone called CPS on KFAR, and it was a reaction to KFAR calling CPS on somebody else. I think it's all kind of silly, but let CPS in, let them investigate. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there. All you've done is waste some resources of CPS investigating.
Yeah, and I do understand your point of view as far as, when CPS comes knocking, obviously don't refuse it, because the person who refuses such would be kind of going against their own detriment. However, people do have a right to refuse, right? And when CPS comes knocking, there's an issue that I have with that. One, is it a credible thing, right? And I believe that CPS doesn't do a good enough job to investigate whether calls for their presence are really valid, right? So just some random dude calling on the internet. And then on top of that, what that means is that Tyrants Beware, like, I don't know if KFAR is like a public official or not, but that would mean that KFAR would have had to have not only like had his address, but then would have been using it for the nefarious. Because like I've seen KFAR on screen in his humble abode. He was sitting in his chair, and if I remember correctly, it was something about that the kid came around, and then just knowing that the kid is around, like, people go after kids on the internet and that sort of thing. That's kind of what it looked like to me. I don't know all of the details, but I know that with like the whole boot here, he could probably give you a few more details, especially he's doing the story on
it. That's fine. And if you think that Tyrants Beware did something malicious, call him out on it. I mean, and trust me, I'm at a disadvantage. My experiences with CPS or their counterparts, the one in Germany is not, they don't call it CPS. I forget what they call it.
Yep.
But when you live in government housing, you don't have a choice. They come knocking. The standing orders from your commanding officers, you got to let them in. So I'm maybe it's different in the civilian world, different from state to state. But CPS can't do anything to a parent without finding something wrong. Besides, maybe make them feel uncomfortable, get in an embarrassing situation. Oh my God, CPS investigated Finkel. I mean, there is a social stigma, but it doesn't really do any harm. I've never seen a CPS case falsely get a parent in trouble.
Gotcha. So in that case, so Lick, you've actually done some shows on it and that sort of thing, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I even did a whole video on it.
So you've actually got some evidence that you've presented, not only perhaps on a panel, you kind of presenting a little bit here, but you've actually got the tapes. You've done your research. You know exactly what these things were alleged to have happened. Is that correct as well?
Yeah, so I actually went against Tyrants Beware about 6 months ago, just because the live stream's not up anymore. Doesn't change the the fact that happened. And let me just be very like honest with you, Finkel. Other than like the current rant you had about going against people's kids, I don't really have any type of issue with you. But what I have the issue with is that Tyrants Beware, he makes this allegation that he made a CPS complaint against KFAR. And then in the video that he uses, all he shows is footage of after Chris Ryder came into KFAR's live and started attacking him. He just said, Chris, I don't even know why you're attacking me. Like, you don't even have kids. Like, I don't know if you've been able to hear, but my kids are running upstairs and it's a little bit past their bedtime. And the fact of the matter is, it's not like those kids were up there alone. I mean, KFAR has a girlfriend or a wife who's upstairs watching his kids. And I know that they knew that. So here's the thing, I myself still have this little, theory that there was never an actual call made. They're just claiming it, right? But even if they did, all I'm trying to say is they've never presented any actual like justification to actually make the call. And that's the whole reason I even went after them to begin with was because Tyrants Beware made the call. And then after I made the video and gave a little bit of context by putting like a 4-second clip of Chris in there, and I didn't even say anything bad about him. He then came after me and started slandering me and saying I was a troll, I was anti-1A and all this other shit. That's all I'm trying to say, man.
You see, I don't know Joshua Jones, and I've never seen Resla do it. Everybody else I've on this panel, including myself, I've seen troll. Was it a troll? Did he really call CPS, or he just claimed he called CPS? I don't know. I've done similar stuff. It's just a tomfoolery we do on the internet, especially when we're reacting to stuff.
But why would you troll about that though? Like out of all the things you're gonna troll about, like why would you troll and claim that you called CPS on someone else's kids and like brag about it?
Maybe they sense there's a weak spot there, and they're either trolling or counter trolling. I guess if that's a word. Maybe he's been trolled before, and he thought, "Oh, I'm going to get him, and I'm going to make this bullshit up." I don't know. I don't know the full story of the Tyrants Beware thing, but yeah, I've had CPS called. They come in, they look around, they talk to the kids, they roll their eyes, and they say, "Yeah, it's just another lame attempt." And I get a report back that says unsubstantiated.
Yeah,
3 times.
Still doesn't change the fact that whoever made that call was a piece of shit, though.
Yeah, at least we found out who it was in one case, and they were pieces of shit. Sure enough, a few months later, they actually got in trouble with CPS. I don't know. Does the Tyrants Bureau have kids? Maybe he's projecting. I really don't know.
Me neither.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What does that mean, get in trouble with CPS? I don't understand what that means. They're not a government organization. They have no authority. So
That's true. All they can really do is make recommendations to courts. I'm sorry, 4 times. I've dealt with CPS 4 times. There was a custody battle too, but that wasn't someone claiming that I was neglecting kids. It was CPS did a comparison of my ex-wife's home and my home, and our jobs and all that stuff. That wasn't really
right.
That's what they do. They investigate for the child's well-being.
Right. I mean, I guess like all I'm trying to express is like, okay, so let's say that I have a problem with you, Finkel, like, and we're beefing online, okay? Like we're talking shit on each other, we're exposing each other, this and that. I'm sure you can agree, like, just as grown, respectable men, like, we don't take it to the point of going after each other's offsprings, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was reading a couple texts. I apologize. That was rude of me.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay. So let's say like me and you, like we've got our little, internet beef back and forth. We've got our, Jacob versus Edward Twilight beef going back and forth, getting our super chats going, this and that. In the end, like as grown, respectable men, right? Like internet, YouTube aside, okay? Like, I don't know about you, but me personally, like, I'm not going to go after your offspring. And I would hope you don't go after mine.
Right.
Like, that's just me personally. Like, I'm not saying everybody's like that. I'm not saying that there's not other people or pieces of shit who will stoop to that level. But what I'm saying is that, at least for my standards, I would hope that no matter where the YouTube beef goes to, it doesn't, bleed over into real life to where like you're actually making CPS calls on my children. Like, I don't know. Like I feel like I'm not being too crazy here.
Well, at first, I've never heard of someone calling CPS on children. They call CPS on the people in charge of the children, a parent or a guardian, aunt, uncle, teacher, someone in the child's life. That's who they're calling CPS on. If I have a minor child, they're not. Whoever's calling CPS isn't complaining something the minor child did. They're complaining something the adult in that minor child did or is doing.
For a high school dropout, you're really smart.
Well, right, but in the end, not only does it affect the parent, it also greatly affects the children too, especially if there were to be some type of result because of the false complaint, I guess is like my point.
Yeah, I don't know why you dodged the question. You knew what he meant.
I wasn't trying to dodge, but I am trying to get people out of the mindset that CPS engagement is some kind of bad thing. CPS is.
Don't dodge the question. He asked you a very pointed question.
Do people go after each other on the internet and make shit up? Yes, all the time. For example, a very good example, actually, a very recent example. I kind of made fun of adult offspring who was brought in by the person I went after. And I did it because that person went after minor children. Does that make me better? No. I never called CPS on anyone, and I never brought minor children into it. But once I saw this other person bring minor children into it, I did a little funny on his adult children. It's just the games we play on the internet. And in my case, it's reactionary games because I see other people playing games.
Isn't a reactionary a real feminine trait? Being completely reactionary, isn't it?
And I just said reactionary. I guess if some people might opine that might be a feminine trait, but the most reactionary person we've seen on the internet is actually a male, allegedly, in Minecraft.
Finkel?
No, I feel like you're answering it a little better there, Finkel, and I appreciate that. You know that it's wrong to go after the minor children, and I can accept that. That is accurate.
It, in my opinion, it's very wrong to go after minor children.
And I'm glad we can agree on that. Like, I'm truly glad.
Yeah, if you perceive someone as a quote, their words, not mine, enemy, end quote, because they're on somebody's panel, and that panel was somebody else's panel, and you decide, oh, I'm going to go after her minor children. Yeah, that's a level of a piece of shit. Okay, you want to call me a level of a piece of shit because I reacted and went after, not really even go after. I mentioned them on the internet, actually without even naming them, showing faces, names, all that. you know, if that puts me on the same level in someone's opinion, well, okay, that's their opinion.
You sound really salty, Finkel. Is it like more or less salty than the load of cum that was in your mouth this morning? I'm just curious.
Was that a break or lick, Josh? I keep hearing static. Was that one of you guys?
I'm just glad we could agree that it's not cool to like bleed over past YouTube and you know.
Amen. Here. The adults are winning.
If you say stupid shit on the internet, people are going to say stupid shit to you or about you.
Well, I guess, all I can say, Finkel, is, man, I've got no issues with you. I know that you and GS have your thing going on. All I can say is, man, I'm not a big channel, check out my videos. I've got one about Tyrants Beware. I've got one right after that called For Public Safety Exposed. It talks about how he came after me after I, brought up Tyrants Beware doing what he did. And, go from there, I guess.
What do you mean?
Hey, lick the whole boot. Lick the whole boot. I'd love it if you did an expose on the rat fink, otherwise known as the J6 snitch, who purposed in his heart to show up that day, I guess, as an unpaid Fed in order to take pictures of his fellow countrymen in order to turn them into Big Brother of the government. Is that something that you might be interested? Because, dude, you are a journalist of the highest order, I think. Lick the whole boot.
Wait, Finkel, you're a January 6er?
I'm sorry. Would you? No, I'm not a January 6er. I'm a guy who takes the camera in public and takes pictures in public, which is protected by the Constitution. Someone might hate the Constitution to the point where they think I'm a bad person for doing that. But yeah, no, I'm just a guy who takes video and pictures.
Right, but like, were you doing that on January 6th in a certain year?
I took pictures and videos on January 6th. Not as many as the perpetrators did. But I took a lot of pictures. Yeah, I
did you get it?
Monitored, and I reported, and that's a constitutionally protected activity. And there are people who don't like that, but those are people who hate the Constitution, hate their God, hate their country, and pretty much they hate themselves, and that's just their expression of their self-loathing.
So
Yeah,
your purpose
I mean,
to take those pictures was to turn in your fellow countrymen that you didn't agree with?
I mean, for example, like if you were outside a bank and you saw the bank robbers robbing the bank and you took the pictures and you found out they were citizens, would you not turn those pictures in?
Sure. So like you were inside the building doing what they were all doing too? Or you were taking pictures of people that at the time were peaceably assembled outside of the building, not trespassing?
Look, GS, time out. I just have one question for Finkel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm here.
Did you get a picture of AEC?
Who?
AOC?
No.
AEC.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dan the man.
Yeah. I was just wondering if you got a picture of auditing Erie County.
I'm not sure. After we were there, standing on National Mall space, not Capitol Hill space, most of us respected those barriers they put up to mark the boundary between Capitol Hill and the National Mall, and we respected that. So I didn't see what went on inside until I got home and saw the news.
How good was your Zoom camera that you could see the people breaking the law from really far away then?
So if you're familiar with our nation's capital, because you care enough to know the nation's capital, you would know that there's not a lot of space between where those barriers are, and they first started beating on the cops with their blue line flags and their Trump flags.
How good was your Zoom? That was my question. How good was your Zoom?
Yeah.
Like, where were you exactly?
You could, hey, Muxter, how you doing? Yeah, Muxter could probably tell you. I was on the National Mall. I was outside the property line, demonstrated by those barriers. They look kind of like bike racks. I know they're not bike racks, but they look like bike racks. And yeah, I was standing on public property, observing, monitoring, and reporting constitutionally protected activity. And I was taking pictures of people who said they were there to overturn the constitutional process of, as outlined in the Constitution, counting the electoral vote.
So they said that with their voice, and then you went click, click. Okay, got you, motherfucker. Now you're gonna pay. They said, I am here
hold on,
to do this thing.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick? Yo, Resla, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, so you see Mr. Carey in the chat right there?
Hey, Mr. Carey.
Yes.
Yeah. That dude, you need to shout him out. That dude is cool as
hilarious.
shit. Look, that's the only other motherfucker that has the same type of scream that I've got, man. I'm a prior vocalist for a band, and that dude has a good ass scream. Shout him out, Mr. Carey.
He can sing. If anyone can put the link without it getting deleted, link that channel because he's got some really good karaoke stuff.
Yeah, everybody loves Mr. Carey. He's awesome.
Mm.
Everybody loves Mr. Carey.
So let's get back to why Finkel was there specifically that day in order to take pictures of his fellow countrymen in order to turn them into his government.
Well, I had a specific question in regards to that. So you mentioned that you saw what was happening on the news that day. Is that correct?
Are you talking to me, Trick?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I saw what was happening on the news that day after I got home. For weeks before it, we followed things like Facebook, Twitter.
Okay.
Rumble,
yeah, and so I have a question in regards to that. So the angles that you saw from the news, where were those cameras positioned that you saw that the news obtained that footage from? Where were those cameras positioned?
Shoot. Oh, not just the news, but also the same the people we were following to see what crimes they were planning. They actually posted a lot of that video inside the building, inside the house office buildings, like the.
So what you're saying is that there were actually cameras that were actually inside of that barrier?
Oh yeah. People committing the crimes, doing the filming themselves.
Okay,
they were actually recording and putting it up on their social media, and
so you're telling me that people were committing crimes. Not only they were committing crimes, they were filming themselves committing crimes, and then they were I mean, it's just kind of a pretty farce-like thing to believe that was the case, but we'll move on from that.
The object was insane. I've never seen criminals so stupid.
They'll
film their buddy beating up a cop, and then they'll put it up on their Facebook or their Twitter or their Rumble, whatever.
Were there news agency cameras that were positioned inside of like their actual news agency,
like ABC, CNN, Fox News?
Did they have people inside of the barrier?
Cameras. Well, because the joint houses of Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives, they invite the official news media in to cover the counting of the.
So what's the difference between that guy with the camera versus the other guys with the camera?
The like ABC News, Fox News.
Yeah, what you would call the mainstream media.
Yeah, they were invited in by Congress.
Okay. So they're special. They're more American than the regular Americans who were there with the cameras. They're more American than you, apparently.
No, they have a purpose there to cover the counting of the electoral vote.
So they're paid for and controlled.
What about the people? The people don't have a purpose.
Yo, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt, but I just got a brand new VR headset tonight, and I'm trying to watch porn on it. So, Resla, hey, I appreciate you so much for having me on here, man. Brick, it was good talking to you, man. I hope we get into contact. Finkel, it was good finally talking to you, man. I hope there's no hurt feelings over the little short section of the live stream I had about you the other day.
We all have opinions.
Yep. We all do, man. It was good talking to you. Joshua Jones, we didn't really talk at all, but, good seeing you too. GS, man, love you as always, bro.
Same.
Go hard, bro, or go home,
Yep. I'm playing for all the marbles, Louis, all the marbles.
Hey. Play for keeps. All right, GS? You hear me? All right. Hey, all jokes aside, guys, I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. If you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope you all have a happy holidays. And if I don't talk to you guys, I'll see you next year. All right?
Yeah, bro. And come back and see Resla sometime, too.
Yep. I truly hope you all have a blessed day and a good year. Okay?
Absolutely. You too.
All right. See you guys.
Take care.
Are you Brick, to your last question, are you familiar with the They're pretty cool looking. These Zumwalt class Navy destroyers.
No, not familiar with them, but I know what a
How about the
destroyer
Burke
is.
class? The Burke class
What's good,
came
Uncle
right
Fatty?
before them.
No, not really.
Oh. Have you heard of them?
I mean, I know what a destroyer is, but beyond that, I don't know the classes and all that.
All right. Well, okay.
I know
Generally,
that there are different ones, obviously. Yeah, go
generally
ahead.
speaking, a USS whatever, a destroyer, is a Navy platform for anti-air and anti-submarine warfare. They also have limited anti-ground force, anti-surface force, but primarily the anti-air and anti-submarine. The anti-submarine portion, they have something called an ASROC. It's an anti-submarine rocket, which can throw either a torpedo further out or it can throw a nuclear depth charge.
Okay.
Now, I cannot confirm nor deny which ones have the nukes, but they all have the capability. And because it's a United States ship, they're owned by, well, you and me and Uncle Fatty, Resla. We own that. That's our ship.
Hell yeah.
But I would highly advise against just going across the brow and saying, "Hey, officer deck, this is my ship." By the way, where are the nuclear weapons? That wouldn't be very productive. Yes, the Capitol building is our building, but it's a building of official business. Sure, they have tours sometimes, but other times they close down for specific business, especially after a few weeks of people actually saying they're going to do these things on very openly on the internet. So they kind of tend to say, nah, the general public can't come in. But you're just going to observe, monitor, report for ABC News or NBC News or Fox News. You can come in, but we're going to do a background check. We're going to clear you. We're going to give you what we call a press pass. And you're
Papers, nine papers, dust papers.
And that's kind of where I was going with it. Yeah.
Do you even know what the word 9 means, bro?
Yeah, means
Do you know what the word 9
10.
actually means? Because you're using it in the wrong context, bro.
Well,
No, he's not. But go ahead, tell us.
Okay,
Okay.
hold up.
You know what the word 9 means,
Quick
dipshit?
interruption. Quick interruption. I just want to let you guys know I got 30 minutes, and then we're going to be calling it. Go ahead, Uncle Fatty.
Lame.
No, Uncle, 9 comes right before 10.
Bro. 9
right
means
after
no.
8.
Okay. There's not even there's not even a movie where an actor says papers 9 papers. I don't have 9 papers, bro. I have 11 papers. Okay. 9 means no. You're using the fucking word in the wrong
you're missing a chromosome.
over and over again. Over and over again.
I'm pretty sure you're missing a chromosome.
Context matters, Fatty. The reason he's saying it that way is because it sounds German.
Let's talk about context. Yeah. So
I'm saying
who's more gay?
I'm saying
Who's
it
more
because
gay?
my
Who's
hero
more gay?
Brick.
The guy that comes onto a panel and
Why
the
don't you
first
say
three
it?
things he does is call out another man for being gay.
I think it's a rhetorical question, Uncle Fatty.
Or
I'm
the
pretty
gay
sure
guy.
you're the
just
most gay guy.
actually like
Yes.
maybe just gay.
Have you
So,
looked
Brick,
in the mirror?
something that sounds German. German is a democratic
Ugly
republic.
motherfucker, dude. You know that, right?
In fact,
Fucking missing a chromosome. Looking.
Yeah.
Most
Tell
of
me something I
German
don't know,
history,
dude.
they've been a democratic
Have you
republic.
seen me? I'm
Can
fucking
you do
handsome,
anything
dude.
other than just try to burn on people? Because you really suck at it.
My genetics is superior, by the way. Just letting you know.
Uncle Fatty, you're talking to me?
You're allowed to feel that way. You know, the guys that I used to hang out with, you know, they used to think the same thing.
Are you talking to me, Uncle Fatty? I'm
Holy
kinda
Chris
confused.
Ryder. What the hell's going on, dude?
You guys are having a really good conversation for a minute about like some deep stuff about like divorce and like
I like to go
things
deep.
that, like
Right,
real people
Finkel?
go through, right?
I like to go real deep, don't I, Finkel? Balls deep.
You like, hey, for the record, GS goes hard on bootlicker, real hard.
Okay, Uncle Fatty, why are we talking about GS? He's not even here tonight.
I know. It's Sauce Among
But,
Us. Dude, what's up
but
with these
Uncle
crackers?
Fatty,
Why are you letting these crackers
I gotta
up
tell
in
you, when I had that Mrs. Specific, someone asked me, how you like that old worn out pussy? I said, it's great once I drive past the first half inch.
Shut up, cracker.
But
So Finkel,
Yes, sir.
back
Shut up,
back,
Saltine.
back to what we were talking about. So yeah, I do agree
Just like
that
what Jesus would do, right?
a
Shut up,
security
crack.
measure is required,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
security has to be well within the bounds of liberty, right? So while you're saying yes, we have to put a locked door on there, if the door has no lock, that is not security. If I can just open the door and walk right in, that's not security. And that's pretty much what happened that day. Is they
Pretty much.
those
Pretty much. It's
no,
not
they
a solid argument when you use the word pretty much. Pretty much is not
around
a solid argument.
You sound
bro.
really emotional, dude.
It's not a
around
solid
the
argument.
entire
It's just
boundary
Take
of
a
Capitol
Midol or
Hill,
something.
It's just
they
not a
had
solid argument when you say pretty
get
much.
on the fucking mic, why don't you? Okay,
When do you bring
anyway.
pretty much into an actual like honest debate, dude? That's
Yeah.
just a complete fucking complete falsity, bro. Pretty much.
You need a Midol. You need a
When do you
Midol.
bring pretty much into any fucking thing that you want to sound credible?
Okay, yeah, Brick. The doors weren't unlocked, opened. What happened was the entire Capitol grounds.
What had happened
So
was
pretty much
was surrounded by a bike rack type barrier on the outer side, and on the inner side, directly around the Capitol building itself, was a second row, and inside
like
that
a
were
Fed, Finkel. You 100%
Capitol
sound like a
police
Fed.
who were reminding citizens that you can't come in here. And behind
Over and
them
over
were the
again
actual
reminding
locked doors.
You sound like
manned
one of
by
those
other
guys
police.
that was an unpaid informant that day.
What you might be talking about, Brick, is you saw on video, probably on news, police holding doors open for people.
So if they did it once, you believe they didn't do it a second time and a third time and many other times?
Actually, those officers holding doors open for people were 4 hours into it. And those doors were on the third floor portico, which the only way to get to the third floor portico is to climb up the scaffolding or the walls.
And you also don't believe that there were actually people who were feds who were telling them to go into the Capitol that day?
Okay.
Like who specifically? Ray
Yeah,
Epps?
that's a good
Well,
one.
we already know about that guy.
Let's say
That's the guy that's a lifelong fucking Nazi, bro.
And if he did it,
Lifelong
if there's
white
one
power
who
Nazi
did it,
Nazi.
if
It's not
there's
a Fed, bro.
if there's one who did it one time, you think they didn't do it twice and three times and four times and so on and so forth?
Specifically who?
Brick. Let's assume that I am
Because it's on, it doesn't.
Let's assume that I'm an undercover FBI agent.
Well, I'd like to have a conversation with him
And
anyway.
well, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep talking. Okay. Let's assume that I'm a Fed, and you're a man of free will and personal responsibility, and I say, Brick, go beat up a cop, go break a law for me,
Yeah,
and you do it. Who's responsible?
Charlie
Are you
Manson.
responsible for your actions?
That's kind of just a like obvious hypothetical. I don't see the point of asking.
Well, I mean, you're
You've
complaining
mentioned this
that
caveat
feds-
and the end. Caveat and the end. It's like you're asking. You've already presented your answer.
You're making it sound like feds made these people break the law.
No, I'm saying that the people own the building, and because the people own the building, as soon as they're invited in by feds, who they also own the positions of, they're going to believe that they're allowed in there.
4 hours after they beat the hell out of so many cops that the radio went out saying, "Stop resisting."
Fuck off, dude.
Congress is protected. The vice president has been evacuated. Stop resisting and let them in. And that's when the
Were there
police
locked
who were
doors?
trapped inside the Washington
Were there
Monument
locked doors?
could finally come out. I'm
Were
sorry.
there locked doors?
The doors were broken. The locks were broken by that point.
So were there locked doors?
Hegelian dialectic, dude, 100%.
Because
You're
the
a
first
fucking
place
Fed.
they got into, right? Let's go by the first place that they got through that was supposed to be a locked, quote unquote, locked door. Where was that?
I'm not sure where they broke in first. The Cannon Building, the Dome Building on the west side, or
Wait,
the Dome
who's
Building
they
on
though?
the
Who's
opposite
they
side.
though? The federal
the
people
first-
that were there illegally.
The first barrier would have been that locked door.
No, the first barrier is that bike rack that they encircled the
Right.
entire Capitol Hill with. That's the first
Right.
barrier.
So that would be the first barrier, right?
And when the people went
That's
there
the
and
first
removed
door.
those
That's the
barriers, and the
first
police
place
tried
that
to
they
stop
should have
them,
had
and
security.
they actually
And
used
they didn't
those
secure it.
barriers to try
Let
to
the
beat the
motherfucker
cops.
answer the question, Brick.
That's where most
Everybody
of my
stop
pictures
spurging
are.
out.
Let him
Stop
answer
spurging
the
out.
fucking question.
No,
The January 6ers
no, because he
picked up
keeps
those
asking
barriers,
questions.
and when the police tried to stop them, they literally tried to beat the cops with the barriers. It has
You mean
nothing to do with the
you mean
locked
the
door.
feds? The feds tried to beat the cops with the. You mean the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution? You mean all the world's a
making you think, Rick?
stage?
There's static there. What's all that static?
Yeah.
Brick, I don't know if you heard me or not through that static.
Yeah, I am actually. I'm hearing you, and then I'm presenting to you some other interesting factors that could have taken place, but because Uncle Fatty keeps spurging out,
Dude,
you don't hear it.
nobody can hear you when you're talking
Stop
over his answer.
spurging. We're
Nobody
having
can hear
a
you when you're
conversation
talking over
without
his
the
answer the whole fucking time.
Cry
change
me a
the
river,
batteries on
dude.
your vibrating fucking plug, Fatty.
Dude,
All
it's a
right.
fucking rechargeable. Get a fucking clue.
It's
I
your
think-
pacifier. Put your pacifier back in your asshole, dude.
I think Uncle Fatty is
Again, it's fucking rechargeable. Get a fucking clue, dipshit.
Well, then plug it in, dude.
It's disingenuous fucking bullshit. You've been doing this all fucking week, dude. Both of
sound
you
feminine,
motherfuckers.
dude.
Both
You
of
sound,
you.
you sound vaccinated.
Have I spurged out against you ever, Uncle Fatty?
You sound super vaccinated,
Ever.
Uncle. How many boosters do you have?
Would you rather
Ever.
be like medium spurg at
Uncle
all times?
Fatty, do I
At
even
all
know
fucking
you? Have
times?
we ever even been on
It's the
panel
same
with each
fucking thing,
other?
Brick.
You're
It's the same
spurging
fucking
out on
thing.
me. You don't even know me. You don't come up on panel with me, dude. You have no clue who I am. Are you sub to my channel? No. You don't
Fatty's
come and
got
watch
Fatty's
my
got
videos.
all the boosters.
Appeal to
He's
some
got-
sort of authority, sure.
he's
Okay.
triple-
No,
he's
I'm
quad
telling you,
boosters.
you
Yeah.
don't know who I am. What video have you watched of my channel, dude? You don't know
Appeal to
who I
some
am.
more authority, please.
What
Uncle
do I
Fatty.
do? What do I do here
I
on
think they're
YouTube?
coming out with a new. They're coming out with a new booster.
You don't know
shot,
me,
Fatty.
dude. Stop.
You better hurry up and get in line.
You've
Hey,
never
Uncle
been on a
Fatty.
panel with
No,
me.
tell
This
me.
is like the first time
Enlighten
I've
me,
ever
oh
had to
great one.
experience a spurt
Enlighten
off
me,
from
please.
you. So
Hey, Uncle Fatty.
He's quad boosted.
I can see that you're interacting with Brick, but I'm kind of worried about. Sounds like it feels like you're interacting with something else that I don't see or hear. Is
That's your
there someone
vibrating
there in the
plug.
room with you? I don't.
and for the record, Uncle Fatty, I don't have a problem with you. I've never really interacted with you. I
The
don't know
only
what
problem
your
I have
problem
is
with
when
me
motherfuckers from either fucking point of view don't let other people finish the fucking questions they're asked.
Motherfuckers.
Okay,
yeah, Brick
that's
does
fair,
that,
and I can
yeah.
have that conversation.
Then,
But I have
then
to have
no,
it with.
but let's
I have
have
to have
the
it with
conversation.
I have to have it
Okay,
with
but it's
Finkel.
disingenuous as fuck to continually interrupt the person that you just asked the question of.
Well, I don't ask very
And for
long-winded.
the record, you might have your earphones in, but nobody that's listening can hear a fucking single thing that's going on when you continually fucking do that.
I understand.
Shut up now.
I understand.
Those are earphones. I thought those were those plugs they use when people are going swimming.
Look,
the water plugs.
I'll have the
Okay.
conversation with Finkel and I'll listen to his answer, but I don't need a long-winded answer. Most of my questions are very much yes and no questions, typically. And then there might be a little bit, but then he goes on and adds some stuff and I have to stop him and then come back. But when it comes to those barriers, I would have considered those locked doors, okay? And so the barriers should have been this, real barrier that they didn't contain the capital with. And so
They've been using those
I'm
barriers since the 1970s, and never before has someone picked those barriers up and beat cops with them. That's never happened before.
and that's
almost
fair.
a year.
And that's fair. However,
Just like
maybe
the government dropped off a bunch of bricks for people to
maybe
riot
in
with
20
all over the
And
country. Huh?
hangman's gallows.
maybe in 2020 we need to recognize, and this is me, spitballing.
You mean the hangman? Hold on. You mean the hangman gallows that was like 3 feet tall, and they used forced perspective to make it seem like it was actually tall enough to hang? What are you gonna hang? What are you gonna hang? A Chucky doll? You fucking muppet!
Oh, that reminds me, Brick. Outside the
so
Capitol,
disingenuous,
they
you
had the gallows,
little cuck.
the rope fully extended, as if a man's neck was in it, would have been 8 feet. You need an 8.5 foot tall man to not be choked when
It's
you
not
push
too
him off
fucking hard
that,
to do that to a man who's hogtied.
I'm a solutions guy, okay? And what I do is I go around and I look for solutions, real solutions, something that we can actually, that's tangible, that we can work on, right? And so what I'm saying is perhaps in 2020, we just didn't have high enough walls, high enough barriers. Personally, I feel like that could have resolved some of the issue. It
turned
seems
down the National Guard, which was offered 3 days prior.
In 1999, airlines didn't have hardened cockpit doors.
What about turning
if you
down
don't
National
push
Guard
airline
protection
out,
3 days
the
prior?
cockpit door will be
And
hard.
who was it that did that? Who turned down that?
Donald Trump offered it. Nancy Pelosi turned it down.
Actually, that's 180 fucking degrees wrong, bro.
Is it? Oh, is it? Is it really?
Yeah.
Where's your
Who
receipt?
has the authority?
Go ahead, Brick.
Does the
Go ahead,
Speaker of
Brick.
the House right now?
I'm
does
actually
MAGA
interested to
Mike,
see where
does
Brick's
MAGA
going to
Mike
go with
Johnson
this.
have the authority to put troops on the fucking grounds?
He
So what I-
offered to
what I
federalize
wanted-
them, and it was turned down.
What I'm
Does
trying
Mike
to
have the same
Patty,
privilege
yeah,
right
you wouldn't
now?
believe how many veterans I've run into who think that the Speaker of the House
No,
or the
he
Senate
doesn't.
Majority Leader has operational control over the Army National Guard. That's just amazing. It makes you wonder: do these people really serve? Do they really have a concept of what unit, what military service they were in? They're pretty fucking stupid, if you ask me.
Question in the service again.
But yeah,
When you want to be disingenuous, it's hard to look past that barrier of truth,
So
right?
who
It's hard
has
to look
who
to
has
the
who
truth,
has
right?
security operational say so over the Capitol building? Who Finkel?
The
Educate
Speaker of
me.
the House,
Educate me, Finkel. I'm asking Finkel, not the retard in the room.
the Sergeant at Arms, dipshit, not the fucking Speaker.
Oh, really?
oh, Uncle Fatty, I heard you mention Sergeant of Arms. Do you know who's in charge of the Sergeant of Arms?
Yeah.
This is gonna piss off the distracted the January 6th or wannabes. Who is in charge of the Sergeant of the Arms is AOC. Watch
Oh,
this.
and you mean the same AOC that was called for her bullshit?
Then
One of the funny things I found
It was
about
called on her bullshit narrative about an hour before anyone even made it into the Capitol building that they were invading.
one of the things I just
figured out the
Do you know
timeline.
why it is
You mean that lying
people,
bitch?
Do you know why it is that people can't get to the solution? Is because they get into their feels about January 6th, right? So they feel like this about it, and then they feel like that about it. And so what I'm saying is that because Finkel, you were there, right? You feel some kind of way about it, right? So if you want to get to a solution, what you have to do is to listen, meaning open your ears, not the mouth.
This right here, folks, is what they call projection, right? This is when a person that doesn't realize what they're doing.
Bro, I've been quiet this whole fucking time, and you've been spurging out. So shut the fuck up, fatty. You stupid.
Before you
fucking
interrupted
fuck.
me, I
You're
was
a moron.
explaining
And Finkel's
that
been going on and on about this other bullshit. He keeps getting into his feels about it, saying, "I was only there to take pictures, guys. I don't want a solution. I just only there to take pictures."
Who's
Now
the
stop
man
being
that's
a fucking
feelings
spur
right now?
and allow me to
emotional and
speak.
interrupted me.
Otherwise, what the fuck are you spurging out for? Dude? You just keep going on and on about some bullshit.
Projection.
You are going on and on
Emotional
about
like a
some
girl.
bullshit, fatty. I was literally getting somewhere with Finkel. We were talking about some real fucking security for this fucking nation.
You were
You're a
close.
fucking spurg, and this
You
is
were
my
close.
first
I'll
interaction
give you
with
that.
you. Fuck
You were
you,
close.
dude. You're a moron. You are a chaos agent.
So
Get the fuck
sensitive.
out of here with that bullshit, man.
Anyway,
I don't care
Stop
if you
being a
feel that
fucking
way about
chaos agent. I would
Who's
like
up in
some
their
real
feelers right now,
security
bro?
that we can implement within the bounds of liberty. But you don't want that. I get it. I get it. So fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay, are you done interrupting me now?
Yeah. Cool.
The AOC that's in charge of security of the Capitol building, the retards keep thinking it's Alexandria, whatever Cortez. It's not a junior congresswoman. AOC is architect of the Capitol, and I just laughed my ass off every time I saw them go after anything with AOC on it because they thought that was Alexandria. They're just so fucking retarded they didn't even know what they were doing there. Even after they had a recon tour performed by Marjorie Taylor Greene the night before. They still didn't fucking get it. And 4 years later, we still have retards in the internet thinking, oh, AOC, that's that junior congresswoman from New York. What a bunch of fucking retards. This is how gullible you people are. Yes, there was not enough security 4 years ago. There will be enough this time, but here's the problem. The 20, 30, 40 years before 4 years ago, it was never needed. And this year, it's not going to be needed. There's not going to be a bunch of pansy-ass pussies. Well, I lost. My candidate lost. I will not be there this coming January 6th to beat up cops or try to force anyone to change the results.
Finkel,
lost.
will
I
you
got
respect
over it.
my pronoun? Will you respect my pronoun?
All
Is
right.
that you,
So,
Uncle Fatty? I thought I heard some static.
so the architect of the Capitol, right? So yeah, I do agree. I do agree. You know, there would have been a little bit more security, maybe even much more security if perhaps certain things had occurred. I know that they do have those barriers, but I've actually been there where they actually have like fences too, right? They can put up actual fences. So
as a result of the 4 years ago, yes, they developed a sturdier fence that can go all the way around, at least the dome building. I don't think it protects the Senate or the House office buildings or the Supreme Court. Actually, the Supreme Court has its own now.
So it's actually a good result to come from it, because now there is a little bit more security. I appreciate that, actually. So there's a little silver
I
lining.
wouldn't say 9/11 was a good thing, although good things resulted from it, like
Right,
reinforced
exactly.
doors.
It sucks that it has to happen. Don't have to touch the fire to know it's hot, right? And yeah, it sucks that these things have to happen in order for us to, achieve a more secure station. But it really also sucks because now we've lost some of the liberty for what some of the idiots did. And Finkel, I don't disagree with you in that, yes, some of these people were absolutely stupid for going into the Capitol that day.
You live like in Florida or Alabama or somewhere?
No, not anymore.
Pleads the fifth.
Okay, wherever you live, is it near DC? I mean, if they put a
don't answer
fence around the Capitol building on January 6th, what liberties of yours have been taken away?
Well, the liberty to be able to go in and see the Capitol. I was actually there before. I actually took a train, and I, had a nice long layover there. So I actually got to literally walk around all of it, the National Mall, the White House. I saw the Lincoln Memorial, all of it, man. And I was able to walk around freely, and that was liberty to me.
Yeah,
Well,
didn't
you can
used to
walk
be able to have,
around
didn't
the
you used to be
office
able to have
buildings freely.
picnics on the front lawn of the White House? Didn't you used to be able to do that?
If
Yeah, that's weird.
you can walk
Can't
around
do
the
that
office
anymore.
buildings freely. You can't walk around the dome building freely. You need to be under a guided tour.
Right.
But and the same with the White House. You can go, if you work with your congressperson, you can get a tour of the White House. At least you could during Obama. I'm not sure if you'll be able to under Trump or not.
Yeah, and it sucks, man, because with what is it, the old adage, Spider-Man, man. Great power comes great responsibility. Unfortunately, people are starting to get a little buck wild out there, and we have to secure a few things a little better. But that shouldn't, remove our liberty, meaning that if there is a fence, obviously we have to respect that and not destroy property. But if we want to ask to go in there and we can articulate, hey, I just want to go in there and take some pictures and make a tour, that should be, reasonable, and it is unfortunate because you can't just do it.
I wonder, did you complain when Roe v. Wade was overturned and they put the same kind of fence around the Supreme Court building and doubled the guard, and people had to stay away? They couldn't even touch the fence. I don't remember anyone complaining about that.
No, I mean, I do have a complaint if they did that. Yeah, I mean, that sucks. That sucks, man. It's because people are crazy, man, and it sucks.
Did you ever complain before you were in this argument on this night?
No.
How many of those people?
No,
how many
I didn't
of those,
even know about it. I really didn't pay attention.
How many people that were banging on the door of the Capitol building during the situations that were going on were actually renditioned from their homes? How many pitch? Because I'm sure that they were all on camera. When they were smacking their hands against the door, making a big ruckus. The insurrection of the leftards. Do you remember all that? What was it? Was it May 29th? Where the president of the United States had to go to the bunker and everyone made fun of him because he was mandatorily evacuated. They tried to burn down a historic church and firebomb the White House. And what was it? Over 100 federal
Joshua
agents
or Uncle? I'm hearing some static as though one of you are trying to talk. But do you guys remember when
Good job, Michael. You're a fucking muppet.
The fake federal police, the ones that Trump pulled out from different federal prisons and stuff, people weren't qualified to be police. When they firebombed St. John's Church across the street from Lafayette Park and the fucking Trumpansies tried to blame the protesters, that was fucking hilarious. And then Trump held the Bible upside down in front of that church, showing it all firebombed after his people did it. And that church said, "We don't want you here."
That was after he wanted to deploy national
Where's the video
troops.
of that? You guys like to make a lot of claims, but you never seem to have any clips of it. You never seem to have any proof. You always have claims.
If only France made a
The claim is if that were conservative people, they'd already be in jail right now. My proof and my evidence is the J6.
They are in jail, dude.
who have
Get a
been
clue.
renditioned in Washington D.C., District of Columbia, which is extrajudicial. It's basically Guantanamo Bay. It was a test run of a subduing of habeas corpus.
You guys read the chat.
And
This
it has
is
been
funny.
it
The
has
door
been an
banging insurrection. I read a
insanely
book on that.
good test run.
That's
It's been
great
a very effective test run because we've done nothing about freeing those people during J6.
Spartan
Because
says,
they
how
were
many doors
unduly
go
put
up,
upon
on the
by
door
our government.
direction? That's
Why
funny.
are those people in jail again? Where are those criminals behind bars right now?
And Finkel's a Fed, by the way. Yeah, he's a
Spider saying Todd is drunk. I don't know. I'm not on his channel, but it wouldn't surprise me. He does turn booze to coke.
I got a question for you. You do realize that I'm not a Trump guy, right?
No, I say things about Trump that are true. And
I really don't care about Trump. I really don't. I have no care in the world for Trump, nor Biden, nor AOC, or any of these political figures that you're talking about. I don't care about.
Future President Trump and Shadow President Musk tried to pull in Congress.
You know who I do care about, though? You know who I do care about? The American citizens. I don't care about those politics. I don't. I really just don't. So what I do care about is those people who were there that day who were duped psychologically, right? So they fell for it. I do agree with that. They're responsible for their own actions.
Okay, they were psychologically duped. Well, yeah, okay.
But they were tricked.
They
I
own
know
what
this
they
about you,
did.
bro. I know this. I know you're fucking. I know you're sincere right now.
I believe you believe they were tricked. They were tricked into believing that the Electoral College was stolen.
Yes,
you know how the Electoral College works.
Yep.
You're like, for example, the Pennsylvania state legislator picks their electors and sends that vote to D.C. Well, ironically, Doug Mastriano, one of the state senators from Pennsylvania, was actually one of the January 6ers there to protest. You can't count this. His body is the one that sent those Biden electors to D.C. I don't fucking get it. Yeah, you're right. They were duped into thinking the Electoral College was stolen.
Yeah, but they were also duped on some other issues as well. And, it
And
is
who was
unfortunate.
telling them that the election was stolen for the 3 months prior.
Yeah,
Every day,
exactly.
like 20 times a day. Who was feeding them 20 times a day with "You've been stolen from"?
Yeah, Stop the Steal movement was an absolute shit show. It was an absolute honeypot. That's the whole reason why I was like, don't go anywhere near the Capitol building. It's a fucking trap.
Yep.
I mean, it was an obvious honeypot. I would agree with you on that, Fatty.
So Diaper Don set his own people up then, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I believe that Trump could very well be a Trojan horse, whether unwittingly or wittingly. Matter of fact, he did something with habeas corpus right, like the last month of his inauguration. He did some weird thing with habeas corpus that I still need to do some research on. It was some kind of weird executive order that he threw in there at the last minute. And then lo and behold, a bunch of J6ers get renditioned into basically Guantanamo Bay within the continental United States of America. I would not want to see you, Uncle Fatty, in there. I would not want to see Brick in there. And I certainly don't want to be in there.
I'm on the list, bro.
I'm sure we're all on the list.
Yeah.
Because we think freely. Even if we don't agree with each other on the panel, we are free fucking thinkers. And that is a problem.
I see Brick and Uncle Fatty kind of nodding their heads for several minutes after the last thing I said. I guess it's really sinking in. Hey, Resla, thanks for having me up. I'm going to rage quit now and hope everyone has a Merry Christmas.
We had a worthwhile conversation, Finkel. Appreciate
and by
that.
the way, if anybody sees that short, fat, ugly guy with the long beard and little feet, let him know Spartan wants to know about this door banging thing. He would. Can I get a date on the door banging insurrection? I'd love to bring it and find out more. I'll bing it and find out more.
I'm not fat. I'm big boned. I'm big boned.
You guys have a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Do you believe in Christmas? I think that's the most
The Prince
shocking
of
thing I've
Costa will
heard
be
all
born
year.
tomorrow night. It's going to be fucking amazing. You should be there. Get your tickets, folks. It's going to be.
Yeah, it's actually really great to spend some time up here on a panel with some people that I feel like are, somewhat level-minded, So appreciate that, guys.
Don't include me in that statement.
All right.
That included
Resla,
Joshua.
It's been 30 minutes, man. What's up?
Can I ask
I wanted to make sure that you got it all out your system.
Oh no, I want to bring Finkel back. I didn't quite make it to the balls.
Goodness,
he was climbing up the bed. I had to pull him back by the hips just a wee
Like
bit.
one statement without a penis or a dick or a ball would be great, bro.
Dude, come on, man. What? Life is not worth living if you're not talking about cock and balls, twigs and berries, breaks and beans.
Oh my goodness.
All right,
Topic
Resla,
for
love you,
another
man.
day, gentlemen.
You're welcome. I made it spicy. You're welcome. I'll take my paycheck later, which is going to be a boot to the head.
Right on the neck.
Can't with you guys. All right, I'm gonna take it off, guys. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you guys for coming up. All right, anywhere you guys plan on being today, in case people who do not want to go to sleep might be able to find you, if you're not calling it a night for yourselves.
I'll be at Todd's mom's house from about half an hour from now until about 4 hours from now. Don't call; she'll be busy.
Gotcha, got you. Rick, how about yourself?
I have no plans of being anywhere specifically. I got to get some editing done. I'll be dropping some videos, and Uncle Fatty, it's good to see you. GS, Joshua, and my videos, by the way, are a government accountability, Fatty. So if you're interested,
I know, bro.
in that,
I know.
I appreciate it. Cool, man. Thank you.
I do.
Cool, man. Awesome.
And I know that you can name one thing that Donald has done wrong in his life, right? It's not hard to name one thing that the man's done wrong in his life.
Yeah,
right?
he said take the guns first.
There you go. You're not
That's
a cult member.
terrible.
Congratulations.
I hate that dude.
You know how easy it is? Fuck, that guy's a douchebag.
Yeah.
But Sleepy Joe ain't any better, bro. And they're both robbing us
hell.
from our
He's
fucking
way
pockets.
worse.
They're both
Yeah.
robbing us. Blind. So
I hope he does something good for the country. I mean, he did some things. Joe did nothing. Got to give him that. So hopefully,
we'll debate that another day.
Yeah, I know. Good. Yeah.
I mean,
very little.
Weeks of infrastructure week for 208 weeks, and nothing got done. But infrastructure week was always on the horizon, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
My bad.
Yeah. No, it's cool, man. But yeah, and thanks to the chat. Thanks to Resla. You guys are awesome.
No problem. GS, what about you?
Yeah, I'm just kind of doing a little bit here or there. I really do enjoy your panel, Resla. Sorry, I kind of didn't wipe my feet before I walked in here. So I do beg your indulgence on that. I'll try to be a little bit more well behaved next time. Fatty, good luck with that chromosome. That hopefully you can find it. The one that's missing. And good on you, bro. No, you don't. I'm glad you're muted. Thank you. You don't have to spurg. And Joshua, I really enjoyed our conversation last night. I look forward to having it again when I'm not. I really look forward to having it, by the way. And Resla, as always, Brick, you're a consummate gentleman. And I don't know. Yeah, I think you did have a good conversation with Finkel, ironically enough.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and Boot. That was productive too, man.
I missed most of that, actually.
I'm glad you mentioned it to him. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I will talk to y'all later.
Yeah, man. Later.
All right, guys. I'm gonna drop you down, and I'm gonna have a little of the one-on-one with the chat. A little bit. Any guys you want to hang back, you can just hang back.
Much less.
All right. So, everyone, hopefully you enjoyed the actual stream for today. A little longer than I anticipated, but everybody was having a good time. So I kind of just wanted to have them rock out as well. As for myself, I can't really say what I'm going to be doing. There are a couple of people reaching out to me saying, Resla, haven't seen you in a while, so maybe I might check them out. Maybe I won't. I just kind of want to relax a little bit. But most of all, we are officially Christmas Eve, folks. So I don't know if you guys got something going on with your families, your friends, or maybe you just need some time to actually get a little sleep. Being that Wednesday is actually Christmas itself, I haven't really decided if I'm going to be online for Christmas. I mean, motherfucking Christmas. Maybe I might do something later today, being that it's the 24th now, or even do something on Thursday, whatever days to make up for. But I don't think I'm really going to go live on Christmas. Haven't really thought about it, but the chances are low, but anything is possible. But we will have a makeup day if I don't go on for Christmas. Outside of that, today has been a pretty cool one, despite the fact that we didn't really have much of a topic going on. Everybody came in, brought their own stuff, brought it together. We've had some good conversations. Got a little bit rough there at the end. Simon, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about because that shit was really weird. Anyway, with that, and outside of that, I think it's been a really good time. I appreciate everybody who's already here. Thank you very much for this year-round episode. For myself, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate you guys for everything you do, the best way that you help me. I appreciate everybody who came up on the panel here today. I do respect a lot of you guys. I do think you guys are good content creators as well as good thinkers. With that being said, my only official days that I know I will be going live will be Friday and Saturday, but we'll figure out the days between basically today and in that time if there's going to be a makeup. Outside of that, next week Monday, gang, will be episode 100, the last episode before we actually close out the second season of Opinionated. Hope to see you guys there. And I'm gonna be throughout this week having a little bit of extra controversial conversations, not necessarily for myself, but kind of some conversations that I know a lot of people in other spaces might be looking to want to take a look at it. And of course, I'm gonna have your thoughts on it as well. It's been good, y'all. You know what I'm gonna say? You know, I'm gonna kick it off. Keep yourself safe. Be sure to take time with your actual families. Actually have this holiday time off. And of course, stay opinionated. And I'll see you on the next one.